Yeah, that's true. It was so close. It could have went either way. I feel a little bit bad for Jap there, but what can you really do?
Yeah, I mean, when you're a player who is in high-profile, high-stakes situations like that, you just have to go to the next game. You just have to go to the next match and just play your best.
All right. Well, thank you for our sponsors, by the way, for making all of this possible, this great tournament, this great production, and bringing all these great players to play our awesome game of Hearthstone. Before we get on our next match, let's have a quick look at some of the highlights from our last few games, and of course brought to you by the Windows 10 Game DVR. So let's have a quick look at some of the highlights from our last few games, and of course brought to you by Windows 10.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
I know that Diamond plays for China, and that's about it.
然后我对他的理解最早是从 ALT。
All you need to know about your opponent is the lineup.
然后我觉得炉石是一个情报战的游戏。
He has a lineup that is kinda good against my druids.
然后如果要是德鲁伊的话，那可能就会看他的就是排顺还是不顺。
I probably play every deck except Shaman.
那么，如果别人不了解你这个职业，平时对战很少这个职业的话，那么他可能会犯错误。然后我知道他的卡组成是什么样的情况，那我就犯很少的错误。
Diamond, it's your time to shine.
我要在最短的时间内击败你的男人。
Daimon versus Nyria.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championships, day number 2. It's time for our next match, Nyria versus Daimeng. My name is Frode. I'm joined by Maz and Robert Wing once again. How are you guys enjoying the day so far?
I'm enjoying it quite a bit. The last series was pretty exciting with those, you know, cards that really changed up the situation there with the Swipe and Mal'Ganis. So.
Yeah, specifically you were talking, like we were watching the games and Maz was like, well, if he gets Swipe here, he can come back. It's like Swipe off the top with Big Game Hunter into combo. That's pretty much a very big swing opportunity for Druid versus Druid, but that's also the drawback that you run. Sometimes you have to, you know, you have to take the good with the bad when you play Druid to a tournament. Robert, what's the journey been like so far for you to be able to watch some of these guys qualify? You know, Daimeng from China, and we have another player going up against Europe here. What's your opinions on this?
It's been really awesome so far to get to know, especially some of the players who I haven't known as well from China and the APAC region. It's been great to kind of see that they are coming to this not with the attitude that they're underdogs at all, but that they're just as, you know, here they're willing to compete. They believe they can take wins off North American and European players, and they have so far. So it's been a lot of fun to be a part of this.
Yeah, that's right. And we're going to see some interesting classes go at it once again. A Paladin's going at it, but we also have a Shaman in the mix. So let's go over and check out how the players are doing right now. I think they're about to get ready for their first match pre-ceremonies as they are shaking hands. Good luck. Have fun. Nyria, of course, from Team Liquid, all the way from Ukraine, coming in here as a person with a chip on his shoulder. A lot of people look at Ukraine, they think Kolento, and they think of some of the dominance that he had last year going into BlizzCon. But there's another Ukrainian player who's also played almost equal amount of games, and in my opinion is almost equivalent in skill and deck-building prowess, and that's Nyria.
Yeah, he actually made it to the European Championship last year, so he was right there. He almost made it to BlizzCon, and as you said, he kind of has that chip.
Or China, they've been favoring mid-range Paladin, but I have a secret that Nyria is he's playing
That was
secrets.
well done.
Yeah, that was
The
pretty good.
transition was perfect.
I was confided, and Iria was like, well, I've joined the dark side. And there it is, mysterious challenger Paladin, the first appearance in this tournament, up against another first-time appearance, the Mech Shaman.
Yeah, Mech Shaman is quite different from the totem mid-range Shaman that we saw yesterday. You know, it just wants to kill your opponent really, really fast with Doom Hammer on 5, and like just burst down your opponent with stuff like Crackle, Lava Burst, and yeah, stop them before they develop more board.
Fascinating. So there's definitely a lot of choices that we can discuss. The first that I want to bring up to the table is keeping Mysterious Challenger in hand. It is very important for the deck's success, but Nyria feels like he wants to keep it from the opening bat. What do you think about that?
Well, usually I do like keeping power cards, but a little bit more when you go second, since you do see 4 cards. But Nyria here, he knows he was going to draw that Haunted Creeper, so you know, everything worked out fine.
I think if he knew that this was Mech Shaman beforehand, he might have reconsidered, because one of the weaknesses of this Paladin is if you can outrace it quick enough, so that way before turn 6, they're low enough that you never have to worry about their board.
Sure, but it's pretty interesting that the Mech Shaman also plays Totem Golem.
Yeah, that is an interesting choice. And I wonder if he's playing more board-centric Mech Shaman with some cards that scale really aggressively in minion damage versus, like you're talking about, like Doom Hammers and Lava Bursts and sometimes even a second Doom Hammer because you want to draw it that much more often.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he kind of brought up Ronan that the Paladin, Secret Paladin specifically, plays a lot like mid-range Paladin in the early going. If it's not playing Secrets, it's jockeying for the board. It kind of wants to get control of the board and then basically be able to trade out with the more aggressive decks. But you know, if you play something like Face Hunter, if you play something like Mech Shaman, and you just continue to go to the face, you're usually in a reasonable spot. That said, Cog Hammer is super problematic for aggro decks to deal with. The Taunt, Divine Shield, exhausts a lot of your resources, stops you from putting damage directly into the opposing hero. So while Nyria's hand didn't look necessarily super solid from the outset, having that Cog Hammer is huge, getting the Haunted Creeper is really big. So he's in a good spot.
Yeah, and sheer power level of value, Cog Hammer is one of the highest in the deck, along with Tyrion and Mysterious Challenger. All those cards have major impact specifically against this deck too. And Nyria looks like he's going to be able to get there. He's going to have commanding board position, which is what Shaman needs in the early game.
The weapon's out, and Daimeng doesn't have the flexibility playing Mech Shaman that Nyria has on Secret Paladin. He has to keep just playing the aggressive line, trying to do the damage and end this really early, because Nyria's Secret Paladin deck scales actually pretty well into the mid and the late game with drops like Dr. Boom. Even after Mysterious Challenger, you have Dr. Boom, you have Tyrion Fordring. These are cards that just give Mech Shaman fits.
You even have a second Mysterious Challenger, maybe even Lotheb thrown in.
Right.
One thing that I think Nyria is also really emphasizing by using Consecration over Blessing of Kings is that he wants to keep as many minions on the board before Challenger. When Challenger was first introduced, people thought, you know what, if I just play on turn 6, it's amazing. But you realize it actually becomes much more complicated the more minions are on the board. And you also amplify that on top of the fact that this Shaman doesn't run Lightning Storm. So the more 1/1s, the more small minions that exist, it's very problematic to deal with. So I like this approach that Nyria has going into the mid-stage of the game. He's really understood his win condition against Shaman.
Yeah, Nyria realized there that if he traded into that Piloted Shredder, he had the Cog Hammer, he had the 1/1 Spire on the board. There's a good chance that unless it was Millhouse Mana Storm, really, he was going to be able to trade out with it. So Knife Juggler would have been good had it survived. It did not. Lava Burst off the top for Daimeng. We were talking about how in the later stages of the Mech Shaman deck, they want to burst you down with Crackle and Lava Burst. Obviously, that's one of those spells. That said, Nyria is not really low enough in health for it to really be a consideration right now. It may end up being used to possibly clear out a taunt or something.
Oh, you don't want to do that. That would be terrible.
It hurts.
But yeah, you do need to, as a Mech Shaman, you do need your minions to do the first 15 points of damage and then finish it out with spells.
So we get a lot of information from just the Mysterious Challenger being played. There's only 3 secrets being pulled, and he had Redemption in hand. So he probably maybe be running the once of each secret type of Mysterious Challenger Paladin and have a more emphasis on early game board control. Some players, like Cross from the Japanese server, another player that's not featured here but is well known by players, he plays like zombie chows in the deck, so that way he has board control, which is very counterintuitive normally. Like, don't you want to be more aggressive as a Mysterious Challenger Paladin? But again, it's about the board, like you said, Robert.
I was going to say, I was reading a guide earlier where they were talking about it's like you just have 4 secrets and then you have the double zombie chow. And I was reading a guide that said that's just an incredibly powerful deck. So Daimeng, in his favor, he was able to get the buff onto the Piloted Shredder, which now makes a very large Piloted Shredder. But You know what's larger?
A 10-9 is larger.
That is just that's math even I can do. That is a bigger minion.
All right.
Yeah, a much stronger minion. And you know, the Shaman doesn't have much card draw either in the deck, generally speaking. So the fact that Nyria is out-carding him, out-valuing him, and Daimeng can't really rebound with cards like Divine Favor-esque, where you just be able to refill the hand. Daimeng's in really big trouble here.
Yeah, the Elder Peacekeeper is just such a valuable tool. You know, you have this big Shredder. He doesn't even really have to respect the Flame Tongue Totem at this point. You see one card in the opponent's hand. The Pilot Shredder does 3 damage because of the Flame Tongue, but again, you're at 16. You're not feeling super bad, and you have more than enough power to race him down.
Yes. And here's like also another catch-22. You don't know what secret it is, so even if he managed to kill the Mysterious Challenger, it would be Reborn through Redemption, and that's going to be game number 1. Secret Paladin grabbing a very quick win. But the question mark remains, is it because Secret Paladin is that good? Or was it a poor choice to bring the Mech Shaman? That remains to be seen.
Right. The Mech Shaman is definitely a little bit weird because we see Leopard Gnomes, we see Abusive Sergeants. Like, you're wondering how many 1-drops is he playing? It might be just 8 1-drops.
Yeah.
And the deck fizzles out really fast.
It's fascinating because I think Daimeng is going for the surprise factor, but now it's no longer there. And if there was one deck you want to surprise, it could be Secrets Paladin. I think Druid is also another class that he anticipated potentially being there. And if you want Mech Shaman versus Druid, that could have been his strategy. However, it's been foiled.
Yeah, you bring up the fact that there's kind of those other non-mech cards in there, the Totem Golem, the Leper Gnome. And when you have these mech-centric decks, Amaz, we were talking about around to 40 with your Mech Mage deck. You know, you have those other drops that are really powerful cards, but the farther away you get from kind of that mech density in your deck, it can kind of hurt you because you don't have all those mechs. So.
Yeah, you definitely have no late game. You're just valuing consistency in the early game versus going later. So it's just a choice you have to make, right? Balance it out.
And Leper Gnome, obviously, and Totem Gold both do a lot of damage, though.
Yeah, they do.
Cards,
a lot of damage conditions.
Yep.
They do, and then at the same time, though, you know, you really want to be able to get out those early game mana minions, and that's where it's very complicated with like Mech Warper and Totem Golem. It's like you're sabotaging any kind of mana that you gain. So there's some interesting choices in that deck that probably worked out for Daimeng in testing, but unfortunately did not curve out perfectly in this situation. So, you know, with that, we're going to take a quick look into Nyria's life. We had a chance to sit down and chat with him for a couple of seconds as we get ready for game number 2.
I have a hobby. I'm watching football, and I love it. And my favorite football club is Valencia. I try to follow it as much as I can. And before I started playing Hearthstone, I was full in it. To be full in football, you watch all games, all the championships you like. I watched English Premier League, I watched Spanish, I watched German, and of course Ukrainian.
I don't know why, but I was really hoping that he'd be talking about American football as well.
When he said that, he's like, I'm really big into football. I'm like, yeah, I'm a Bears fan too.
I was like,
and then he's like, Valencia. I kind of, what?
Yes.
What's a Valencia?
It's like, is that a new franchise that I never heard of?
Right.
Well, Nyria, of course, is very athletic. He used to be in the military back in the day, I think, as well. And he told me that he used to be super ripped, but because he started, you know, taking a step back, he actually lost a lot of, you know, some of those gains.
It's called Body by Hearthstone. A lot of us are
Body by Hearthstone.
Oh, wow.
It's you know, you're clicking.
That's
finger
right.
gets really, really ripped, like super muscular.
Finger
but the rest of you
yeah,
kind of suffers a little bit.
Yeah, you gotta get that some of that massage lotion.
Yeah.
It's like Essence by Robert Wing.
Ooh.
Only sold at Body by Hearthstone.
You haven't patented that, right? I can still do that. Thanks, Dan.
All right, we're gonna go with Druid versus. Oh, it's a Secrets Paladin again. Okay, so Daimeng is also bringing Secrets Paladin.
Right.
It's a Secrets Paladin with a couple of interesting twists, though.
Yeah. Right. The Blood Knight. So when you run the Blood Knight, obviously there's synergy to be had in the deck already. But maybe it's something where you're considering you're going to run into a lot of Secret Paladins, which going into this tournament I mentioned yesterday, a lot of players have been very high on Secret Paladin as being one of the most powerful decks in the meta right now. So again, it's one of those meta reads. Amaz, I think, again, you actually brought in your Mech Mage, I saw Blood Knights.
Exactly.
Was that a reaction because you thought you'd see more Secret Paladins?
Yeah, exactly, because when you can proc it off your own creatures, that's only okay. Right. But when you can do it on both sides of the field, it definitely, you know, surges in value by quite a bit.
Huge swing.
Yeah.
This is a really interesting variant of Secrets Paladin from Diamond. He's got Equality as well, which is normally board-centric. And then he's got Annoyatrons, which I anticipate he might have replaced Haunted Creeper with. And then the question becomes, what kind of secrets is he running? Is he running a lot of the one-ofs, or is he running like 8 secrets or even more with the Mysterious Challengers?
Yeah, typically you do want to run 2 of every secrets, except for the so-called weaker ones, like Repentance, like maybe Redemption, for example.
But you want 2 for Eye for an Eye, because those are the best.
Oh.
Right,
Is
right,
that
Amaz? Is that what you're saying?
Robert?
Is that what you're saying?
I mean, I love Eye for an Eye. You know, it's a great secret. Would run it every deck.
A good answer.
If I could.
Very nice.
Thanks.
Maybe just had a philosophy for how I live my life. So.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I have occasionally, like, I think twice since in the entirety of the existence of Secret Paladin, I run into Eye for an Eye, and it's not really, you just kind of forget it exists. You don't play around it.
Okay.
So like, you swing and you just suddenly take 4 damage back, and you're like, well, I didn't really do much, but it hurts. I did take 4 damage.
That's true.
Sure.
Yeah.
But with a format where you can't change your decks, maybe it's not as good.
No, maybe you would not bring Eye for an Eye in the Hearthstone World Championship. I like the fact that we're seeing these Secret Paladins have different builds, especially based on the region, because it's a deck where there's a lot of room to improvise.
Yeah.
You talked about Annoyatron versus Haunted Creeper. Like, I think that's a really good consideration to actually think over.
It's true, and oh no! Oh my God! Oh, because if he innervated that Ancient of War, he would have gotten
really
devastated.
Bad. Yeah.
I was like, no.
Really, where you were like, no, don't do it, no.
Because that's a 1 mana 9 damage secret. Like, it did 9 damage to Ancient of War if that was the case. Instead, it's still a really good impact, but I mean, Nyria is still kind of weirded out by it. And this is also a scenario where Blood Knight would also be very surprising, but then you have Big Game Hunter for it, so it's like all these interesting tech choices like Ancient of War, like Blood Knight would have gotten answered immediately.
Yeah, Blood Knight is definitely not the best card against Druid, I guess. The most you can make is a 6/6, where, because they have Keep of the Grove as well, right? Lots of answers for it.
This is one of those things that's so interesting about having, all these different players from all these different regions on the main stage, because you get to see what's, valued differently per region. And we see the Annoyatron, to me, feels like it's a reaction to something like Face Hunter. Right? Deals very well with something like that.
It might be because he is playing Blood Knight as well, so his
it fits
2-drop charge
really well.
Yeah, is that. Diamond's gonna use a very aggressive equality here just to continue pushing damage.
Yeah,
we already saw a swipe too, so maybe you figure like, hey, this is probably pretty reasonable.
Right.
Plus, it's really hard to deal with Dr. Minibot on the board.
Dr. Minibot, yeah.
Summon
to Annoyatrons.
The question is, does it do the little laugh? Like, do you hear like a like the robot version of it? I can't do it, but yeah, no, that would it's actually a really scary looking board.
If that was a 2 mana minion, which is probably coming in the next expansion, by the way.
Oh.
The Minibot summons 2 Annoyatrons. Blood Knight would have insane value, but
so if Tusker. If Tusker Totemic is Doctor 3, is this Doctor 2?
Oh.
Close. I mean, he hasn't finished his degree quite yet.
Sure.
But
like, he's in community college.
That would be a really good TV show. Community college based on all that stuff.
I'd watch it.
Nyria is really afraid of Avenge. He's gotten information that it's not Competitive Spirit, that it's not Repentance number 2, even though it's unlikely there's still a chance. He didn't get to test Noble Sacrifice either. But he's just not going to take the chance that the Avenge hits the Divine Shield, and then all of a sudden this becomes a 5/3 minion. Really difficult to deal with.
Not only that, I mean, making a Annoyatron a 4/3, it's like big enough already to make it sure that it's more threat on the board.
That's right.
Okay, let's see where that lands.
Dude, Divine Shield Secrets Paladin. That just sounds so... That's very frustrating to go up against repeatedly, because you just can't ever get clean trades. Ever.
Nyria's hand, I mean, he gets the Wrath now, so he can obviously cycle, draw a card, get rid of something, although he may just want to take out the Knife Juggler. But yeah, the rest of his hand is a little bit awkward for this situation.
Yeah, you do need to gamble a bit, I think. You do need to, like, draw a card and hope for a swipe, maybe.
Yeah.
Right. Well, Wrath for 1.
I mean, he could start looking to use Force of Nature soon to try to clear up some of this board, but obviously that's never how you want to use it.
Oh, wow. No, that's not what he wanted at all.
Bad news, that Knife Juggler lifts. He is buff.
Although I wonder if maybe the Divine Shield would have been slightly worse, because it's like, then the Knife Juggler is protected, he still has the stats, and he actually gets to double dip in damage for trades. So that could have been the second best option.
Wow. What a good top deck.
Yeah, Mysterious Challenger going to pull a couple secrets here at least.
Oh,
So
Okay,
4, and he's seen Repentance, so it's the full color palette here for Daimeng of Secrets.
This is a great position to be in, actually. I'm not really sure what else he could ask for. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's got the Divine Shield taunt protecting a couple things. And,
You know, if that Noya-chan wasn't there, that'd be lethal for Nyria, which is really interesting to think about.
even with the okay.
No, this is interesting because Nyria could clear the board if the Avenge bounces correctly to the Mysterious Challenger.
Yeah.
Or actually even to the Knife Juggler, it's completely fine. Because you can, you know, BGH both, but you do want the Shredder to trade into the Knife Juggler instead. Well, let's see if he gets lucky here.
Also, what if it lands
The
on the
redemption, I
Noya-chan?
was going to say. Let's see what the redemption did.
Let's not...
No, that's a really good outcome.
That's the best situation, yeah.
It's like disarming a bomb when you're taking this apart. You're like, which wire do I cut? It's like the yellow wire.
Man. That's also another scary moment where it might even kill
The tree. But it was
Yeah.
green, so
Yeah.
it kind of spoiled.
Ooh, that's a really good thing to get off the Shredder, too.
But what a turnaround.
What a swing!
Oh, but...
Wait, huh? Second Repentance. We were talking about it. It's not likely, but
Not very likely.
end up being the case here.
Do you maybe just put the... Okay.
Well, Consecrate is a good card, too.
Consecration allows him to clear and play Blessing of Kings.
Yeah, and I think that's probably what you... I mean, you're so close to the finish line. You just got to keep racing down.
I mean, and it's quite the race.
Yeah.
Considering that he's got Loatheb on the other end, and that's going to make it really difficult to deal with. Unless Nyria has a second Ancient of War.
I like this from Daimeng, too, because he realizes he's 1 HP above us, like, taking a combo to death. Like,
Right.
He's at 15. He's fine. He can just go face.
It's got to be Swipe.
No.
And even though Nyria had some good moments to potentially swing, Daimeng closes it out. A really back and forth game right there.
Right, with some really interesting cards in Daimeng's Secret Paladin deck. We saw a Noyatron's, a Blood Knight, there was an Equality, which I'm not sure... The list obviously changes day to day, but I don't feel like Equality is like a standard inclusion.
Definitely
in Secret
not.
Paladin most of the time, so...
I got a psychopath. Oh, I'm on that.
Powerful.
That was really good.
He has Equality and 2 Repentances. So...
And he's going...
He wants to kill a lot of these big health
So
minions and control the state of the board. And I think he's leveraging the Divine Shields to not have it as big of an impact. Because when you have...
Oh, so you know the quote follow-up times like a badillion with this veterinarian thing, right?
On board versus, you know, normally if you just, you know, Equality and then all of your minions
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
So we're doing another one. So Joan's like on my ass like yesterday when I'm like, I have to leave at 2:30. I don't fucking care whether you want them out today or when. I'm not doing them today because I gotta go. And she's like, oh, well, I'll work on some of them. So like, she leaves this morning and she like says like, well, make sure you send them out from EST first to, you know, CT and whatever. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever.
Not today.
And so I'm looking at like what she had done in the box, and I'm looking at the drafts that she had, and there are 69 blank drafts.
In the meantime, we're
She's like, just put the names on them, and I'm like, and so she gets back just now, and I'm like, I hadn't started because I was busy with other stuff, and she's like, oh, I said, but what did you want me to do? Like, they're just blank. She's like, oh, I just put them up there to be filled. And I'm like, what? You made 69 blank drafts in the quote box with your template. Does that make any sense?
Well, you definitely want a driver's license before you drive a car. That's definitely the priority. In terms of sequencing, we always talk about that.
I know. Like, I was super confused. I'm like, what? Is this like some magical? Do I need to have like some kind of magical goggles to see what the fucking names and stuff? She's like, now can't do anything.
Nice manners, Daimeng.
After that, he'll buy you a car, Robert.
I have a car, but I would always welcome the second one. You can never have too many cars. Unless you don't have a big enough driveway.
Absolutely. Well, game number 3, Daimeng looked like he hovered over Shaman, and he wanted to bring it back. Shaman versus Nyria's potential Druid or Mage, and that's why winning that game was also critical, because if there's one deck that I feel like Mech Shaman is still very good against, it's the Druid class, because you're able to outpace it early on. They're spending early game to ramp, and as such, they won't answer things like the Zap-O-Matic as likely.
Yeah, exactly what Daimeng wants here. And it seems like, once again, Druid is kind of like the weakest link, yet everybody still brings it because it's so consistent.
It is and it isn't, because in some ways Druid has gotten slightly better because, like, Freeze Mage is also coming back in some capacity. So Druid does have some good matchups. Before, Druid was decent against the Patron and good against Handlock.
Right. But if you see Daimeng's lineup, it actually seems like he's targeting Druid very specifically with Paladin, with Mech Shaman, and with his Hunter. So Nyria might just get his Druid locked out and never win a game with it.
Yeah, it's a very heady read by Daimeng as far as what he expects to see. So.
One card that's helped, though, is that Darnassus Aspirant, being able to effectively put a minion while wild growthing and trying to ramp. Might give him an opportunity to play the Shade and then use that as an opportunity to stabilize the board.
Yeah, I would argue Darnassus Aspirant might just be like the MVP card of really, like, since it's come out, the competitive Hearthstone scene. It's just because it's made Druid so much more consistent, people are like, well, let's bring Druid every time because it doesn't necessarily have any terrible matchups. And obviously, it allows for consistent mana ramping.
Yeah, it's so big, the fact that he can play the Shade. You can maybe wonder why Daimeng went for Totem Golem, but it's because he's going to have 2 mana this turn anyways. And Zap-O-Matic demands a response immediately.
And he has a trade out there. I mean, you don't want to be trading as a Mech Shaman, but Darnassus Aspirant is just causing him too many headaches already.
Exactly.
Letting the Druid have mana is really bad.
It's like the high min rule, and there's also the whirling Zap-O-Matic rule.
Right, and this actually panned out pretty well for him. I mean, the Zap-O-Matic, as Brennan said, has to be dealt with. So you have board again, you can play down a Shredder on the next turn. You're kind of back in the driver's seat and can start applying the pressure. He knows Nyria has the Ancient of War, so that's probably something he's going to be thinking of. I need to get in as much damage with minions beforehand, so I wouldn't expect to see the Crackle or the Lava Burst next turn. Probably more for like minions, the Annoy trying to be a totem.
If he draws another Lava Burst, he might just start Lava Bursting in the next couple of turns. If it's like you draw all burn, there's only one thing to do.
The Owl's going to be pretty good here. It's just going to silence its taunt.
Ooh, second silence though. Second Keeper of the Grove is a pretty important draw, I feel.
Seems like it's just going to be a good draw here.
But yeah, I mean, but that Keeper of the Grove is going to be an important tool, I think, in like the next 2 turns here.
You could also swipe and clear up most of the things, but, you know, the taunt should be able to stop the aggression.
But, or so you think.
Right.
Until the natural predator of the taunt comes out.
But now you naturally think that, okay, maybe the Ancient of War is going to save me.
Yeah.
But maybe that's too late then. Who knows?
I think it's going to be plenty of time, though. As long as Nyria can stabilize now, his swipe is pretty huge.
A little bit under the radar here, but in the process of clearing things, maybe Nyria doesn't feel that getting rid of the Wrath of Air totem is super important because of everything else he has to deal with. And that could actually come up really big with the Lava Burst and Crackle in hand.
Right, it gains 1 attack for every spell played, right?
Yep.
Well, another perspective is either he clears a minion that has 2 damage, or he gets 2 extra damage from the spell power, which he has to have.
Yeah, so Soul Survivor, the spell damage totem.
Pretty bad either way.
And even if everything rolled max, it's not lethal yet.
Not yet.
But it could be.
Oh, yeah.
But it could be.
I guess you go for it, right?
Yeah.
You start with the Crackle.
Oh, you go for it.
Let's go.
Oh, man.
Pack it up, Daimeng. We're ready to go.
I like that he puts on the Flame Tome. He's like, this is what's going to happen, but also I have to really talk to Crackle, see what page Crackle's
Well, he goes to the Lava Burst first.
Because he knows he's going to do it. Because
he's going to set a precedent. He has to roll 6.
6 or
Just
higher.
roll the 6.
And...
Oh! Nyria's face.
Wow.
Just...
For exact mana, exact lethal, Nyria is devastated. The Shaman steals a win.
Again, we mentioned sequencing earlier, but Daimeng knew. So it's just like, yeah,
exactly.
no problem. Flame Tongue, Lava Burst, Crackle, get in there.
He set a precedent. It's like, well, Lava Burst got him for 6, Crackle. What are you going to do?
Look at what he did.
Crackle's like, well, I guess I just hit 6 too.
Yeah, that's so if you are out there and you're playing Mech Shaman, that's the sequencing you do that in.
He's cracked the code, and he's 1 game away from being the first player from China to be able to grab a win in the beginning of the group stages. Remember, whoever wins here goes to the winner's match, where you have to win and advance to the top 8. The loser here will play later today for their life. They will win and continue to stay in the tournament. So Nyria doesn't want to drop this other game here against Hunter. Druid versus Hunter, Mage versus Hunter, he's got to be able to turn it around.
And I guess we're going to see the next game here.
Yeah, so Mage versus the Hunter, either of them could be drawn out here, and I think the Druid gives less information, so it makes sense. Nyria having Mage gives this dynamic, like, well, is it Freeze Mage? Is it Tempo Mage?
I like this too. Daimeng, that Worgen Infiltrator means it's time to go face. This is my favorite deck in Hearthstone. Good old Face Hunter.
Yeah.
And actually Face Hunter has a very strong matchup, I feel, against mid-range Druid most of the time. Although, looking at Nyria's hand.
It's a very
that's
greedy
really
play.
greedy, because you're only pushing 2 more damage with this play, right? It's a
Are
5-2.
you though?
Yeah.
Because you also have Leper Gnome and Morgan Infiltrator, which is 4 power on the board.
Yeah, but this is technically 5 power, right? Because you play 2 minions.
Yeah.
So just for that extra damage, you risk losing to Innervate Keeper, and now, you know, Diamond is really, really behind.
Yeah, so my counter argument is actually only 1 damage difference because you get 4 power.
Oh, yeah,
on
it's
board.
1 damage. Yeah,
Right.
it's 1 damage.
So it's like it's not even that much like maybe the 1 damage does matter, but it can be considered very marginal with how you're trying to play this matchup.
It's a big risk, big reward play, I would say.
Oops. Okay.
I think it's a reasonable size price.
1 damage. It depends on how you value 1 damage.
A lot of times against the Druid, it's that close though.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
I do agree. It was a little bit of a greedier play. I'll say that. And unfortunately, yeah, Daimang runs into Keeper of the Grove, which is just not something you really ever want to see as a face hunter. But thanks, Innervate.
Yeah, the other part is you have to understand what your opponent's going to be able to do in response. Is he going to play cards like Darnash's Aspirin? Is he going to be able to Innervate Keeper? And Nyria is going to ram immediately, so that way he has more options. Not going to attack because he knows Explosive Trap is a high possibility. Doesn't want to lose his minions for free.
Right. But now Diamond gets to equip the bow, and it's going to probably get an extra durability off the trap.
I mean, he doesn't have to activate the trap just yet, though. He can play the board control game for a while, let that shade grow, and force his opponent to do something.
Well, here's...
Wow!
Okay, it is nice.
Yeah, you know what? You can float a mana. It's fine. You'll just put down a giant 5/10 taunt. Luckily, Daimang has Arambic Owl.
Diamond likes his Arambic Owls.
Yeah,
They're doing a lot of work for him.
Pretty big. He's even got South Sea Deckhand. This is reminiscent of how Stan Sifka also plays his Hunter, where he just plays even more 1-drops than you think. Leper Gnomes, Morgan Infiltrators, Abusive Sergeants, and South Sea Deckhand, so he can get charge damage in.
Yeah, it does make quick shot a lot better when you have an empty hand all the time.
Alright, so we have recalibrated, boys. Now we want to survive until turn 9, and we can almost guaranteed kill our opponent from 30. So Nyria is going to be looking at ways to survive, which looks like he just wants to trade on board and install until turn 9.
You could even go so far as to, I mean, obviously you'd be throwing away your win. Force of Nature is there in an emergency to clear board, so yeah, I think trade, maybe even just play down the big game Hunter. Trade more things.
Well, the thing is, Force of Nature pushes 10 damage right now if you use all the trees to clear the 2/1s. And then, you know, hit 10 to the face. You might be winning the race faster that way, as opposed to keeping the combo. Since if you keep the combo and there's an explosive trap, you actually have to, you know, hit with 1 minute and you lose 2 damage once you cast Savage Roar. Wow, Nyria's actually choosing not to attack at all.
Really interesting.
So
I thought he was going
to
to push the 10 damage
Right,
like
me
you're
too.
mentioning.
It's time for quick shot value.
However, I think he's also calculating how much damage comes the other direction. And he's saying, I just want to minimize losing life as much as possible.
I mean, he'd be at 9 right now.
That might be his window of opportunity just now, because now he can do it again.
Right. And hero powering for Druid from this point on is a pretty big deal too, because you're going to be cutting down the clock of the Hunter hero power.
Right.
This is where Quick Shot, on the other hand, is also a huge opportunity for Dying Meng to draw into the lethal. He just has to pick up another charger.
Leroy, just get Leroy.
Yeah, Arcane Golem. This is a scenario, I think, where you'd actually kind of want Wolf Rider.
Oh, no, that's not quite it.
And you know that quick shot's going.
Any charger.
Oh, Wolf Rider!
No, but then there's not enough mana to click the hero power. Oh, man.
Yeah,
he
with
has
a
to
Savage
trade
Roar,
that
He
or
has to trade or he dies, exactly.
Ooh.
Even if the knife juggle goes to the face.
Do you feel the pressure? You're not supposed to trade. You can't trade.
Right.
You gotta go face.
Well, here's the thing. Like, there's 12 damage on board, and if he has any source of 4 damage, Druid the Claw, swipe, he dies.
I mean, obviously he has to trade. Just it feels really weird when you're playing this deck.
Well, to us, because we know, right?
Well,
you
in
could
general,
also make it gamble.
When you're playing Face Hunter, you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
It's bad times.
Definitely very tricky here.
Yeah. I think Daimeng, I mean, he's going to weigh this opportunity. I really love how Nyria has basically played really patient. It's very easy to look at, you know, their situation and respond like rash. But
So it's going to be game.
in the end, he's going to take the game here just with the Savage Roar and tie the series up 2 games apiece.
Oh wow, he would have lethal.
Exactly.
Anyway,
So like Daimeng realizes like, look, if I trade it, this is kind of what's going to happen.
Oh, a little bit of BM there.
I like it.
Nyria's expression this whole series has been pretty like, oh, you're running those cards. I did not see that coming. So this is a little bit, you know, let him get back into the series, show a little bit of flair.
Sure thing.
I like it. I like it.
So game 4 in the books. Nyria strikes back after going down early with 2 wins apiece. Now we go into the last game, Hunter versus the Mage, and if it is Freeze Mage, which is a deck that Nyria has professed his love to, both privately and publicly. That's right, he declared his engagement. They're getting married next year. Nyria and Freeze Mage is something that has been very fierce.
Yeah, and this is going to be an awesome game 5 if it is Freeze Mage, because it's just 2 decks that represent the complete opposite ends of the spectrum. Right. So the very aggressive deck versus the very control-oriented deck. It's always fun to watch. I'm of the mind it really does depend how the Hunter curves out in the beginning. You have to really just kind of go really quickly on that Freeze Mage, or else you run out of gas. The Mage just plays a double heal bot or something. Alex draws us back up to 15 health, but you just kind of lose right there. So, what are you guys' experiences with this?
I think it also is dependent on what Hunter ends up drawing. If it is Freeze Mage, which it looks like it is based off that ice block. So with Hunter, like you said, being able to curve out is really important, but... Oh, sorry, I meant Mage. Also, Mage drawing very well is really powerful as well, because sometimes you just draw secrets like purple, and then you're just stuck with no options.
And the Mad Scientist as well.
Mad Scientist is pretty important, because it's twofold. It's minions that fight, so that way you can gain some health and stop taking damage.
Wow, that's really good.
As well as drawing stuff. And he even has Ice Barrier in hand, which normally you look at as a Mad Scientist and think, I want it to draw the secret, but having Ice Barrier in hand is also pretty effective.
Do you consider, if you're Dimeng, just silencing this Mad Scientist on turn 2 if you don't draw?
Oh yeah, there's really nothing else to silence in this matchup, right?
You want to use your
for a
mana.
Doomsayer.
Yeah.
But at that point, you know, you just want to go face once again, so might as well deny the secret from Nyria.
Yeah, you gain some pretty big tempo. That second Scientist is also really big, because most likely there's only one silence in this deck. Love the kill on the Owl. It is a beast, and something you definitely want to consider is how Hunter synergizes off those beasts.
Misha's not a bad roll here for Dimeng.
It pushes 4 damage because it's going to survive, so it's kind of like a late huffer. A little bit late to the party.
A late huffer. It's a mature huffer.
A fashionably late
attacks
huffer.
next turn.
Fashionably late one, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Huffer dressed up as Misha for Halloween.
I mean, we're getting very close to Halloween, so something to consider. Dimeng's next turn, pretty solid here. Wolf Rider, Warden Infiltrator, just keep putting more stuff on the board.
I do like the attack first. He wants to find this other Ice Barrier so that, you know, he can cast the other one from his hand. But now that it's an Ice block, he probably just plays Ice Barrier anyways.
Yeah, right. It's the more mana efficient play, even though there's 6 power on board, so you net 2. Leopardome staying alive is something in the back of your mind as well. So effectively, you feel like you're canceling out your opponent's turn.
Sure.
And you want to stay mana efficient.
And there's a thing where Ice Barrier doesn't work anymore when you're past that certain health, when you're, you know, Hunter opponent just quick shots you, kill commands you, and just gets past it. So better to cast it earlier than later.
Yeah, it's important to emphasize that you need to attack into the secrets or your opponent's hero in order for that Ice Barrier to be activated, so Hunter can burn through it.
Kind of curious what Dimeng cut to put in the South Sea deckhand from the face Hunter list here.
Right. So normally you cut things at the top end, like you maybe have 1 Unleash the Hounds, maybe you run 1 Eagle Horn Bow because you're trying to go for just really aggressive curves.
Right.
We haven't seen a shred from Dimeng yet, so maybe it's just like 3 drop is his highest curve.
Right, he's got Wolf Rider, so I'd assume he's running that over Argent Horse Rider. That's usually the decision you make there.
More damage.
It's a lot of damage.
Oh,
Leon,
that's a good
one.
one.
Huge.
No, that's the worst one.
Oh, it's a late huffer again.
Fashionably late huffer is what you want to see right now.
Exactly.
And we're gonna
Blizzard like to report a bug.
yeah, go ahead and head over to the bug report forums for that one. Ooh, so Blizzard,
Blizzard huge here, shutting down not only killing the minions, but also denying kill command from getting immediate beast synergy.
Right.
So Arcane Golem is usually not something you feel great about playing unless you're killing the opponent, but against a Freeze Mage, it feels even worse.
It works out okay too because Nyria's on 8 mana, so even if he had Alexstrasza,
it wouldn't have worked.
Okay. Nyria has only 1 draw, and that's the second ice block.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, Arcane selects the card to do it though.
2 draws. Frost Nova's not it.
No. I think that's it.
That should be it, yeah.
Very fast game.
I mean, that's how it goes.
That's right. It's very close down to the wire, but Daimeng becomes the first Chinese player to advance the winners group match. And Nairia comes in here as potentially one of the players to go streak through it all, but already, like Life Coach, has fallen to the lower bracket match we will play later today. A sigh of relief for Chinese fans everywhere because they were really hoping to get a win. They were the only region without a player to grab a first day win here, so unfortunately.
At the end of the day, it's very cool decks from Daimeng. Nairia might not have expected such an aggressive lineup, and yeah, he's going to go through.
Yeah, that Mech Shaman being able to be snuck in there to grab a really powerful win against the Druid. I'm really excited to see if it can work out for Daimeng because we don't get to see many brave players. A lot of people feel like in times of pressure, they want to fall back to what they know. This guy takes the opposite with saying, I'm going to play something completely radical so that I can surprise my opponent, and if he doesn't know what I'm going to be doing, then I'm going to have the advantage. I love that kind of approach. I love being aggressive.
Yeah, an important point I think to consider too is a lot of times in these Hearthstone matches and tournaments, you kind of know what your opponents are going to run, and you know the lists, and having that information, like Hearthstone is just a big information war, so having that knowledge allows you to better plan to deal with your opponents. And we saw, Daimeng brought some interesting cards. We're seeing Pippingho also bring some interesting cards like Bell Reaver and Midrange Hunter. It's kind of allowing them to get the edge because the opponents aren't really sure what you do, like what to expect, and I think it's being used very well.
Right. And that impact will be reduced over time. Something to consider is that these players can't switch decks between matches. They have to stake through it all the way. Therefore, we know now that Daimeng's playing Mech Shaman. How is that going to interact with the rest of the group when they match up? Maybe even again. If Nairia and Daimeng play one more time, say in the runner-up match, Nairia would definitely be more prepared for sure. Because some of his decisions of how things ended up panning out was largely influenced based off of the information that he knows conventional Hearthstone.
Sure, definitely changes some mulligans, some plays here and there.
Right.
It's going to be helpful.
It's kind of just back and forth between element of surprise versus perceived raw power of decks, which is why a lot of players, like Purple and Nairia, tend to bring those decks that they just believe are the most powerful overall. No gimmick, no surprises, because as you said, the element of surprise wears off. So,
all right, and with that, we are going to a winner's interview. Rachel is waiting with Daimeng.
Thanks so much, guys. I am here with Daimeng and our translator, Monk, and I want to know right off the bat, we had a lot of questions about your Shaman deck, so can you just kind of talk us through your building process and the strategies you have in mind for it?
你的萨满的那张牌很有意思，你能不能多说两句？
我认为萨满是很强的一个职业，它强就强在很多人不去用这个职业，所以它会有很多的随机性，比如说它的图腾啊，四分之一会出现你想要的，然后我强化了之后，就是用比较适用我的个人的风格之后，我觉得很好用。
I think actually Shaman is a very strong class. Its strength is actually that a lot of people don't use it a lot. So I think it has a lot of utility in tournaments because you can bring a lot of surprises to the scene.
Yeah, we did see some surprises just within the Shaman deck. You included a Noyatron, you included an Ironbeak Owl. Can you talk to us about some of those decisions?
你有很多比较新的牌子，在你的 Shaman 这套牌里面，像那个12和那个21那个陆那个你能不能给我讲，这为什么加这张牌？
就是主要是强化前期嘛，可能我的萨满就比较偏向于打脸。我以前在3月份的时候尝试过，就是控场萨，就机械的控场萨和控场萨，然后图腾控场萨，还有机械打脸萨。然后后来选择了这样，就是那是我3月份的版本。然后最近它出了新的卡包之后，我又更新了自己的牌组，然后变得适应于现在的天地环境。
Used this kind of Shaman deck in March, and it actually worked really well for me back then. Also, I tried it back then. Even after the new cards were released, I still felt these cards were really strong, and also it's just for the surprise factor. And I also just want to hit face a lot, so that's why the Ironbeak Owl is there.
Face is the place. I want to know if you have a message for your fans, anything you want to say?
能不能给你的 fans 说点话？
我是一个特别信仰萨满的人，然后我一生致力于为萨满崛起而奋斗。然后最后我想，就是我英文不是很好，但是我想说一句 ，Don't be afraid, just to face.
Okay. I think you guys understood the last part, but basically he said he is a very specialized shaman player and he'll show you some good shaman games.
Excellent. And just a face, I think, was the last part there, if you guys missed it. But I'm going to hand it back to the casters, and we'll get more games for you guys.
I love that. You know, it's really awesome to see a Chinese player be proud of who he is, you know, just and try to embrace the Western community. A little bit of English there to top it off. Any thoughts on the series, the match, the interview?
It's really cool to see these players coming in and try to carve out an identity for themselves. Obviously, Hearthstone has a lot of really good players, but a lot of them don't necessarily try to go and make that established identity for themselves. And this is really the platform to do it. So we saw Pipping Ho, you know, talking about how he's the shaman god, and you know, obviously Daimeng's going to promise us more exciting shaman games. So I think it's really cool, and I think this will help them really kind of further themselves even after the Hearthstone World Championship.
He's your best friend. He said, "Don't be afraid, just go face."
There you go.
That's definitely what I do when I'm most afraid, but I guess I shouldn't be. Well, that wraps up our second series of the day. We have 6 more. That's right. We're only a quarter of the way through. When we come back, we're going to have more matches here. We also want to give a big shout out to our sponsors and encourage you guys to stay engaged in the conversation by hashtagging HWC 2015. Before we get into our next match, let's have a quick look at some of the highlights from our last few games brought to you by Windows 10 Game DVR.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
My name is Dylan Mullins, my gamer tag is Hotform, and my team is Root Gaming.
My real name is Vantran. I'm Nelio, I'm 24 years old, and I'm from Vietnam.
So I know my opponent is Nelio. I don't really know anything about him. I've interacted with him a lot because he does play on the North American ladder, and he's been on my friends list for probably 6 months now, where we just kind of chat. He's a really good player. I think that he has full potential to take me down if he gets a little lucky. But I'm going to do my best in the matches, and I think I can beat him.
I play against Hotform a couple of times on ladder. He's a nice player. Like, he only plays control decks most of the time, so he deserves my respect for that.
We just played some games against each other, and he was a really good opponent. As soon as someone adds me and then they prove themselves to be friendly, I'm happy to keep them around.
He's also a great streamer. He's a very cool guy. Like, he always responds to its viewers.
I play against a lot of people who I consider my friends. Once you're in the match, they're really just your opponent, and it kind of sucks after the fact. You know, it's a little bittersweet if you win, and I had some of this at the America's Championship already, where I beat people that I was really good friends with. You just have to do your best, and no opponent would ever want you to go easy on them or something just because you're their friend.
I'm not gonna go easy on him because I want to win this tournament, so I need to beat everyone. I'm actually not scared of anyone because if you want to win the whole tournament, you need to beat everyone. Like, you cannot be scared of anyone.
You can bet tonight I'm going to go home, study a lot, and figure out everything. But at the moment, he's just another opponent to me.
If I have to say something hurtful, I have to say, I'm sorry, but I have to beat you.
Hotform versus Nelio!
All right, so Hotform versus Nilo, our third match of the day, where we have yet another very interesting clash, not only of players and regions, but of classes. My name is Frodan, I'm joined by Crip and Kibler, or as we like to call it on studio, the Crippler.
Okay. I don't know.
Which sounds
I'm game.
like it sounds a little bit dangerous, like a villain.
It does,
in the Batman.
Yeah, definitely sounds like someone who Batman might be fighting. But,
this is the match that I was most excited to see. You know, Hotform's probably one of the closest friends out of the pro players that I have. I just go to dinner with him every now and then, just like to talk. And Nelio is the one who has the most impressive track record in the last 2 months. He's only dropped 1 game out of about almost 20.
That's right.
And it was actually against Kno, which actually just took some games at the tournament here. So He's really, really doing well. And I mean, saying that doesn't even describe it. Like when you go like, you know, 15 or 18-1, or however many games he's had in the last 2 months, that's incredible when it comes to Hearthstone.
It's true. A player that only rivals that kind of consistent recent times is Tice.
That's true.
From Europe, the European champion. So who do you think will win? We'll find out. Make sure to send in your thoughts on social media via Twitter by hashtagging AMWin. This is for Americas if you're rooting for Hot Form, who does represent Canada. Maple Syrup Blood.
Yeah.
We do have APAC, the Asia Pacific region.
Still undefeated.
Nelio from Vietnam. That's right.
They're 3-0, and this might seal the deal if Nelio takes it.
Yeah, not only is APAC undefeated overall in the tournament so far, the Asian regions as a whole are undefeated today. So far, we've seen both China and the APAC competitors have emerged victorious in their matches today.
For now, we'll see. Game number 1 is about to begin. Hot Form versus Nelio. Now, this is something that we mentioned very briefly, but there's a lot of different classes represented in this match specifically. 6 different classes for all of the players here. Very interesting that Hot Form also chose to bring Rogue.
Yeah. I was talking to him about it. You know, are you feeling confident about Rogue? And he said, well, it's hard to say, but Skaka won with it, which is a good point.
Yeah, well, so Hot Form
it can
said,
win games.
Hot Form said, I feel really good that, you know, someone else won with Rogue, so that way, you know, if I lose, I'm still justified in feeling it's good. The second thing is Hot Form really thought about the strategy. He got to share with me a little bit with, like, he thinks his opponent's going to lead with this deck, and so he's going to start off with Rogue and just go for a big surprise win based off elimination. He says Nelio probably won't start Warrior because he never starts Warrior in all of his matches. I'm going to take advantage of that and get that Rogue out of the way. And it's even better for me if I face against Hunter that's a mid-range. So I think Hot Form's going to be really comfortable when he finds out that Nelio does seem to be playing that mid-range style.
It's still a really tough game. Mid-range Hunter is one of those decks that gets, like, even when it has a fair or good match or a bad matchup, it's really not that bad.
The Argent Horse Rider draw from Nelio there definitely illustrates this is probably more of the hybrid style of Hunter with a little bit more aggression rather than just the late game style.
Sure. And because it's slightly more aggressive, that might give Rogue a more problematic time. You know, Argent Horse Rider, for example, much more complicated to do it than the substitute that you often have, which is the Wolf Rider.
And one of the big difficulties that Rogue can have in this matchup is the fact that its hero power is making that weapon, which uses its life as a resource in order to deal with the opponent's minions. And the Hunter with the hero power and weapons like Eagle Horn Bow, charge minions like Argent Horse Rider can put a lot of pressure on that resource.
Wow, well, Hot Form looks like he might have a dead turn here. The only way he can really do anything is either backstab Eviscerate or prep Eviscerate, and it just seems like such a waste where next turn you'd want to play Violet Teacher and prep Eviscerate, maybe even backstab then.
Yeah, interestingly, Hot Form probably would have been much happier if that had been a Huff that had come out of the Animal Companion.
That's right.
The Misha with its 4 health is much more difficult for him to deal with.
And Leok would have just done less face damage to him. So it's really
the best result for Nelio.
This is the absolute best result in this situation.
Well, it depends on who you are. If you're Nelio, you're just the best. If Hot Form, it's certainly the worst. And he is going to take his time, although I think there is merit to saying, like, you know, even though we know and Hot Form most likely knows there's not real much of a play, you can kind of make it look like it's a tougher decision to put some psychology, mind games in your
So Hot Form does choose to just pass, and I like that. I think his best play is to next turn play the Violet Teacher with preparation and Eviscerate.
Well, Hot Form's going to have an insane turn
this
here.
This turn is now great. He has Violet Teacher, prep, Eviscerate, backstab, kill all your stuff, make 3 guys.
Yeah, I mean, and there's no Unleash the Hounds to punish this.
Right. Not only that, but even if his opponent did have Unleash the Hounds, he saw Coin being utilized. Therefore, even if he had Unleash the Hounds, he can't pair it with Knife Juggler and make a really devastating comeback. He also got some good information. He sees Argent Horse Rider, so he already immediately understands what kind of deck this is.
Oh, man.
And now Nelio's the one who doesn't have much of a turn, but having a turn where you don't do much of anything when your opponent has 6 power and minions on the board is a lot scarier.
Right. I mean, the weapon is usually an excellent development of excellent use of mana, but it deals with nothing. And are you really going to commit to a face game against the Rogue in this situation?
With this type of hand as well, which is naturally going to be curving, and it doesn't look like you can kill Violet Teacher very efficiently. So if you play minions like the High Main, you're asking to get punished later on by Sap or other cards like that.
All right, well, the web spinner here kind of dictates that he's just going to play Lotheb next turn no matter what, as there's some reason to not play the web spinner. If you want to save Lotheb for a more key point in the game, you'd save web spinner to play alongside the Houndmaster on 5 men.
It's true. I do think that Lotheb, though, is basically his ticket to try to get another one of those turn 3s, right? Like, maybe his hand is just like all spells and he can't play anything.
But we know that Hotform has some good action here. He does play the Azure Drake and is able to trade in there. It looks like he's preserving his weapon and a little bit of face damage. Oh!
It's a hungry crab.
But it is a 1-mana minion, which does give Houndmaster easy slots.
That's true. It is also a beast. So it's a cheap beast that can work with either the Houndmaster or potentially a kill command later on.
Yeah, 3/4 is quite fair against this board.
I still think that Lotheb might be the better option, just because you don't want to fall too far behind where Rogue can have sticky minions and he's doing damage to you, threatening to oil, right? So that's the biggest problem.
That Eviscerate draw and the fact that you can have a good turn again this turn with the Shredder and weapon,
right?
I think it might just be a time to go face here.
Yeah, I agree with you here. Getting a lot of damage in. Hotform's at 22 as well. He's definitely in a very safe spot life-wise. Looks like he does choose to get 1 point of damage on that. That does open the Lotheb up to either dying if it attacks into one of Hotform's minions, or possibly dying to Eviscerate next turn if he doesn't trade. It also means that Neilio will get fewer minions off of Unleash the Hounds if he were to play it.
I think Unleash the Hounds would have already been played already, which is why that kind of seems unusual to me. I guess he just doesn't want to commit to Fan and Knives or Blade 3 next turn.
Yeah, so another way that it can backfire is if Lotheb ends up surviving as a 5/1 by trading into these 4 attack minions, and then you play Houndmaster or something to defend it, and then it picks up a really good trade again. But what it is interesting is that Hotform looks like he's just trying to set up for lethal as best as he can and position himself to be in a position to do that. So I really like that play. Now Neilio has to weigh in, like, is it time for me to swing for the fences? You know, go for, you know, a Pilot Shredder kill, or can I still really win this game if I trade and play it slow?
He does decide to take out the Azure Drake, which in this matchup is actually kind of scary in general, not only because it's a larger minion, but also it does buff on Rogue's spell damage, which, as we see in Hotform's hand, is made up of both Eviscerate and Phantom Knives and the Full Flurry. So a lot of possible scary things that come out of that.
Oh, is that it?
Ooh, that may actually just end the game right here.
That.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah,
That's
actually able to Flame Flurry. Go to the face, and Hotform is going to be taking game 1 with his Rogue deck.
And that's a really big game. I mean, we talked about how, I think Rogue has a okay matchup here. It's just, we compared it to against Warrior, right? So that disaster scenario didn't happen. But the fact that the Rogue got a win rather than lost is a really big deal, because it's one of those classes that, you know, maybe it's not at the bottom, but it's certainly not at the top.
Well, everything went exactly according to plan for Hotform. He was really hoping for either that mid-range hunter or the paladin to come out. And that's why he snuck that rogue in, because he feels like, you know, classes like Druid, for example, which is decent against everything, maybe even good, he has always a chance to fall back to it. But Rogue, the longer the series goes, it might be cornered by the Warrior.
Yeah, we were having a discussion about this overall pick theory with Hotform last night. He was saying that he really just wanted to ensure that he was able to get his Rogue against one of the decks that was not Warrior, because he felt his Rogue pretty much can't beat a control Warrior deck, which is what he expected Neilio to bring.
Yeah. I'm kind of curious. I think we should play the Paladin guessing game. We have Mysterious Challenger versus, let's just call it the Murloc Knight Paladin, right?
It's none of your business, man.
Okay.
Well played. Well played. Well, we'll find out right after this. We had an opportunity to sit down with Hotform and chat with his friendliness with players. He talks to us a lot. He also talks to some of his peers. Check it out.
The friendliness of the other players, I think, would be the most surprising part. The other players, although we're opponents, it feels really like comrades. When you're out there, you know, you're just hanging out, waiting for things to happen, you're discussing strategies, and you're a little guarded about your own tech choices and those kinds of things, but when you're just there hanging out, it feels really like you're with a bunch of friends. So I think that was surprising to me. I thought some people would be more tense about it, but it's a really great feeling the way it worked out.
Positivity is the name of the game for Hotform, as he is getting ready to go into game number 2 with a 1-0 lead. So you're feeling the Paladin here from Nelio. And does it really make a difference either way against either of these classes?
I know that Hotform was saying that he feels like his mage deck has a good shot against either Paladin or against Warrior, but it's disadvantage against Hunter. So it's in this position, he best get wins with both of his decks. Nelio doesn't, I don't think, have a particular deck that seems stronger against the overall lineup. So I don't see a particular leaning either way.
Yeah, I mean, overall, we just look at those classes. They're all different. They all look like just very tough matchups. It doesn't seem too one-sided, except for perhaps the Rogue and the Warrior, which we've conveniently avoided.
All right, well, we're going to go with the Druid versus the Paladin. And we do have cards like Haunted Creeper and Coghammer, which kind of
like it might indeed be the Mysterious Challenger.
Those are cards you can see in really any version of Paladin, I think.
I think the Haunted Creeper is closer to the more aggressive
That's
side.
true. Creeper is typically seen more in the aggressive decks than the control decks, though I think that Creeper is actually a reasonable answer to just other aggressive decks from a control Paladin deck.
Yes.
There aren't all that many great options in the 2-mana slot for a Paladin deck in general.
Did Nelio actually keep Consecration?
No, he had the Coghammer and the Haunted Creeper and the Mini-Bot.
And now he apparently only gets 2 cards.
Oh. So that's how good Consecration is, right?
That the Paladin is such a strong class that rather than starting with 3 cards, they start with 2 cards.
Well, maybe it's just the traditional mulligan rules, where if you throw back some cards, you start with 1 less.
And then he's going to mulligan again.
And then you start with 1 card.
Just going to have this Mini-Bot.
He's the lone survivor.
It could go all the way.
I mean, Mini-Bots, what does it not trade up with according to its mana range? It's pretty much everything.
Oh, it's pretty great.
I think Flame Juggler is the only enemy.
Well, I guess so.
We have found a secret. So I believe the...
oh, this could just be like Sunwalker Tyrion Paladin.
Right.
It could be.
From 2 years ago.
It could be. That's true.
With Scarlet Crusaders and whatnot.
Yeah.
Gosh. Well, we did see one player running Blood Knight. That was a really interesting thing back in the day. This is one of the biggest problems for Secrets Paladin. The Darnassus Aspirant will go unchecked. And that's going to allow Hotform some really big opportunities.
Yeah. Though Nelio does have the muster for battle, so he can contest it. The problem is that I believe Secret, his Secret
double
is
redemption. That's
pretty unusual. But his Secret is redemption, so he's actually it's a little bit awkward if he does end up getting, say, his opponent hero powering his face or swiping his face. But Hotform does choose to use the swipe on the Mini-Bot, fearing perhaps Avenge, which is one of the really big threats if he did play that early. So
yes, it's a very common setup if you have Muster for Battle to play Avenge in the very beginning stages of the game. And now Avenge will be the case. And the second redemption, like you said, is slightly unusual, but it's starting to come back again because, the idea that redemption keeps something sticky on the board. So if you have Blessing of Kings in your deck, you have an opportunity to play more board-centric approaches. Again, the whole point is that you have board for this kind of.
Well, Hotform is still playing some minions that are somewhat difficult to deal with, and Nelio just keeps drawing cards that are more and more awkward. I mean, even though he has the Mysterious Challenger for next turn,
he's actually used so many of his secrets.
Yeah, he's drawn both Redemptions and both Avenges, right?
Right.
So it's just not going to pull either of those. He's pulling 3 secrets only, and that's almost fair.
Ooh, Nelio is not happy here. That Armor Smith is one of the very few 4 health minions for 2 mana that he wouldn't be able to actually trade into with his board.
You're such a troll, Crib. The thing about, like you said, that Mysterious Challenger only drawing these secrets is that the effect is compounded. Like, it's supposed to thin your deck, so that way you get closer to your actual threats like Dr. Boom or, Blessing of Kings, Tyrion, etc. So instead you might draw some of these complicated secrets, and then your hand gets more fuller too. Like, you can't play Avenge number 2, so if he draws Divine Favors, 1 less card.
One of the interesting things here, so few decks
get Redemption again, by the way.
so few decks play 2 copies of Redemption that Hotform is not playing around it here. Hotform is more likely to play around, there potentially Noble Sacrifice.
Right.
Potentially he's afraid of a possible Repentance, so maybe he wants to play a Keeper of the Grove or Darnassus Aspirant this turn before he plays his Ancient of War next turn.
At the same time, they mentioned how they've played against each other so often. I feel like Mysterious Challenger deck is something that you would test thoroughly if you'd wanted to run 2 Redemptions. I think there's some thought at the back of Hotform's mind that there are actually 2 Redemptions in this deck, and I think it's something that he just realized based on how much he's hesitating after that attack.
There is a sequence where he can attack into this 1/1 and then it comes back to redemption. You can swipe the remainder or use keeper. Either way, it's going to be a relatively weak board setup for the Mysterious Challenger.
Did he get the swipe?
This is
It
gonna
looked like
be
he held back the keeper.
I must safeguard the
Okay.
That mini-bot's been through a lot. He's been killed, he's been silenced, he's been killed twice. Yeah.
Only 2 secrets left for Nelio. We've seen. Does he? So we haven't seen a competitive spirit from him yet. We have also not seen a noble sacrifice from him yet.
True.
We've seen 2 copies of Redemption. We also have not seen Repentance yet. So there's one of those secrets he doesn't have.
Feels like Repentance might be it. Like Redemption and Repentance are both secrets that often do absolutely nothing. So I feel like if you are looking for something to take out of the deck to put in another Redemption, Repentance just seems like a good call.
Yeah, that's possible. Though here, if Wafever does choose to play that Ancient, we'd really like to have a Repentance rather.
I think he would assume Repentance because he has 2 Redemptions, and if you play 2 Redemptions, it leans more towards having like 8 secrets as opposed to like 5 the bare minimum. So that way you can interact with your secrets with 2 challengers more often. So I would assume that's the case.
It's somewhat interesting, Hotform's last turn, where he did choose to play that Keeper ultimately, rather than play Swipe. And I think it's possible that he actually just ran out of time thinking about the possible secrets,
so
and was just like, okay, I have to play this to silence this. And he was afraid of the possible avenge here, or the Repentance as well.
He could have cleared if there was nothing there.
Oh, right. So now he knows that this is almost certainly either Competitive Spirit or Repentance. And Competitive Spirit it is. So Nelio, I mean, his Mysterious Challenger had some impact, but not the highest.
Yeah, he's really looking to try to draw some cards, but Wafever doesn't really have that big of a hand either, so a card like Divine Favor might not really see that much value.
And we are seeing the real issue with the Mysterious Challenger deck sometimes when you do just draw these secrets. Not only was Nelio's Mysterious Challenger that he drew later on less powerful because he'd already drawn some of these secrets, but now he's drawing some of those weak secrets after the fact, and when he really needs more high-impact cards.
However, I do feel like Nelio's still in a okay spot because the 2 secrets that he has, Noble Sacrifice and Avenge, have a pretty big like nuisance for Hotform because he still doesn't know if maybe Nelio was holding on to Repentance.
Though that Wrath is a really big draw. It is going to allow him to take off that Mysterious Challenger. That will trigger the Avenge, and then he can silence the Sludge Belcher.
Such value here.
It's amazing, and not to mention that he's going to be able to deal with all the threats on the board. Oh my goodness! He was not anticipating Noble Sacrifice. That's pretty significant.
Yeah, that actually he could have kept either attacked his hero first or attacked with the minion that would have survived first.
Yes.
There's a little bit of a misstep from Hotform there.
Well, the lone juggler is not going to do that much work here.
No, Hotform still has the Ancient of War left in his hand, and Nelio really needs to find something powerful like Tyrion or Dr. Who. Even
Tyrion would have been insane in that position.
Oh, well, both the keepers are gone.
Yeah.
And more importantly, I feel like because he's running such a weird assortment of secrets, there's a decent chance that not only is he running 1 Divine Favor, he might be running like double Divine Favor setup, which sets up so many bad draws.
Yeah, I mean, right now, Hotform only has a single card in his hand, so Divine Favor, which in many cases is a powerful late-game draw from the Paladin deck, which basically do nothing. Paladin Shredder, that's not big enough to contest that Druid.
Not bad, though.
It's okay.
It's a good start.
Hotform is 1 card away from potentially ending this game.
If he does find a Savage Roar
would do it. He's already played 1 though, so it's a 1-outer.
Well, he's got more draws for him to find it now with that Ancient of Lore pickup here. Oh, he
just
decided to heal.
Yeah, he really wants to deny the Divine Favor. I really get the feeling from some of the hesitation, some of the thoughts, some of the spontaneous plays that Hotform is making that he really knows exactly what Nelio is kept in and playing.
And
Taunt
that's
Keeper is not going to do it.
Oh, actually, he can get 1 taunt off of the Shredder.
Or a heal. I believe Vitality Totem is enough.
But that is his last chance. That's not going to do it, so Hotform is going to take game number 2. Very convincing win. That's not what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to lose the Mysterious Challenger. You're supposed to go 3-0, followed by
the Asia Pacific player is supposed to win.
Yeah. What is this game? He's breaking all the trends. And
our narratives.
Well, the one narrative that's consistent is Rogue is winning.
That is true. That is true. And now Hotform just to pick up a win with his Mage deck. And this is a deck that Hotform is very confident in. He played it at the Americas Championship and has a lot of experience with it.
Yeah, I did talk to him about it. I mentioned how, you know, not a lot of people are playing Tempo Mage, and, you know, what do you think about that? Why are you bringing it to the tournament? And he's like, well, I keep beating people with it, so it's just going to come back.
I mean, we saw Jab have a lot of success with it earlier today as well. It's a very strong deck, particularly in a field of decks like Paladin, like Warrior, where it's able to get ahead and stay ahead.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to take a quick break and toss over to a segment with Neilio talking about some of the stuff from his background. So when we come back, we're going to have game number 3 and see what Hotform can continue to do.
At first, my family didn't believe that my trip was paid by Blizzard. Like, they didn't believe that someone paid me to travel around the world to play Hearthstone. They believe that I would just lie to play more Hearthstone. Like, I just do whatever I want, and Hearthstone is what I want to do and what I'm doing here at BlizzCon. I want to win a big tournament. Like, I'm not interested in small tournament. I want to win big tournaments like BlizzCon.
Big Fish is all that matters. Win BlizzCon and you'll be remembered for pretty much the rest of Hearthstone history.
Well, it's worked for Firebat.
So far, that's right.
Yeah. I mean, he's got the right plan. It's just a plan that's not easy to execute.
Yeah, big tournaments are tough tournaments, and Hotform is no easy opponent as he's learning right now.
Certainly not with that Mage coming out. I believe that we did get information that Hotform is playing the Tempo Mage style, so it is definitely a tricky deck to navigate because some of that deck sometimes kills faster than Hunter. It's like you play out those mana worms very quickly, and then it's like, well, I win on turn 4 or 5 because I just fireballed. And these mana worms are 5/3s. It's like, great.
Nexus Champion Sarad.
One of my favorite cards from TGT.
That card is a lot of fun.
All right, well, there is going to be a control-style warrior from Neilio. Often what happens in this matchup is if the Mage doesn't get a very good opener, the warrior's out of reach for the entire rest of the game. So the most important part of this game is going to be just the opening 3 or 4 turns. If the Mage can get some cards that go uncontested and hit for a repetitive amount of damage, the Mage is just going to be in a dominating position for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I do like the choice from Neilio as well to bring Warrior. In the instance where it is Freeze Mage, he would be a heavy favorite.
There have been a lot of Freeze Mages.
Yeah, we have seen, I believe, 3 separate Freeze Mages in this tournament. This is
I've seen maybe 4 with Nerea's.
Nerea, we haven't seen.
Nerea Purple.
Oh, we did see
Nerea
Freeze.
Purple and Tice, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I believe those are the 3 Freeze Mages.
Okay.
We saw Jab earlier today playing Tempo style Mage as well.
Okay.
So Mage is actually a reasonably popular choice among the competitors here, and has been a very successful one.
Okay, well, Hotform has a pretty good hand, but it's mostly to deal with aggressive decks. It doesn't seem like a particularly good hand against the Control Warrior here, as the removal just won't do very much in a lot of cases.
Arcane Missiles is great against something like, say, Paladin, Muster for Battle, especially with something like Flamewaker, but it is not particularly good when your opponent has, say, an Acolyte of Pain in play.
Well, you do have the Flame Cannon for it, but you're absolutely right. Like, you don't want to give Warrior cards, because Warrior with cards can pick the proper removal for any situation, and especially with cards like Dash now kind of rotated in, it gives you the ability to piece together damage very effectively. Sometimes Warrior's in a really tough position of like, do I Shield Slam this 4 health minion versus save it for the bigger threats which inevitably will come.
Yeah, well, the Justicar is also an interesting one because we know, 1, it's in the deck, and 2, it's been drawn already. It's certainly going to be a game of the Warrior just holding off the damage and the aggression the first few turns. If you can stabilize with Justicar, there's almost no way you could lose.
Yeah, the Mage deck, though, is really looking to get the game to a spot where a card like Justicar is unlikely to matter. It wants to really start to close out the game before the Warrior gets to the point where it gets to keep hero powering. And frankly, spending 6 mana on a Justicar, which doesn't really impact the board, is usually, unless the Warrior is already winning, going to be a losing proposition.
Well, this gives Neilio 2 draws, and you know, Hotform already recognized that he's not going to be able to deny that unless he's willing to go off curve.
This also does get a secret out of Platform's deck.
Sure.
We saw he already picked up a mirror image, so it's possible that he's actually, or rather mirror entity.
Yep.
It's possible he's actually out of secret. Many of these decks only play 2 copies of mirror entity in total.
I think you might be right in the general case, but I mean, we see Nexus Champion and Flame Strike, which means he's probably expecting to draw through a heavy amount of his deck before he closes the game.
True.
So I think in that case, the 3rd secret is quite likely.
And it looks, Emilio's testing for it, and no, it's not there.
Wow.
So
unless, of course, oh no, it can't, because we know it is mirror entity. Right. I was thinking it may have been like an effigy. He has 2 effigies.
Sure.
No, that cannot be the case because he wasn't able to play it.
The other option, of course, is if Hotform is holding his secrets and he's not playing it. So he still is not out of the woods just yet. Ashbreak off the top is a great draw for Hotform, being able to keep up the momentum.
Actually, the Nexus Champion would have been uncontested there.
Oh,
it would have.
That Death Spite does take out the Azure Drake right away.
But I still think the Drake sets up better plays for the following turns because you can guarantee champion value the following turns in turn 7.
This game is going exactly how Neilio wants it. He's still at a relatively high health total in 21. He's able to break that mirror entity with an Armor Smith, which gives his opponent a relatively weak minion. And he's getting to the point where he is able to start developing those big minions in his hand.
It's not only just that he's been able to stabilize and not take too much damage, but he has 10 armor in his hand along with the Justicar, along with a brawl if things go really wrong. So he has all the tools he needs to continue the game from this point.
Hotform on a quest here. That was actually a pretty interesting pickup from that unstable portal with the questing adventurer.
Certainly.
Emilio can remove it immediately with that Death Spite he already has in play, however.
Yeah, assuming that he ends up targeting that.
You really have to be mindful that it is somewhat likely to be mirror entity. So I think the Shield Maiden or even perhaps the Justicar. The Justicar isn't great, but you can play it with an Execute. You'll take a lot of damage this turn, but you can stabilize a lot of armor next turn.
It looks like Nelia does not want to, in fact, break the mirror entity just yet. Oh,
another way
Shield
to
blocks
draw
into an Acolyte.
And you can attack the Acolyte, only give its opponent 1 card, and then execute. That was a great draw.
Yeah, that went very well for Nelia there, picking up the cheap minion that allows him to play around his opponent's mirror entity more effectively.
But now Hotform can legitimately shield slam off of the Nexus Champion's rod.
So can Nelia.
So you want to use Execute or Shield Slam, but now that he has Shield Maiden and Justicar.
Yeah, he's likely to keep armor, maybe not next turn, but in the turns shortly after.
Sure. All right, Sarad coming down. What would be like one of the craziest results here?
No, it looks like Sarad's not coming
Changed
out.
his mind. Doesn't want to.
It's just not a good enough trade on the board.
Sure.
Ooh, that Archmage Antonite is probably the most important card for Hotform right now. It will allow him to potentially assemble a lot of damage over the next few turns. Though he does choose to just use his Frostbolt here to clear off the Acolyte and deny a draw, rather than potentially keep it to combo with the Archmage.
Sure.
He does have the Nexus Champion, though, which can potentially set up additional spells for that Archmage later on.
So Warrior's going to dip down to 12, but with 2 Shield Maidens and a Justicar, very easy for Neo to rebound.
Like it doesn't seem like much. It's like, oh, you gain 4 armor instead of 2 armor, but incrementally every single turn, especially against a class that's already hard to kill when it's gaining 2 armor a turn, it just gets absolutely insane after a few rounds.
The Water Elemental would have been nicer if it was able to get ahead of the weapon attack, but even then, you still have ways to gain armor and shield slam.
Welcome to the grand tournament.
So now Hotform really knows that he's on a real clock here, and this allows Neilio to actually armor up big enough to shield slam this down, despite attacking into that minion first. This is a really bad position for Hotform right now.
Well, he's got the champion Sarad. See what it's able to pull out here.
What would be hilarious? Here? Seal, 2 damage. Lightning bolt. That's good enough. Oh, he could have played actually the Sorcerer Apprentice with Lightning bolt.
A little surprised we did not see that. Yeah.
Maybe he just acted a bit too quickly. I mean, often people play these decks out so many times, and then when like a new element comes in, often they just, underthink it. But maybe he's also just saving Sorcerer Apprentice for a Flame Wake return or Permanent Midas as well.
No respect for the champion, Sarad. He ends up not shield slamming it.
That's a pretty good pickup there from Hot Form. Arcane Intellect.
It is, but if you play that, you kind of commit to playing just the Sorcerer Apprentice, which doesn't seem like enough this turn.
Yeah, playing the Drake is just more presence onto the board. And you have to be more aggressive in general. Makes sense. Neilio picks up Harrison Jones, so it's important information if
with a good bomb
here in the future.
Okay. Well, that just means you don't play Geddon this turn, I guess.
It is an interesting thing of like, when you wonder as the warrior, like, how do I lose from this position? Yeah. That's just like primary concern of,
It's
I'm
really
very
only
far ahead.
Antonidas, right?
And I think that's a big part of the reason why he's choosing. Oh, he does use the shield slam.
Right.
Surprised to see the Harrison over the Shield Maiden.
I think it's because like Harrison won't get any better on the board here. The board's empty, and it might bait out like Flame Strike.
Wow, actually mirror image.
Yeah.
Mirror image is fantastic against warrior,
especially with Antonidas.
Especially with Antonidas.
Yeah.
But it's also worse against Brawl.
It is. It is a little awkward against Brawl.
Once upon a time, Neilio was 12 points away from dying. Now he has more armor than you start off with.
I wonder if he'll go with the Mana Worm or just the Frostbolt Face. I think I like the Frostbolt Face a little bit more just because there's fewer targets on the board. So if Brawl does come down, you know, we say there's a higher chance of Antonidas surviving the Brawl, but really that just means there's a higher chance of him straight up winning the game.
It's true. All right, well, let's find out who is the strongest of them all, because the Brawl is almost certainly to come out here.
Who wins in a fight?
Absolutely.
Do you even attack a 0-2?
I don't think so.
Absolutely.
You want to make them the most likely things to win. You don't want to let your opponent have any chance of Antonidas coming out ahead. And it will be
exactly that.
Mirror image that wins the Brawl.
So I guess the second best option for Neilio, because he'd rather have his Shield Maiden survive, but he's got...
Ooh, there's another mirror image.
The funny thing about this game is the Warriors at 30 health, but not only that, the Mage is higher than that.
36 health?
It's an unusual spot.
And there still is, I believe, one Unstable Portal in Hot Form's deck, maybe, so that it could be a game changer.
He's run out of most of his big threats here. Needs to find something else. These things, like Fireball, Pings, that's not going to close out the game. Neilio is just gaining too much armor from his hero power at this point. And he does even have that big game hunter if something like Dr. Boom were to come out.
I think Dr. Boom is a fairly likely candidate to be in any Mage
Oh,
deck.
yeah, absolutely. But I'm saying that Neilio has an answer to that already. So
exactly.
It's going to be a tough game for Hot Form to find a way back into.
Absolutely. It seems like the... actually, I don't know what the best weapon would be. Like, all these options are terrible.
Yeah, you know your opponent has another Fireball, too. So even if you play Baron Geddon, it just gets Fireballed. And then you're actually behind on board. So Death's Bite is your most powerful weapon, but do you even have a guarantee that you'll be able to attack with it again? You probably don't.
You can't really tempo BGH for the exact reasons that you mentioned.
Right. So though right now, you know, Neilio has
that looks like
hero
Dr.
power.
Boom.
Yeah, it is Dr. Boom.
Wow. Wait, how'd you know? Wait, is there some like weird thing that you just know when it's drawn?
No, I saw it like clip in a little bit in the corner there.
Ah, okay. You saw the boom bots?
No.
Gotcha. Well, Big Game Hunter getting stabbed in the back here.
Yeah. He's been betrayed by his friend.
Hot Form is almost out of cards.
This is just going to be a fatigue game. Hot Form does not have the tools to actually close this game out.
I don't know if that's actually true.
If that last card is Unstable Portal, he can get something. But
no, but if Neilio gets a bad draw, he's frozen forever. Alistraza has to run into 2 Mirror Keys and then get frozen. Okay, that's
well. There's a draw.
Yeah, that's an alright one.
What is Hot Form's last card? Did he use 2 Unstable Portals?
I believe the last card is Unstable Portal, assuming he's running 2 copies.
What would be the greatest thing ever to get?
We usually say Deathwing, but I'm willing to be surprised.
No, it's not. Maybe. Did he play 2 Unstable Portals? Maybe we missed one of them.
One of them was Questing Adventure for sure, but I don't remember another one.
Yeah, I think it might just be the one.
Might just have the one.
Maybe he'll to kill off
All right, this is actually pretty big.
It's 6 damage versus 4 health gain per turn. Yeah, it can work.
No, not anymore.
No, certainly not. Now you
literally can't win.
Yeah.
The 4 armor hero power is good enough to beat the rest of Hot Form's everything.
And Hot Form recognizes it and just concedes.
All right. Well, Hot Form is not able to clean sweep Nilio, and this might actually be the start of a comeback. We have seen some very, very close matches today, and it is something that you can't expect of such a high caliber tournament.
Yeah. Warrior doing what Warrior does best, bringing it to fatigue and fighting the attrition battle.
Yeah, just literally beat every card in Hot Form's deck.
Yeah. I've trumped all 30 of your cards, and he's gotten full information too.
Yeah,
that's another thing that's important to know is that from this point on for games 4 and 5, if we go to game 5, Nilio knows card for card what Hot Form's playing.
Yeah, I mean that is an aspect that I didn't even think about. While the Warrior, you know, it might be the best against the Mage, but it's probably pretty close to some of the other decks. But really, if you're going to win, you're going to see every single card, as you mentioned.
That's true.
And that just gives you a better chance for your other decks. Considering you have to win with all 3, that's the perfect way to do it. So great call there.
I know that Hot Form was saying that he feels like his Mage deck is a pretty significant underdog to Nilio's Hunter deck. So I would expect that's a good place for Nilio to go next.
Okay, so you're anticipating Hunter?
I would think so. We even saw the Water Elemental from Hot Form's deck, which makes it particularly strong against decks like Paladin that are weapon-based here. So it is probably the best chance that he has right now.
Okay, well, I think, yeah, it's definitely interesting. It depends, because I know for a while, you know, I talked with some of the other players before in the past, and they always felt like Temple Mage was just better against Hunter, against a lot of those smaller, like, 1 health creatures, or even, like it's one of the few classes that can deal effectively with Argent Horse Rider if you have the Flame Waker out.
Well, it's certainly really good against Face Hunter, I believe.
Yes.
If you get like a good opener, the Face Hunter just has no chance because you remove their minions so efficiently with often residual effects of creatures. But like the slower hunters don't really have those minions that are easily disposed of. And it does seem like a tougher matchup. With Nilio playing more of a hybrid, it's kind of hard to say which way it goes.
I mean, the Paladin deck, too, has lots of very small minions that are very vulnerable to Flame Waker. Cards like Muster for Battle, just the hero power, lines up pretty poorly in that matchup. So.
Okay. All right. Well, you know, you guys convinced me. So with that, we're going to go into game number 4 in just a second. Before we do that, though, we had an opportunity to sit down with Hot Form and just get to know him a little bit better. So enjoy this little segment.
So there are things that tend to take me away from pro gaming. I did the law school application, and I did pretty well on that, but I've decided to take a year in between. That feels like a really big commitment in my life, and this is a lot of fun. I've enjoyed gaming my entire life, so I want to try this out, you know, experience the world a bit first before I make that big of a decision. I do have plans for the money if I win, not all of it, of course, but I want to take a vacation for sure. I think vacation I'm really interested right now is going to Australia. I could just picture like renting a Jeep and kind of driving through the outback with some of my friends. I think that would be such a great experience, so I would love to use the money towards that type of vacation.
Yeah, so it sounds really great. You know, we're just kind of chuckling that he said he wanted to visit Australia, and that's where Raynad will be joining us later in BlizzCon. The main event is actually chose. Like, oh, he can go out packing with Raynad.
Go hang out.
They can rent some mopeds and go in the Australian desert.
Absolutely.
And be killed by one of the many dangerous and deadly creatures in Australia.
It actually, I mean, it is actually a very serious case. We're not really joking half the time.
So I have a number of Australian friends who are like, yeah, what's you know the most prominent thing about Australia? It's like, the number of things here that can just kill you at any moment.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people have survived.
They live fast and furious down there. And so do we, especially against a class like Hunter, which can kill you very rapidly. As well as Tempo Mage, and starting off on the coin for Hot Form is really big. This Tempo Mage benefits a huge amount off that coin, as well as the extra card.
Let's talk about this Mirror Image. It's a card that it's not unseen, but it is rare in Tempo Mage. And I also think it's much more rare that you have 2 of them. It seems like a card that it's obviously not very good against small minions. It's not very good if you're losing. It doesn't particularly make much of a difference against like a warrior who armors up a lot. So what is it really trying to do? Is it really just trying to punish druids and more like the mid-range type of classes?
I actually think Mirror Image is at its best against warrior, but only when you have it in the early turns of the game, because it's so good against their weapons. We saw last game Hotform didn't draw his Mirror Image until very late in the game, when the game was pretty much out of reach at that point already. It wasn't really able to have much of an impact. They just got brawled away. But if you're able to get that Mirror Image down early on to protect something like a Mana Worm or a Sorcerer's Apprentice from your opponent's weapons, it can be very, very impactful.
All right, well, Nelio opens up the game with his Web Spinner. It is going to be met with the Mana Worm, and actually no answer right away means that Hotform's going to start winning. And the aspect of just winning, even by the smallest margin, makes it so the Mage just really starts the steamroll out of control.
Firebat told me that Mana Worm the difference between Tempo Mage starting with Mana Worm and not starting Mana Worm is actually literally winning and losing. He's like willing to say like 70% plus win rate is like that, he's just exaggerating to the point where it's so important to start with Mana Worm because everything that you have thereafter synergizes with it.
What I'm really curious here is if he uses Frostbolt versus Flame Cannon.
It looks like he chooses to go with the Frostbolt. Yes. It does make him somewhat marginally more vulnerable, or marginally better against something like a Misha coming off an Animal Kingdom.
Well, not
or
King
say
Mukla.
a King Mukla.
I think Flame Cannon and Frostbolt kind of do the same against King Mukla. Although what's interesting is Mukla gives bananas for the Mana Worm.
Yeah.
He has to play it though. Look at that.
Mukla
he has to play the Mukla.
Well, he does have Explosive Trap, which could potentially answer that Mana Worm right away.
Oh boy.
But it's definitely a scary spot to be in, playing Mukla and giving your opponent bananas when they are a spell-based synergy deck.
It's true. And the Explosive Trap is a loss in tempo. You give your opponent to develop, Flame Waker on the board for nothing.
But he does choose to go with the Explosive Trap, doesn't want to banana up that Mana Worm. And if he did play Mukla, it would have been a pretty big disaster, I think. He would have gotten Flame Cannon coin pinged and just still taken a ton of damage.
It's a disaster any turn is played, actually.
Right, because it gives bananas for like Flame Waker and all those other things in general.
Yeah,
the only time it's not is if you use it for a kill command activator.
that is definitely a card that is at its worst in a matchup where your opponent can make excellent use of the spells that bananas are.
I don't think you really want to see that second high main right now. I think this is a turn where you just Houndmaster. You know for sure that it is 2 mirror entities.
Yes.
So, I mean, what are you hoping to do? If you play Loatheb, it transfer itself next turn. I feel you might as well just play a creature that transfer itself this turn.
Yeah, I think that's definitely the case. You want to play the Houndmaster here. You certainly don't want to play Mukla, give your opponent bananas.
Oh, absolutely not.
Mukla, eat yours.
Yeah, and not only that, but the Mukla will survive on Hotform side and then trade into whatever you play the following turn. So Unstable Portal,
that's a good one. That's a good one.
That's a 3-drop people almost play already.
That's right, and now Hotform's going to deny the opportunity for Equal Horn Bow to get value. So he coins out the Mirror Image, even though he could synergize with spell synergy cards. He chooses to go for that because, again, this deck wants to be a little bit more aggressive.
And there's the bow. So the Mirror Image really coming up big here, protecting that 4/3 from being removed by that bow.
It also plays around the Loatheb, which Nelio ended up actually having.
Yeah. So a very good choice there from Hotform the previous turn. And coin timing is so important as the second player.
That's a good card to draw after a high main.
So Nelio has a lot of powerful cards in his hand, but Tempo Mage is doing as Tempo Mage does, and it's very far ahead in the board already.
You have to keep in mind, Nelio is on the verge of elimination here.
Right. And he's going to lose a chunk of his health as well. Hotform very well might just isolate again this high main.
I'm sorry, it's not elimination. It's losing the match.
Eliminating
happened after
half of his chances to win.
Yeah. On the verge of going to the elimination match this evening.
Exactly.
So.
All right, well, let's see what he gets off this champion, Sarad.
And this is going to allow him to... Ooh,
wow, that sucks.
What he's looking for. We see a Checkle from Hotform there.
Yeah, I mean...
You know what I think one of the best things possible would have been?
If
I think Frost Shock was like the best spell in the game.
Frost Shock for
to hit
0
the high main.
It's true. Frost Shock would have been great. Or Conceal.
Oh my god, Conceal would have been nuts. All right, you one-upped me. You got me there.
That Argent Horse Rider may very well be an excellent draw here. He can potentially clear off the
Probably 0-2 with a weapon.
Right. Yeah, that's also
Horse
possible.
Rider into the 3-2.
Yeah,
just
he can use the 0-2 there, save a little bit of life, send the Horse Rider into the Sorcerer's Apprentice, and then clear off quite a bit of Hot Form's board.
Yeah. However, there is this critical health where Neilio realistically could just die to a fireball, plus a little extra juice. Because he can't clear everything.
Oh, he has the extra juice. It's arcane missiles most of the time.
Sure. So,
and, there's fireball.
So that is.
Actually,
that's
enough.
Actually just
it has to be enough. It's guaranteed lethal because
because they each have one
the
health.
timing minions don't spawn in between the sequencing of the arcane missiles.
Hot form. Team Canada goes to the winners match 3-1 with his unusual lineup, winning with not only the Mage and Druid but also the Rogue.
Yeah, and that was a little bit of an unexpected win, but I'm glad that it happened. My Canadian brothers have gone kind of through, you know, one step closer at least. But also the Asia Pacific doesn't dominate the rest of the world quite completely.
The first
only
loss.
3 players won their first game.
Yeah. 3-1, 75%, but you know, that's still a really good showing for Asia Pacific, and if that's any indication, I think Neilio still has a very strong chance to go through the lower bracket, which will be played again later today. After the next match, which you saw on screen, Nias versus Zoro, that's going to wrap up all of our inaugural group matches. Then we start fighting for elimination. We have guys like Life Coach, who's so powerful, and Purple. Both these guys might get eliminated early on. I'm looking forward to see how it's going to transpire.
Excitement is
Crip's words. And with that, we're going to go to an interview with Rachel. She's waiting with Hot Form for a couple of words.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Hot Form, and he's just informed me that he's going to say whatever he wants to say despite whatever question I ask, so Hot Form, the mic is yours.
Thanks. Well, I think the most important thing that I wanted to do was just thank my friends and my community for all the support that they've given me. Like, I see so many people working together as a team to help me get here, and that really humbles me, so I have to give thanks to them. You guys know who you are, and thank you so much for that support.
Awesome. Can I ask about your Rogue deck now and your choice to include that?
I'll have some more words maybe if I win the next match, but I'm looking forward still to more games. So.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I'm going to get out of Dylan right now, but hopefully you'll see him later on. Actually, you definitely will, because he is still in the running, and casters, I'm going to give it back to you.
All right, well, congrats, Hot Form. Yesterday, he was feeling really confident. In fact, he's just one of the most confident players here. It's one of those things where he's putting so much time into both his practice and his entire community that he feels like this is something that you know, he's earned for himself. So couldn't be happier for the guy.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, he loves his fans. What can you do? And he's very secret about his decks and no information for us.
True.
Yeah.
He wants to keep.
I will not tell you why I played Rogue.
Right. Even though
you'll find out later.
Even though another person has also played Rogue and succeeded, that means Rogue's again a very clean 100% win rate. We'll see how that ends up playing
the Rogue
out.
dropped a game for Osaka before it ended up taking.
Oh, you're correct. You're correct.
He's 2-1, which is
but every lineup
decent.
with a Rogue
better
has
than
won.
I had anticipated.
Yeah, that's right. The Rogue players have gone through. For now, we'll see how things end up panning before we go into our next match. We'll talk also about our sponsors. Thank you so much for all of them who are supporting us, and make sure that you guys stay engaged in the conversation by hashtagging HWC 2015. Send your congratulatory tweets to Hot Form. Let them know that you're supporting him as well. We're going to go to a quick break. Before we do that, we're going to also have some highlights from the last few games brought to you once again by the Windows 10 game DVR. We'll be right back.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
我的名字是洪义杰，今年22岁，我来自中国赛区，我的 ID 是 CL 周楼，我是史莱史权议员。 小于是他去年夺得的嘉年华的亚军。他平常帮助我做一些针对的练习，还有教我一些调整心态的方法。我第一个对手是 Niles， 其实我对他的了解就仅仅在于就是嘉年华预选赛他的那些表现之类。我击败他的信心还是很大。
Niles 他4天前刚刚有了个小孩，那你觉得你是不是要对他不要太狠？
首先我们要先恭喜Niles 当上爸爸，但是我是不会对他手软，因为我想让他回去照顾小孩。
Nias versus Zoro.
Hey everyone, I'm here with Nias, and Nias, we didn't get to do a little pre-video interview with you because you were actually home doing some very exciting stuff. Can you tell us about it?
Oh yeah, my daughter was born on Friday, and it's had a really great couple days. It was a lot of fun, and like nothing I've ever seen before.
Congratulations to you. What is it like to have such an intense family experience and then come all the way out here and play competitive Hearthstone?
Well, it's certainly tough. It would have been nice to have more time, but I'm just grateful that I didn't have to drop everything and leave on Sunday, because I don't think they allow car seats and taxi cabs.
No, they do not. So I actually have a question. You said you didn't have a lot of time, but you found time to apparently join a professional Hearthstone team.
Well, I'm teaming up with Hearthletics, and it's more of a casual association. There's no hardcore commitment. I'm still unsure of whether I want to continue being a Hearthstone pro player, but it's great to be part of the team, and I look forward to working with them in the future.
All right. Well, I know you're excited to get in your matches. You flew all the way here just for this, so I'm going to hand it over to the casters, and let's kick things off.
Thank you, Rachel. So Nias just had a daughter 3 or 4 days ago here, and gets a few days to spend with her, and then he comes right back here to compete at the Hearthstone World Championship. Obviously had a very strong showing, kind of one of the unknown players in the Americas Championship, but really, took care of business there, had a very strong finish. Just crazy stuff that he just had a kid. What do you think is going through his head when he comes to this? Obviously, as one of the favorites from the Americas region, what goes through his head when he's coming here to try to play for the Hearthstone World Champion title?
Overall, I think getting the BlizzCon trophy for his daughter would be awesome. Would be the #1 priority. But otherwise, he just needs to focus on this match first, right? It's one match at a time. And if he gets to go to BlizzCon, all the more better. I'm sure his family will be cheering him on.
Yeah, $100,000 also buys a lot of things for them.
Lots of toys.
Nice toys for their baby.
I was going to say, I hear children are expensive. I don't know firsthand, but, for Zoro, obviously totally different. He did not just have a daughter, so he's coming in here with a few different priorities. Obviously, he even charitably offered to send Nias back home to, be with his daughter. So
yeah.
Zoro received very high praise from Tiddler Celestial, saying, he was one of the best players in the region. So very high praise, obviously, given how good Tiddler Celestial is. But it looks like we're about ready to hop into our match.
Yeah, Tiddler Celestial, last year's runner-up, one of the most successful professional Hearthstone players, I would say, like over $100,000 in winnings, has done well every single tournament that he's played in. Has his own team, Team Celestial, and Zoro is going to be carrying the flag at this tournament.
And if he's going to be on the same team as Tiddler, his skill level is going to be at standard, right? So it's going to be interesting to see his games.
Yeah, Tiddler himself is in the house watching, and I'm sure that they practice together. I'm really excited to see what kind of strategy they came up with.
Right. Yeah, we see Nias actually decided to forego his customary handshake, which is the push-up challenge, which he issued to VLPS at the Americas Championship. So with Zoro, let's just focus on the card game, obviously. We look down at the classes, though. We see Nias brought Druid, Hunter, and Mage. Zoro brought Druid, Hunter, and Paladin. So we saw today was really the first time we've actually run into Seeker Paladin. Yesterday was all about the mid-range Paladin. So we do know that Zoro is running Seeker Paladin. Maybe this is kind of something that over in China it seems like a more solid pick.
Yeah, they do like creatures that swing a lot, and Mysterious Challenger is one of those cards that really swing the game, right? It'll be interesting to see if they put something more swing cards like Harrison Jones, like Kazan Stick, or something like that. And yeah, game 1 has started here.
Yep, and we see the Divine Favor in the deck and an Equality as well.
Yeah, so Divine Favor is a card where a lot of players now are kind of not even sure they want to run the one copy of it. But against Freeze Mage, you're going to get a ton of value off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I would just keep it if I was Zoro. But Zoro does not have the knowledge that Nias is playing this Freeze Mage, so we can't really blame him if he chooses to throw it back. But if he was to keep it, he can almost guarantee drawing 5 or maybe even 6 cards with it.
Exactly, and it seems like Nias is only going to keep his double 2-drops, so the mulligan is not really going to help Zoro determine too much. Because usually if you're Freeze Mage, you would, you know, mulligan all your hand, right? You're looking for very specific cards.
Yep, and it does throw away the Divine Favor. It's also a little bit safe that way, because I'm sure that if you're running 1 Divine Favor, you're probably running 2, and if he was to draw the second Divine Favor, that would be horrible.
Right, we see Zoro's opening hand, not the greatest. Repentance is really not something you want to play early on, because usually those minions have very low health to begin with.
Right.
He's going to go ahead and do it, though, just to get it out of his hand, play something down, and maybe force Nias to play around whatever he thinks that Secret might be.
Yeah,
but
that's
not going to get a ton of value, probably.
Accomplishing absolutely nothing here. Well, I suppose if there's going to be, if he hero powers here and Nias is playing the Mad Scientist into it, then he gets a trade, but not all that helpful.
Yeah,
It's not a...
wouldn't be bad.
Right, it's not a total waste, necessarily. And again, on Nias' side, given that Freeze Mage tends to be a little bit less creature-oriented, the secrets aren't necessarily something he's maybe considering as heavily. He probably just wants to dig more into his deck, find his win conditions, and kind of play to his own agenda. Because once, it's interesting to note, once Mysterious Challenger comes out as a 6-drop, Freeze Mage really has the option to start locking up that board for turns on end, so it's not necessarily as menacing to, you know, the Freeze Mage as it might be against other decks.
Exactly. And now that Zoro knows that, you know, it's pretty much going to be a Freeze Mage, he wished he had the Divine Favor.
Yeah, he might still draw into it though, there's plenty of time. Nias very happy to see that Repentance there not getting all that much value. Something like Competitive Spirit would have put a lot more pressure on him.
Yeah, we see here, that's a great draw.
Right.
That's exactly what you want to see. Secret Paladin is one of those decks where, obviously, by virtue of having so many secrets in there, it can be a little bit weaker, but cards like Piloted Shredder can, you know, help it maintain power on curve.
I have to point it out that Zoro might still be thinking that the deck that Nias is playing is the Tempo Mage. It could possibly be, because that secret could be mirror entity right there. So the Shredder, even though when we look at this right now, it looks fairly obvious he's played the Shredder.
Right.
But for Zoro, well, now he's about to figure out what it is.
If he attacks with the Recruit first and finds the Ice Barrier, then he would know for sure. So the ordering does kind of matter a little bit here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and his other options are obviously very subpar at the moment. He doesn't really want to play down that Noble Sacrifice just yet. Coghammer on a 1/1 is very much not what you want.
Yeah, and he already has a weapon. Even though it's a weak one, it's only a 1 attack weapon. The difference between that and the Coghammer is very small. Whoa, this might be a
you need to attack first. Yeah, you do need to attack first. You're going to attack anyways, right? So you might as well fish for that information first.
Yeah, he's definitely...
Oh, he thinks it's actually a counterspell.
Oh, no.
And now...
Well, the important thing here is he did figure out that it's, you know, it's not counterspell, so he knows that now. And yeah, he'll find out it's Ice Barrier. Yep. So, and that's fine. You can play down that Shredder next turn.
That's true.
Yep.
But
he's just going to keep swinging face.
Yeah, the Shredder definitely would have been more pressure, though. And
absolutely.
He chooses not to attack with the weapon. Oh, he used the previous weapon.
Right. Trying to get more value off of the off the mace there.
Nias choosing to ping the face here because of the potential of an Avenge. He does not want to trigger the Avenge for now.
Right. So that's very heads up play. Generally, when you're playing as a Freeze Mage, the HP above 15 isn't necessarily something you're super concerned about because you're planning to Alex for that win condition generally.
Yep.
But yeah, again, doesn't really want to mess around with Avenge, give the Paladin more power. And you don't want to just pass.
Yeah.
What if you never find that Alexstrasza? So it's worth just pinging the face.
Yeah, I guess the other option was to ping off the Divine Shield.
Right.
Yeah, that would have been
yeah, it's an interesting point.
But it's a close call. You can't blame him for pinging face there.
Now, Zoro's turn 6 and 7 at the moment kind of right themselves.
Yeah.
Very strong plays.
But for Nias, this hand is not necessarily a hand you want to, you know, reduce down. I mean, there's like a secret. There's 2 Ice Lances, which are really, really helpful if there's 0 mana. If you draw the Antonidas, then, you know, it's pretty good. But maybe he's just going to draw more cards and see what happens.
Seems like he's going to coin out the Emperor Thorison here, hoping that there's no Repentance. And,
I think it is worth noting, making the Ice Lance free is probably at least something that's worth considering.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of the other things, he's got 2 free Ice Lances now. If you find something like Antonidas, those are just free fireballs at this point. He has a cheaper fireball. I mean, it never hurts, and I don't really think he had a very solid play otherwise.
Whoa.
Armorsmith.
Armorsmith is really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite good against the freeze mage.
Yeah.
It's actually amazing. Not potentially the best one he could have hoped.
Mage works. One of the biggest ways you can kind of freeze mage is to develop a whole bunch of armor. Generally, in warrior-heavy metas, generally in warrior-heavy metas, you don't tend to see very many freeze mages because that armor can just shut them out of the game because they have usually a finite amount of damage. Archmage and Tinnitus notwithstanding. So, yeah, if he can get a lot of armor off of that Armorsmith, he could put himself out of range.
Yeah, it seems like he is too.
Considering
stick around.
Considering Zoro's hand, playing the very obvious mysterious challenger here, not the greatest value ever, as he already had 2 secrets out, so only pulled 2 extra, but still a nice additional pressure.
Right, and have to believe counter or competitive spirit is one of those secrets.
Oh yeah.
So that'll make that board a little bit more menacing. And we're at the point though where Nias has those free spells. He can start putting on the brakes for the next few turns and kind of like fishing around for those cards he wants. We see he also has Pyroblast. I don't feel like most freeze mages are running the 1 copy of Pyroblast anymore.
Right.
That I've seen so far anyway.
For example, like Purple is running 2 anti-heal bots instead for a more anti-aggro kind of build up.
But this will give Nias a lot of damage, which will make the couple of armor points that Zoro gets off the Armorsmith maybe not necessarily as impactful, because just a ton of damage.
What do you guys think of the first Nova here?
Oh, he's just going to kill off the Armorsmith.
Oh, he really wanted the Armorsmith, so that's why. But it's going to come back. But he will be able to bring it afterwards, so no big deal.
If he can make the turn timer, that is. Maybe he ran out of time.
Well, the hero power was flipped over, so
he got it. Okay. Oh no, he got hit on the Divine Shield instead. Okay.
It might have been one of those things where the timer was winding down and he had to just use it.
Yeah, I think that might be the case, because being the Armorsmith would have maybe
Oh,
some ways made more sense there.
Yeah, you probably just played out the boom.
Yeah, so much pressure.
Oh, wow. And now Nia's really looking for that Doomsayer.
Yeah, the Blizzard will kind of staunch the bleeding here, although he's going to get a ton of armor if the Blizzard comes down.
Because he missed the ping on the Armorsmith last, and that's coming back to haunt him now.
Yeah, that's it's an unfortunate situation for him. Still, he's really a few cards away from clearing this board, and then the Paladin is, as far as he knows, kind of out of gas.
Yep.
So, and you know, that said, Secret Paladin, one of the biggest problems with the deck to a lot of players is that it's a little bit like, once you get past those primary threats, it's full of secrets which on their own aren't very impactful. You have some kind of mid-range minions, but already seeing Dr. Boom, the only other thing you're maybe concerned about are the second Mysterious Challenger and Tyrion Fordring. Yep. The rest of it is not too impactful, so.
Yeah, Nias feels pressured enough to just spend his Ice Lances to clear the board.
This is also good though because, and maybe he's doing this intentionally, he's playing around Divine Favor.
Sure.
Consecrate. It looks so silly, but with the Divine Favor, he might just go for it. But on the other hand, if he Divine Favors here, he will still have 4 mana available to potentially play on something like another Shredder.
I think it depends on whether he plays Equality or not. Like, Equality Consecrate is a board clear.
I think we saw one in his mulligan, his opening hand before that, so it's a close call if whether or not to Consecrate first. I think he might choose either way around.
Because the thing is, like, if your opponent plays like a Antonitis and then Frostbolt or something, you have no answer to deal with that, so...
Right.
Oh, he likes the extra card instead.
Yeah, and he does have the weapon, so maybe with the Equality he will be able to do that. And another thing about this is that he has the Redemption up, so...
Oh, there's the Equality.
Wow. So, with the Redemption, he maybe didn't want to Hero Power anyway. He did pick up the Shredder, so going for the Divine Favor first would have allowed him to play that.
So, one consideration as a Paladin player that I think you make, and this is just from a background in playing more mid-range, is that Paladin has very few sources of direct damage from the hand. And when you're at a point, the Hunter obviously excels at just doing that direct damage and not even having to deal with the extra 8 armor from the secret, but as a Paladin, the Consecration can actually just kind of be what gets you the win, but you have to make that's a very far-reaching decision. You have to kind of decide right then and there if you wanted the cards, and you know, this is probably the smallest.
So my sister, I don't know if you've heard about this, the Twitter story that someone did about like this hoe and shit. It's like this huge. There's this Twitter story, apparently it's true, with a person who she's writing the story about her trip to Florida or whatever, and she's a Hooters girl, and somehow she ends up getting caught up in drugs, prostitution, and it's just absolutely ridiculous. The way it's like it's being reported now, it's not.
It hasn't reached a refined point like some was.
Yeah, I'm like halfway done with it right now. I'm just like, wow, this is fucking crazy. And it's really hard to understand what she's saying too, because it's like, it's so.
coming out there. Let's kind of look at what he had. He could have technically traded the 6-1 into the Acolyte of Pain to ensure one draw. You don't want to do that. You want to be doing damage. He didn't have another clear way to get rid of that Acolyte of Pain. And the only other thing you really think about with equality is like Archmage Antonidas. But he made the decision that he wants to push damage now, and I really like it. I really like it. It's an aggressive play.
There are so many benefits to using equality there. You can get to deny a card. You also get to make an extra body to avenge the avenge procs. So that was a really good move.
He's in a really good position right now. He's got that 9-8. He's kind of knocking on the door here. It's going to be for Nias to not necessarily just keep playing secrets and stalling it, but to try to find a way to turn it. Because he doesn't, I mean, he has the ice block, which he can play with Antonidas, but obviously not next turn because they want to pop him.
Yeah, Nias really looking at something like the last Frost Gnome. That would be quite amazing in this situation.
Even an Arcane Intellect would be very solid.
Ooh.
Doomsayer, but
no freeze
no
to go with it.
Yeah.
So maybe you need your Doomsayer on your opponent's side of the board off the Shredder.
What do you guys? Okay, don't laugh at this. What do you guys think of Pyroblasting, the mysterious challenger?
No, sorry.
Okay, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding.
I don't think that's bad.
I think that's be a legend play.
It's just because you told me not to laugh. I had to laugh.
Oh,
right.
Okay.
I think you are obviously a way better Hearthstone player than I am, Speed. So I trust you when you say. Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Does it feel like a challenger?
Wow. What a jerk. I don't like that Lightwell.
Lightwell and Armor Swift, two of the very, very good minions against Freeze Mage.
Yeah, and they really shore up kind of what is traditionally the more aggressive Paladin variant's weakness. No lay on hands, no way to generate extra health. You don't tend to see NT killbot, so good thinking there, Shredder. Way to be piloted by a Lightwell.
Yeah.
How do you get a license as a Lightwell?
Good pilots for this.
That's why you run Pilot Shredder, because you're playing all the 2-drops.
Yeah.
You just need to think about which one you want at a specific moment.
Right. So, again, Zoro's board position really good here. He can, if he wants to, he could pop the ice block, but he's obviously evaluating just getting rid of the Doomsayer.
He does give up his board if he wants to pop the block. And if Alexstrasza comes down, then he's in for a little trouble. So he just clears it, maintains board pressure, and pops the block next turn.
That's very reasonable because, as I mentioned earlier, the ability for Paladin to do damage from hand is just non-existent, basically.
But again, like the Pyroblast. Okay, fire.
Oh, you can Fireball. Maybe that's more
How do you feel about a Fireball and a ping?
But it might even be better to keep the Fireball than the Pyroblast in some cases. Because like Antonidas is the win condition anyway. The Paladin is already at 32 HP and has Lightwell. So I don't think the Pyroblast is a win condition in this case. It's such a rare situation.
But you just can't forgive yourself if you ever get the Pyroblast.
Wow.
Maybe Pyroblast on the Mysterious Challenge was good, because now you can Fireball the Luthor.
It's pretty reasonable.
So now you can't play anything.
15 mana Pyroblast.
Oh.
I mean, the good news for Nias is that the block didn't get popped, I guess.
Yes.
Sure.
So if he gets an Alexstrasza from the top, he could still turn this around.
Okay, this is... But because of the Loatheb, yeah, can't actually cast the Frostbolt. Because, I mean, assuming Loatheb wasn't there, assuming that was just like I don't know, like a Stranglethorn Tiger that wasn't stealth, you could freeze that, you could start generating fireballs and hope that Archmage lives, and you just keep chaining fireballs.
And it does seem like the Archmage is going to live if that was the case, but no, it's a Loatheb.
This is a slightly different case, and if Nias plays it down, he understands that he's going to lose that Archmage. And at that point, what does your win condition actually become?
Alexstrasza, go face 4 times?
5 times. There's 37 health.
You're correct.
Yeah.
So with this, Nias can pop the block and still get rid of the Archmage, so.
Yep.
Dark times for the Freeze Mage player.
Absolutely. That Alexstrasza almost feels like it's going to come down to whether or not he draws it. If he wants to win this.
So, Speeds, based on your knowledge of competitive Hearthstone, when you bring Freeze Mage, what are you actually targeting? What are you looking? Is it just purely aggressive decks?
Well, I like playing against aggressive decks a lot as a Freeze Mage. It's some of the best ones, but any deck that works in a way where they first have to put minions on the board, like for example mid-range Paladin, that's also a good matchup. But decks that deal damage from the hand, for example, even a Rogue with the Oil Flurry and all that kind of stuff can be kind of tricky. Rogue's not the worst matchup, but Druid deals 14 from the hand, even more if there's minions on the board already. Decks that put minions on the board first are the difficult ones.
We saw Nias there actually pretty much got exactly what he needed to stay in this game, which was that Blizzard.
Yeah.
He put in the block.
And this block is not going to get popped either.
Zoro is kind of out of resources at this point.
He is, but there are still True Silver champions remaining, I'm sure.
The original Noble Sacrifice is still up, so So Zoro can't actually play it.
Yeah, I wonder what the card count is, because it does seem like that the Paladin has less of a deck than the Freeze Mage.
Oh my gosh, do you Frostbolt? Yeah, you just can't let that block get popped.
As amazing as it is, Nias is still in this. He could draw that Alex Strauss at any moment.
Wow, he even plays down the Doomsayer.
The Doomsayer kills the Lightwell, right?
Another useless Secret Keeper. Zoro was really looking for a weapon here. Any weapon would have been good to be able to pop that Ice Block.
And he can't even play the Noble Sacrifice because there's already one up.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing he can do this time, just bad.
This is very suddenly turned into a slap fight now, where it's everyone's kind of like looking for that one thing. Alex Strauss would be great.
That's
Mitch
not the right
Thalnos
legendary.
Helps you find Alex Strauss though.
But it also helps you get to Fatigue for sooner. It's 7 cards right now for the Freeze Mage. And for the Paladin, it's 5 cards.
There's Alex.
There's the Alex.
Okay. Oh no!
That certainly helps.
That's really good.
Yeah, Zoro will be able to pop the block now. But Nias has the Alex Strauss already waiting.
Yes, Alex Strauss.
But now the thing is, if Zoro kills the Alex Strauss, that's game. Yeah. Because there's no more threats for Nias, and there's 37 health, right?
Noble Sacrifice is about to be huge.
It is.
Into second Noble Sacrifice.
Anti-Killbot. Wow.
Yeah, you definitely go Alex Strauss first now. No doubt about it. Getting that 8-8 over the 3-3.
That's a pretty good draw. He's gonna have to put his faith in the light.
Yeah, that's that's quite a reliable place for it.
Wow, what a grind!
That's a good place to put your faith.
Yeah.
Among other options.
Yeah.
So Nias continues. I mean, it's important to O.
It's important to O.
Oh, it's important to O. But you know, obviously Freeze Mage doesn't run Polymorph.
No.
So getting rid of
that would have been a good check card.
Right. If you're expecting a lot of Tyrion Forgerings.
Right. Yeah. But I don't think Nias imagined this game to go this way, right? Usually, Freeze Mage does kill Paladin quite easily with the right draws, but there were just too many secrets in Nias' hand at the beginning.
Went so long.
I remember way back in the day, I was watching actually Reels prior to him joining the Hearthstone team.
Sure.
He was streaming and he was playing Freeze Mage, and I've never played Freeze Mage at that point, so I was kind of watching him and learning from him, and he was just like, yeah, you know, sometimes you need cards in a different order when it comes to Freeze Mage to deal with the board, and you know, you try to put in a lot of stuff that cycles, a lot of card draw, but yeah, if you don't get it when you need it, it can be very difficult, especially against a deck like Secret Paladin, which just piles on the pressure.
Absolutely.
The mid-range stats are brutal.
It does remind me of the old Patron deck, right? The cards need to come in the right order. Or maybe even the new one.
I mean, that's the nature of combo decks in general, though, which, I mean, Freeze Mage at the end is all about comboing those spells down. So it can be a little bit finicky.
Oh, forced to draw here from Nias.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's going to go ahead and pass it up, and Zoro's going to take game 1 and have a 1-0 lead over Nias. I was actually starting to wonder if there was some universe where he just didn't have Arcane Intellect, because we just obviously he has to have it.
No,
but like we just hadn't seen it.
Yeah, as a mage, you gotta be able to go through your deck fast, and even though he only draws 2 cards, it's also like kind of 1 card out of the deck, so it's kind of 3 in 1, so it thins the deck quite efficiently, allowing you to draw into your Alex Strauss faster.
Right, Freeze Mage kind of having a rough day so far, you know, kind of running into these decks that just put out a lot of pressure, and it's not just like Zoo or something, where you can just lock it down, or even that Grindier Shaman, although, obviously we saw yesterday, Shaman, apparently pretty good against Freeze Mage.
Yeah, exactly. And one of the problems now for Nias is that his Freeze Mages still have to get a win, right? And it's against Druid and Hunter, 2 very, very hard matchups.
Yeah, it's going to only get harder from here. That was the best matchup he had for the Freeze Mage. It's not impossible against the Hunter, for example. It's not too bad of a matchup, but it's going to be an uphill battle for sure.
Right, and so for Zoro, this is, you know, he comes in, he plays against one of the best from the Americas region, and, you know, 1-0 in this series, and we actually had a chance to sit down and talk to him about the origin of the gamer tag Zoro.
周柔这个是日本的一个动漫的一个人物他就是有一种坚韧，遇到困难永不放弃的一个精神，所以说我很喜欢这个人物。如果我夺得了这次嘉年华的冠军，拿到这笔奖金，我会去买一下就是我的来源的周柔这个动漫人物，买一下他的衣服啊、刀啊，来武装一下自己。
Right, so big anime fan, big fan of One Piece, and big fan of dressing up as anime characters. So I gotta say, I respect him as a fellow role player. I'm always down for some role play.
I guess the costume costs a lot of money.
He's like, there's only one way I can get it, and that's if I win BlizzCon. So yeah, I gotta wonder how expensive that costume is. But Nice now, as you pointed out, Nice has some options as far as how he wants to approach the series.
Yep.
Freeze Mage is going to have to get that win at some point if he wants to advance from the series.
Yep. Both players with Hunters, and it could be any kind of Hunters.
That's true.
It's impossible to know if they're playing face or mid-range. I don't know what decks these players in particular prefer.
Right, we've seen face kind of become a lot more popular since the Warsong Commander change because it doesn't necessarily expect to run into these really anti-aggro decks, although a lot of players have brought some.
Yeah, and I mean, lots of one-health creatures are really weak to Warrior with Despite and stuff like that. So, and now that Patron has fallen out of favor a little bit.
Don't tell Europe that.
Right, but generally we do see a decline of Warriors. So, yeah, Face Hunter will be really good. But here we're going to see a Druid Mirror instead.
All right.
So, yeah, Druid Mirror, what do you think? And it's obviously a pretty straightforward answer here, but Amaz, what do you think is the most important aspect of the Druid Mirror?
Oh, the most important aspect is starting with Innervate.
Yeah.
Because it is actually better than Wild Growth when you have a minion hitting their face constantly, as opposed to waiting to get a bigger minion on the board. So usually the first person to play something on the board is like a big favorite. The other person has to react to it, and then because Druids can only either play minions or play spells, it just, you keep on stomping with pressure.
Does Living Roots count?
2 1/1s is 2 damage.
That's mana that has to be put into clearing those, unless you're looking to get off the tail end of the swipe.
Exactly.
And speaking of Living Roots here, this is one of those cards where some Druid players will include one of to deal with aggro, which again, you kind of expected to see at this tournament, or even just to push your own agenda in the Druid Mirror. And again, this is mana that we see Zoro investing to deal with it. Zoro's hand also kind of has the unique, the tech card, Harrison Jones. So maybe you're expecting to run into more Secret Paladin, the Hunters, the Control Warrior. Harrison Jones obviously has a lot of value, and I think is one of the most comfortable tech cards in Druid.
I'm a tiny bit surprised to see the hero power from Zoro on turn 2, because of just based on how his hand looks like. He had no play for turn 3 at all. And that rod, well, it can deal with an aspirant, so it's not like directly a mistake to keep it. But another just hero power from Zoro here.
Wow. That was 4 mana to deal with 1 mana Living Root, so yeah, that card did some work for Nias. And Nias playing Druid of the Saber. So that's a card we don't see a ton of. Savitz, what do you think?
Yeah, it looks like one of those more aggressive lists. He does have those powerful minions too, and this almost certainly going to be that Emperor Torison. For another Druid player, without any minions on the board, it's extremely difficult to remove. Almost a double rod is required, and the silence on it, well, it's still a 5/5.
I guess the only saving grace for Zoro here, looking at the Emperor, is that it only reduces 2 cards effectively. Innervate doesn't get like -1.
Oh yeah, that is true.
But definitely still a very, very bad position. I mean, if I'm Zoro at this point, I would just, ping down to 3/2. Because, cards are already reduced anyways. Your opponent should be playing more cards next turn. So, might as well just, leave it. But this is actually going to get rewarded because his next turn is going to be Innervate Ancient Floor.
Wow.
So he would have gotten more cards to get discounted.
Yeah, the value from the Emperor on this turn would have been even more than on the previous one.
And I like the turn from Zoro. I mean, he gets rid of the Emperor Thorson. He puts a 2/4 on the board when you're just staring down a 3/2. Nias, he's going to make Zoro do the trade. He's just going to put in 3 damage. And getting the damage in this mirror match is very important. And it's a little bit deceptive because obviously you're trying to get them to that certain threshold where you can just combo them down, not even necessarily with Force of Nature and Savage Roar, but just Savage Roar and like 2 or 3 minions on the board. So getting in that chip damage early on feels really important.
Right, exactly.
The
when
following
you're sub 15 or sub 14 even, you're always afraid of dying. So then you always have to be pressured to clear the board.
Yeah, we see Zoro's already down to 17 health.
Right.
With a 5/5 on board, to which Zoro has no answer at the moment.
This mirror match is kind of like starting the game at 16 health each, right?
Kind of.
If you get that 16 damage, I guess you, in a very, very good spot.
Things are looking amazing for Nias right now. And he's able to push his opponent down to already 12 with just the edge of the floor on the board and has the combo ready and waiting. He will need some more mana, and there will be no more wild growths, but that Aspirant might just speed up.
I say this is the first non-Innervate mana ramp card we're seeing in this mirror. So no wild growths prior to this. No Darnassus Aspirant is a very honest game aside, from Innervate, which is a very dishonest card. But, speaking
of Innervate.
Yeah, so if you're Zoro here, how do you look to get back into this game when you're staring down this much pressure on
I started looking at the Shredder.
Well, I finished that Twitter story.
I agree. So
that was really interesting.
Savage back to the Shredder. Hope for a perfect.
And it is true.
What else?
The guy was arrested.
Yeah.
Because if he...
Happy birthday.
Like just removing the Ancient of Lore...
She's fucking lucky as hell. He was arrested on like multiple accounts of kidnapping and selling girls and prostitution.
Yeah. Where's the birthday party in the Shredder?
Yep.
I'm down. Let's check.
Okay.
Love birthday parties.
Well, let's see if Zoro does it. Zoro might think he might find another way out of this, but it's looking pretty hard.
He could Ancient of Lore to heal for 5.
But
which doesn't... Again, yeah, it's like... I mean, he could still innervate, so he basically heals for nothing.
Okay.
But he gets to put a 5/5 on the board and get rid of the damaged Ancient of Lore. I mean, suboptimal plays all around.
Yeah. Right.
Oh, is he doing it?
He's gonna draw cards and look for the Wrath, maybe? And...
Nope. That should be it with 6 power on the board and an additional 7 from either the Roar or the Nature. Nias can just pick the card that he wants.
Right.
He's going to tie things up.
This would be exactly lethal.
How do you get into prostitution? I really don't understand that. Like, the girl was actually quite pretty, the one who did the prostitute. Like, this just, I don't understand.
Good type series, 1-1 off the back of the Druid Mirror. Very swingy matchup.
I like money too, but I also don't like feeling dirty and disgusting and violent.
He wasn't playing the aggro version, but he was still running double Living Roots and the Druid of the Saber.
Does respect a lot of aggro decks coming here, yeah.
Living Roots, one of the best things you can do against something like a Hunter early on.
Right, especially against the 1 health minions, it does clear 2 things, whereas a Wrath actually only clears 1.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, she had to be doing something, yeah, seriously.
Top decking it on turn 8 feels pretty bad.
Well,
but
yeah.
Against Paladin, against Face Hunter, in those matchups you can absolutely win the game.
Well, we saw even at the Americas Championship, Nias is one of those players who doesn't necessarily just subscribe to the idea that you find a list on, you know, like Hearthstone or something and just like plug it in and play it. He likes to tinker around. He was running a Refreshment Vendor in his handlock deck, and he kind of enjoys these not, I would say, like different or unique cards, just ones that aren't necessarily being run or thought of as, you know, particularly powerful in any given deck. So obviously it panned out for him, and those Living Roots early on really gave him command of the board and allowed him to build.
Yeah, it didn't deal that much damage, but that 4 mana that was spent on just clearing those, it's definitely meaningful. He out-tempoed his opponent big time in that game.
Right, and I think, I will say though that now that other players watching the stream have had the opportunity to see that he has 2 Living Roots, he also has the Druid of the Saber, it's kind of one of those things where it'll be interesting to see if in the long haul, that's a better overall choice for his deck, or if he was going for more kind of an element of surprise thing against, as you guys pointed out, more of the aggressive decks he's planning on running into here.
Yep, it's interesting to see if the remaining lineup from Nias is also targeted at more aggressive decks, if he has made similar choices to maybe try 3-0 somebody's Base Hunters.
Well, speaking of aggressive decks, Nias is actually going to bring out his Hunter, which looks at the moment to be more of the mid-range variant.
Right.
Could be hybrid.
Yeah, is the big clue. And right now Nias has to decide whether he wants to go for a coin Animal Companion into Animal Companion, and he decides to keep only 1s to, you know, maybe try Mad Sciences or 2 drops, something like that.
Yeah,
well, whenever the case is people are dumb, I just would not do that.
We see an Arcane Golem.
It would just feel absolutely disgusting and nasty.
Oh, wow. In mid-range Hunter, that's not a card you commonly see.
There is, as a Hunter player, there's just no scarier turn than coining out the Knife Juggler when you're playing against a Druid, because you know you're just begging for the Keeper of the Grove.
And there you go. They
that is true.
Very, very often, right? It's a 2-card combo. Very early on, too.
Well, there's always this working theory.
My sister was the one who sent it to me. I'm like sitting here at work and she's like, you gotta fucking read this. And I'm like, what is the shit you sent me? She's like, just read it. I'm like, is this true? She's like, yes, just fucking read it. I'm like, okay, fine.
Indeed. Plays the Mad Scientist. Probably going to be a freezing trap, but it could be something else too. That Arcane Golem is...
I wouldn't be surprised with Nias if it's something like Bear Trap, possibly Snake Trap.
Oh, yeah.
And the thing is Bear Trap is great because it offers tempo. If the last thing your opponent does on the turn is like swing into the face, and the Bear Trap pops, you start the next turn with a 3/3 beast, which obviously enables kill command. If there's Houndmaster, you can just go ahead and buff it up. Misha, not great here because of the tempo big game Hunter play from Zoro, which is very heads up, as opposed to even mess with the traps.
But now it's really interesting, right? Do you attack with the BGH first, because it might be a freezing trap, or do you have to keep it girl first? If it's a snake trap, you just killed your own 2/2.
Yeah, I could see it go either way. The problem here is that he can't really play any minion from his hand. He only has those 2 spells available to him, and swipe on just a bear, it doesn't feel all that great.
This is truly one of those times where you never feel good about the play you make until it works out, and then you're like, I knew it. Yeah. I knew it. All right, let's see. Yeah, okay, so it is just a freezing trap.
Yep, so now he's pretty much forced to use the swipe.
Yeah.
valuing the BGH as a turn 5 play perhaps if he doesn't draw it, or maybe against Dr. Boom.
Yeah, that's actually not too bad. I mean, it's not the 5-drop you wanna play, it's not the turn 5 you want, but he had no other turn 5.
Right. We see both copies of Unleash the Hounds in Nias' hand, and against Druid, you don't necessarily tend to get huge Unleash the Hounds turns. It's usually something like 1 to 3 Hounds, which doesn't feel as good. So yeah, he ended up, or Zora, as you guys pointed out, goes for that the second time around tempo big game hunter.
Wow, that's a
That's
lot of damage.
Nias is looking all right on the board, but those double arcane columns not exactly what he was hoping to get right now. But he's probably, if there's situations down the road where he has options to either go for a clear or go for face, with this hand, he's certainly going to favor going for face.
This is, yeah, Sylvanas is going to come down. That feels like a pretty easy read. That's just going to complicate things for Nias even more.
Yep.
It's all because of that Innervate Keeper of the Grove.
Right.
That starts it. Once Hunter kind of gets pushed off the board and has to try to
For Phillips, I just send him that email that he sent me a couple of weeks ago or whatever, and then they fill it out, and then we're good.
So much. It killed the Night Juggler, it traded for Mad Scientist, and now it's still a 2-2.
Oh, so he's going to see if he can, yep.
Oh, this is awesome. Just
going for the face.
Well, look at his hand.
I like it.
Yeah.
2 Arcane Golems and a quick shot. You got to know when to go.
And I do like the kill command there because you want the quick shot to cycle for something. Usually you want a hero power, right? Hero power using the kill command, it's kind of like the same damage. You're doing 3 damage with the kill command plus a 2 from the beast where you could have got with your hero power anyways.
I mean, for a second there, I thought he was just going to play the Hounds and then kill command the Sylvanas to try to trade for one of the Hounds.
Okay.
If Zora had gotten the Shredder, it's kind of basically over from there.
That's true.
And even the Hounds, because it has charge, doesn't feel... Well, I guess charge doesn't factor in, but it's still a 1-1.
At the end of the day...
Pooey messed up. I guess because I thought that they were...
Yeah, especially with
just, they were getting the app or whatever. It did put shipping on there, but they're also getting Startup Universal, and it's under 300.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage with Savage Roar. Savage Roar deals 8 damage.
Should do it if Nias doesn't get more stuff cleared off the board. You can go for the Juggler and potentially hit a juggle on the Keeper of the Grove.
Important to note, if he Arcane Golems, he actually put Zoro on the combo.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
can't really go.
Nias is kind of on an escalator to nowhere right now, playing against a Druid who has 2 Force of Natures and a Savage Roar in hand. So he's going to quick shot here. If he plays the Arcane Golem...
he's going to lose the game.
He will be dead.
That is great.
That was perfect.
That is outstanding for him. Ooh, second keeper. Knife Juggler on board. Second keeper of the Grove.
Wow.
What is this agenda against Knife Jugglers?
I think we should be asking you this question.
I know nothing. My hands are clean here. I'm a hunter playing.
Okay.
Same similar situation like when I play a Dr. Who, my opponent always gets the big 10 hunter.
And Boombox always kill Azure Drake.
Yes.
There's a lot of patterns we're seeing.
I don't know what you're accusing me of.
I don't know.
I'm a... Oh, is this it?
No,
it's 1 man off.
1 man off.
Oh no.
That is just too bad.
So close, but so far.
And Nias has played this so well.
He needs to Arcane Golem both creatures to stay alive.
There's no way he can do that play. He's never going to win the game.
This goes back to playing to win.
Yeah.
Right? Not to lose.
You can't
not
do that move. I mean, we can see that would be the only play to keep him in the game, but if you Nias, no, it's not happening.
Might as well play 1 Arcane Golem. Keep the second one for the abusive to proc it. And hope for the best, right?
Yeah. Hope for the best.
Gets the 6 damage to face, leaving Zoro down to 4, but 4 is enough. Force of Nature, Savage Roar, more than enough to end it.
Zoro spots it very quickly. Obviously, he's had those cards in hand for a while now, so Zoro's going to take a lead in the series 2-1. Nice, very polite, very nice guy in general, so obviously out the well played.
Yeah, we don't see much emotes in these matches usually, but
no.
Well played then.
Yeah, I was talking to Hot Form beforehand. He promised me there was going to be a lot of apologizing, and I don't feel like I saw enough apologizing at Hot Form, so very disappointed. But
I guess he didn't have anything to apologize for.
Yeah, he's like, I've done nothing wrong. But yeah, we do see the well playeds come out. 2 players who obviously have a lot of respect for each other. And yeah, Zoro's going to go up 2-1 and just has to get that win on his Hunter.
Yep, only Hunter left and Nias with Hunter and the Mage.
Yep.
And the Mage was the freeze mage, so that might be alright against the Hunter.
Yeah.
It depends what sort of Hunter Zoro is running. If it's a face Hunter, the freeze is definitely stronger than against himself.
We did see, to be fair, the Face Hunter earlier beat out the Freeze Mage. It's definitely...
That is true.
It's definitely possible based on how quickly the Face Hunter does damage.
Yeah, but the problem is that, like, the reason why Freeze Mage is usually favored against the Face Hunter is that the Face Hunter has a very limited amount of damage. And quite often, if there's an ice barrier, or maybe even two, it's impossible for the Hunter to have enough damage to end the game early.
Yeah, it seems like that the Face Hunter does need to end the game before Alexstrasza and before those, heal bots come into play.
Right.
So, yeah, it really depends on timing of stuff.
That said, what it does have in its favor is the fact that a lot of its minions have charge. So the whole Freeze Mage agenda of slowing down the board and just stopping minions from attacking, not usually as effective. That said, they do have some minions, Mad Scientist, Worgen Infiltrators, kind of these minions that can be slowed down or just straight up killed by spells like Blizzard. Or I've seen Freeze Mages before just play down a Doomsayer on an empty board. Just basically like, please don't play any minions. But, we are going to see here the Hunter into the Freeze Mage.
Yep.
So
based on Zoro's starting hand, we can't quite tell just yet which version it is.
Yeah, there are some mid-range hunters who run Abusive Sergeants. But now...
wow! Clockwork Gnome!
More one-drops. This is what we're leaning towards in this BlizzCon World Championship opening week.
He's got a very good opening hand, too. You can just straight up coin out the Worgen Infiltrator Clockwork Gnome.
Yeah. Double one-drops
trap.
is a dream.
Not something you want to see against a Freeze Mage, as the Freeze Mage usually is not attacking into your face until late in the game with spells. But otherwise...
Please be lock and load. Please be lock and load.
Right.
Well, it's unlikely. Lock and load would go well with those spare parts. I had some fun with that type of deck, but it's not for this type of
Ooh,
stage.
and then silence Mad Scientist there.
Yeah.
I continue to be super impressed with the players from China and the Asia Pacific region who are bringing all these unique techs into the pre-existing decks. And you talk to him after. I talked to Pipping Ho last night after the match, and he was explaining that with mid-range Hunter and Fel Reaver, he was just like, yeah, Fel Reaver does a lot of damage. As a Hunter, you want to do a lot of damage. Makes sense.
It is the 5-drop minion that has the most stats.
Right. And we're seeing players not afraid to kind of mix up what the established variants are, especially in the Western scene. So.
Speaking of which, this Clockwork Gnome might just get a reversing switch and kill a Doomsayer off.
Wow, that happens 1 out of 7 times.
More than you think.
Yeah. That's very relevant, actually, in this matchup, because Doomsayer is one of those cards that you really need to kind of hold the line for you while you get to those anti-kill bots, get to those Alexstrazzas. We do see Nias has a fair amount of healing in hand, assuming he can get to turn 9, which, as you pointed out, usually if the Freeze Mage can get to turn 9 and get that Alexstrasza off, that's kind of the end of the game for the Face Hunter.
It is, it really is. And there's a heal bot, so with that heal bot and the ice block, the chances for Nias to make it to turn 9 are quite good at this point. A little bit surprised Zoro didn't go for the Animal Companion there. It's a tiny bit awkward with the mana for now. He wouldn't play the Animal Companion and Hero Power or the Juggler. He could play the Juggler and just Hero Power.
Right, and this is a turn where, as the Face Hunter, you usually want to try to weave in your Hero Power as much as possible and be as mana efficient as you can. So while Animal Companion could produce, will produce Huffer, maybe this time you just play the Knife Juggler and your Hero Power, which is what Zoro opts to do.
Another interesting thing is, if you have 4 minions on the board and you get a Leok, the Leok is basically a Huffer, right? It deals 4 damage.
Without the cool Huffer noise.
Well, the cool Leok noise. No?
Cool Leok noise.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
But we can just agree that Misha is, a Face Hunter's worst.
Is it happening? Is it happening?
Oh.
No.
That would have been really good.
Yeah.
Ooh, and so, okay, what would he have to... If he gets anything but Misha, he can technically clear, I believe.
That's true. Even if he gets Misha, he could clear with 2 juggles.
Right, so long as the card doesn't give him Misha.
But Misha is fine too. If he just needs 2 juggles.
Leok.
But no, it's fine. He got it.
We heard the cool Leok noise, Amaz.
Wow! He just went all face.
He doesn't have time to trade.
No trading, man.
But Nias with that heal but ready and waiting is not too worried about that.
Yeah, I don't blame Zoro for that line of play. It makes sense for what he's trying to do.
Okay, go
Kinda
face.
kind of has to take some
And
chances.
here's the problem of Explosive Trap, is that it stops your quick shot from drawing a card.
Ooh.
Yeah, and at Finnegan Cloakfield, not exactly what you want.
Because you can't actually stealth the Worgen just yet, so. This is going to be awesome. Basically, he attacks with a Worgen, then re-stealths it. No.
But you can't stealth a stealth creature?
No. I don't think you can. It wasn't lit up that I saw.
Oh, maybe you just play it too fast and end the turn.
This is a Jeoparino question.
This is, yeah, I'm actually not sure now that you mentioned it. I think you still can.
All right, I'm gonna say you can. And we'll see if it's lit up. We'll see if it's lit up.
I think you can.
No, I'm wrong.
I get a totem point.
You get a totem point. We'll give you an honorary totem point. So now you, myself, and Crip are tied.
All right.
Still 2 more days.
Oh, there's so much damage. With a quick shot, he can actually push Nias down 2 HP right now, which would leave him dead to the explosive trap.
Yeah. Hey, you never know. Nias might mess up and go like, I will proc this freezing trap first with my anti-kill bot, and then I'm dead.
I've seen 2 Worgen infiltrators. I will proc this freezing trap.
Yeah.
What doesn't sound right about that sentence?
Well, as low as Nias is right now, he does have that ice block in his hand, and for next turn the Alexstrasza is there. So as long as he doesn't attack face this turn, he should be doing quite alright.
Right.
He's thinking about what he wants to do. Obviously, the ice block has to come down.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
And he's honestly sitting pretty. He has Alexstrasza next turn. He's got, you know, some... Yeah, he's got some aha going, so...
A lot of them, actually.
Yeah.
Yep. Cranks up the pressure here.
Oh, because obviously since he's Alexstrazzing himself, he just needs to start pushing that damage, so... Yeah, and obviously Zoro has no answer to that.
Nope.
Aha.
Let's see, that better be a good one. Guess on Mystic would have been quite
Flare
a
would have been
Flare,
good.
yes. Flare actually could have been. It's possible Zoro is running a Flare.
I was going to say, obviously we've talked about the fact that they love those tech cards.
Yeah.
So Flare is definitely a tech card. So.
Yeah.
Maybe it just didn't draw it. Maybe it's in the deck.
Very well could be. You know, we've seen crazier stuff over the course of the first 2 days of the Hearthstone World Championship.
I mean, we saw Clockwork Gnome. Anything could be in the deck.
Clockwork Gnome's crazy. Yeah. I actually I often wonder why players don't run it, because I feel like it's very solid in the Face Hunter list. And, you know, you can get stuff like the +1 attack.
Sure. I guess the main drawback is that it does give you a card, thereby making quick shot a little bit worse, perhaps.
Right, so for Zoro, he's in a very bad place right now. I'm pretty sure he's actually just dead next turn if he doesn't somehow find a way to clear the board.
15 damage in the hand, both Antonidas and the Alexstrasza connecting the face. That's an additional 13, so 27 damage.
Look at I am 2 for 2 on math today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Good job.
Thanks. I went home last night, looked at some books, learned some math, feel ready to cast today. He's gonna...
Going for the Unleash.
I respect this. Never trade, always face, even into oblivion.
Just okay.
Oh, well, that doesn't really matter.
That doesn't matter at the end, but it's kind of funny.
It's a good way to go out.
Yep.
Zoro shaking his head, kind of smiling even a little bit. Sometimes you just got to play out your cards.
And if only that was a reversing switch, things would have been a bit different.
Yeah. Yep. Clockwork Gnome, you had one job, which was to get the 1 and 7 draw of the reversing switch. But yeah, Nias is going to go ahead and tie up this series, so we are going to a Game 5 with the Hunter Mirror. And I believe Nias's Hunter had the double Arcane Golem. Kind of some,
but it also had High Man in it, so it was a little bit slower version than the one that Zoro is running with the multiple one-drops and the explosive trap.
So this is actually my time to shine now. I say, yeah, Face Hunter versus slower hunters. I usually give it to the Face Hunter.
Okay, and why is that, Robert?
Because you do damage faster.
Oh, okay.
And in Nias' deck, we didn't see like a Houndmaster, which can be really problematic for the Face Hunter. I'm open to disagreement, though. Tell me what you guys think.
I agree with you. I think the faster the Hunter is, the better it does in the mirror match. Usually, just based on how the hero powers work and how poorly the slower Hunter can defend against the aggressive chargers. Right. Even those traps, you have the freezing traps. They're not so good against the small minions from the Hunter. Maybe Unleash the Hounds, one of the easiest ways to deal with the freezing trap, while explosive trap takes out a lot of stuff.
Right?
Yeah.
Maz, what do you think?
Yeah, exactly. You just need to kill your opponent before they do you, right? It's a Hunter, racing.
Yeah.
If you're 1 turn ahead, then you win.
It's important to note, I only asked because I felt like you guys would agree with me. I didn't feel like I'd look silly.
No, you were pretty sure of yourself. Confidence.
Confidence. So we see Nias' opening hand. He does have that Savannah High Main. Obviously, that's not something you tend to see in the Face Hunter deck. In fact, it's usually the determining factor in differentiating the decks. Zoro's opening hand, though, not really what you want.
It's not at all what he wants.
Well, actually, Zoro kept the Abusive Sergeant just so he can play something. It's really hard for Hunters to deal 1 damage to 1 minion.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that when you're mulliganing as a Face Hunter and you're going first and you have the coin, you will often keep the Abusive Sergeant just to guarantee you have something to do.
Exactly.
Because mana utilization is so important as the Face Hunter.
Yeah, it's extremely important to have that one drop. He would have preferred to have any of the other one drops, but still, that Abusive is so much better than not playing it.
And this Glazuka is going to punish the only one drop from Nias. He could have coined, 2 things, or the Mad Sciences, but with this play, he made Zoro have a 3-1 abusive strategy stick around.
Yep, and that abusive is going to deal 6 damage.
All right, let's see. This animal companion could work out pretty poorly.
Misha would probably be the best one.
Oh.
Leok, not that good in this situation.
It's good obviously because it can trade and it has value because it'll stay on the board, but trading really doesn't matter all that much as we were talking about. It's all about just getting that damage in there.
There you go, all face.
Zoro's doing it right. He gets it.
The Zoro bow, though, the Glazuka, it could be saved to kill the Leok later because you do want your face to trade for minions while your minions do the damage, right? That's how you get Tempo. Tempo doesn't really matter too much in this matchup, but it still matters in the first 5 turns.
He could keep it. He doesn't have another weapon in his hand right now, but also attacking with it right now, in case he draws another one, can be beneficial.
I like that both Zoro and Daiming have been running the Wolf Rider over the Argent Horse Rider. I think that's very interesting. I really want to ask both players their thoughts on that, because obviously Wolf Rider does 1 more point of damage, which is very important, but the Argent Horse Rider is super difficult to remove.
That's true.
For a lot of decks, so very interesting to catch up with them after and kind of get their opinions. For Nias, he's forced to clear. He's on the back foot, which is what you tend to see as a slower hunter.
That's right.
You can't really race at this point.
Yeah, Unleash the House would have been pretty good so that you can turn the board around, but now to turn the board around he needs to take another 3 damage to the face. So that Wolf Rider effectively was a fireball that removes the durability from your opponent's weapon.
Wow. And the abusive also dealt so much damage. Even though it might look, for some of the newer players, you might look at there's a battle cray, buff a minion, I'm wasting that. But it doesn't really matter, it was still so much damage.
Yeah, we see Leopardon come down, and Zoro's hand, despite having a really hot early start, I mean, he has the quick shots in hand, which they do damage, but they don't really put anything on the board, and Zoro wants to force Nias to deal with the board at this point, because Nias is just not in a position to race at all.
Yeah, even so, that's going to the face, because Freezing Trap is actually going to remove the damage from Leopardon, right? If you kill it, it's 2 damage. When we freeze it, it's gone for a while.
Yeah, and suddenly this game's a little bit more complicated now for Zoro. Really has to measure out. I'm sure he understands, obviously based on playing Nias' deck already once, that this is Freezing Trap.
Oh yeah, he knows it's
he knows that Leopardon is coming back to hand, and then has to decide from there, does he Leopardon quick shot? What does he do? He's going to be giving Nias another charge on the Eagle Horn now.
Yeah, I don't think you attack with Leopardon at all. It's such a big deal to give that extra charge. Might as well do it later.
Yeah, and basically Nias only actually has 6 health right now because of the double quick shot in hand. So Zoro doesn't need to do too much more damage to get to where he wants to go.
I wonder if Nias can actually outrace his opponent by minion combat.
I was looking at this. He has Leok on the board. Like, this is actually...
I feel like he has to try.
He has to just slam the Arcane Golem and go for it, right?
Yeah,
I would.
And then from there, do you Hero Power... Yeah, this is an interesting question now. So with the additional 2 mana, would you guys Mad Scientist, Haunted Creeper, or Hero Power?
The Mad Scientist does have a possibility of dealing 3 damage, and if the Leok dies, it still does 2 damage, right? So maybe the Mad Scientist is a little bit better?
I think you isolate the Scientist here and just kill off the Leopardon. Try to get that Scientist frozen, so in the end, like now using the Leok and the Leopardon.
This is great.
You really don't want to see that explosive trap, and he's going to go for it. Deals with that, and Zoro really looking for Unleash the Hounds from the top.
This is a great game 5. It just comes down now. They're both racing. Oh, Unleash the Hounds totally changes up the game. Wait, that isn't... Okay, that isn't lethal.
That is 1 damage off lethal.
One damage off from lethal right now.
Thanks, Freezing Trap.
But he can get the explosion. No, but it's still 1 off. Because then they misses some damage on the face.
Well, it doesn't matter, because Unleash the Hounds could proc the Freezing Trap, then the Mad Scientist could trade for the Arcane Golem, and then you can get an Explosive Trap, and that's 2 damage anyways.
It's not a problem being a little bit off. Anyway, because there's no way for Nias to kill him next time.
So we're going to see Unleash the Hounds, as you brought up, He's one of the best counters to Freezing Trap. Kind of like a pint-sized force of nature.
That's true.
It actually really is. It's I mean, obviously it doesn't cap out at 3, but so
good. Triggers the freezing here.
And it's important to note, in this interaction, you do actually just get a Hound in hand, a 3-mana 1/1 with charge, which obviously is not a good minion by any stretch of the imagination, but at this point, 1 damage is huge.
Yeah, and it's also a 3-mana Disarm Trap.
Yeah. How many opts to Hero Power here? Hold on to the quick shot, so...
Yeah.
Nias is currently suffering the curse of being the slower hunter.
Is Lothar going to save him?
not really, because then Zoro...
No, and that's it. Zoro is going to take the series 3-2. Wow. That ended up being a really close one, though, and really came down to that Unleash the Hounds.
Unleash the Hounds. I mean, Zoro could have used it earlier, too, so it wasn't like, okay, he got super lucky because he could have joined earlier as well, but still drawing it at the right moment. If it was one turn later, it would have been too late.
Yeah. Right, we saw Haunted Creeper sitting in the hand of Nias in the end there. That's really a card that against the Face Hunter, you either need to have like on coin turn 1 or turn 2, or it just sits in your hand.
That's
because
true.
it doesn't give you any immediate board presence.
It can be extremely powerful if you get it out on maybe on turn 1 with the coin, or on turn 2, as you can trade those for the 1 toughness minions. But later on, yeah, it doesn't really do anything.
It's kind of comparable to Zombie Chow in that case, where you just really want to see it early.
Oh,
on.
Yeah, very, very solid against a lot of the Face Hunter minions, which only have 1 health. With the spiders left behind, but yeah, once you get it at that point, Nice got it way too late, and it just kind of sat in hand. There was another Mad Scientist, there was another freezing trap, but as we talked about, Zoro actually had the 3-mana 1/1 Hound with charge, which would have disarmed the trap anyway, so yeah, really well played series by Zoro. Again, continues to be fascinating to watch the deck compositions of some of these players who are not from North America or Europe, and obviously paid off. Anias is no easy opponent to beat, played extremely well at the Americas Championship, and is a very high IQ Hearthstone player.
Yeah, Nice is down, but he's not out. He will be fighting again later on tonight. He will be fighting for his tournament life. If he loses that one, he will be out, but he still has a chance.
Yeah, and we've actually seen a number of players now are going to, as you said, fight for their tournament lives a little bit later on. You know, like Life Coach, Naria, now Nias, others as well. So these games we're going to see this afternoon are not filled with any players you expected to be out at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, definitely quite a few matches that are we have to say goodbye to a few people, but they all played really well, so they have nothing to be ashamed of.
Yeah. These have all been really tight series as well. It hasn't been like one really dominant performance where someone's just gotten shut out. So, and I think so far one of the storylines that's worth considering is the performance of Asia Pacific and China, because going into this, Europe obviously thought Europe was the best region, and North America was convinced that North America was the best region, and a lot of people are maybe sleeping on Asia Pacific and China, but they've come here and put up really impressive performances, pretty handily dealing with some of these players who are thought of as some of the best in the world. Is that something you guys expected to see here?
Well, it's tough to tell. I mean, all the regions have a lot of strong players in them. From the North Americas, 3 of them are now in the losers bracket, and only Hotfrom in the winners, but all of them still have a good chance.
Right. Yeah. So we've actually got Rachel standing by to interview Zoro and talk to him about his series. So we'll toss it over to her.
Thanks so much, Robert. That's right, I'm here with Zoro. And Zoro, I want to know, you looked so confident in the chair. You seem like you've done this 1,000 times before. What is your actual tournament experience before BlizzCon weekend?
你 BlizzCon 之前你有什么比赛的经验？
就全民实力赛，还有黄金赛之类的，就。
Is a paid promotional video for Final Fantasy XIV: A Realm Reborn. If you're interested in checking out the world of Eorzea for yourself, make sure to click the provided link in the description. Hello everyone, Lanny Pator here. The good people at Square Enix have asked us to do a quick video on,
coming here to
well, a quick couple of videos,
I'm
sorry, on
seeing
Final
the production,
Fantasy
seeing all the games, and meeting the players
online.
for the first time.
So to start this one off, I was going to go through kind of like the beginning parts of the game. Here, I'll click on start.
He really
as you can see, I already have a
lot of hope,
guy,
and he has very few opportunities.
Relatively
big tournament like
high
this.
level, 45, kind of at the
This
end of
is
the
an
vanilla
opportunity
campaign.
for you here. I want to give you the chance to say something to your
you
fans.
know, before Heaven's Ward, which I'm really looking forward to getting into. Bought it a while back, just haven't had time to play into it yet. But what I want to do in this video real quick is I kind of want to show you the low-level sections of a new character, including the character creation, and then we'll get on to some of the higher-level content in another video.
I hope to
so here we go.
play a little better, make fewer
One thing I really like about this game is it allows you to play with either a keyboard and mouse or a
for China.
controller.
We'll see if that
and
all
since I'm
pans
kind of a
out for you
scrub
later
lord
on
and a
this
lazy
week.
sack of shit, I
We
play
have
with
our
a
lower
controller.
bracket coming up
So,
next, so
you
don't go
got all
anywhere. I'm
your
going to give it back to the casters, and we have lots more games for you today.
Thanks, Rachel. Obviously, great to see these players who are, not used to being in bigger tournaments come in and not only play but succeed, really do well and kind of exceed expectations. And obviously, you two are no strangers to big tournaments. But do you remember what it was like playing with those first few tournaments you guys ever got into?
Wow, it was definitely very, very stressful, especially when you are like you know, just joining the first tournament and nobody knows you, but then you know everybody, and you go like, wow, Savage, I'm actually going to be playing Savage.
Oh my god, I don't understand.
Like very precious.
Going digital,
Yeah,
how it
me as
works.
well.
It's
Like
really
the US
hard.
tournaments that I played, it's so stressful, and that was not on a stage like this. It was smaller tournaments, but for these players, it's
He's like,
definitely
it keeps on wanting me to say that there's something physical you give her, like a tape, and I'm like, there's not. If you want to give her the memory card, there is, but there's no point in going digital.
from China. They might have never traveled to the US before. Everything's different. Yeah,
Right,
it
so
can be tough.
very intense experience for them, but obviously no nerves being shown thus far. They're playing very well. Before we go to break here, we definitely want to get you guys to get involved in the conversation. Feel free to tweet at Play Hearthstone, tweet at any of us. Obviously, we'll be tweeting during the duration of the tournament. And we also want to thank our sponsors as well for their contributions in helping to make this possible. So, before we get into our next match, though, we do want to show you some of the highlights from our last few games, brought to you by Windows 10 Game DVR.
I'm pretty upset about Monk. He shot all over the house last night. We can go out if we want to for a little bit, but I'm not worrying about dressing up and shit. I don't have the attention span for it. I got enough stuff going on right now. If you want to dress up, that's fine. Maybe I'll wear my corset or something. But I'm not gonna go full out and get a costume.
Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
And they fucker left chat. Seriously? Fuck you, man.
Welcome back to the Hearthstone World Championships. We just finished up our group stages, and the battlefield
I don't know, I've been
was a
eating
little
carrots all day.
different from how we started yesterday. Where are we sitting now?
That's right. Well, the group stages aren't completely finished yet, but we finished each first match, which determines who goes into the winner's bracket and then who goes into the loser's bracket. And what that means is we play a double elimination group. You have to lose twice before you're finally out of the BlizzCon running, but we still have an opportunity for each player. They're still alive in the tournament. We had players advance to the winners. That was Tice, Kranich, Ostkaka, and Pingpingho. And over on the lower bracket, we just saw that a lot of players, they suffered a little bit, but players like Life Coach and Purple, I definitely think they can turn it around.
I think so too. Do you have any insight into what they've been doing these past couple days? I think they've just been holed up practicing, right?
Well, some of them have. A few of them have just been clearing their mind and exploring a little bit of the Southern California area. The weather here is absolutely phenomenal.
It's beautiful,
It's great. It's perfect weather to just be out in t-shirt and jeans or even shorts. And so some people have chosen to go for the beach. They've decided to hang out and just take a nice walk around downtown, go shopping for stuff. And sometimes that helps a little bit more than practicing non-stop, because you need to clear your mind, and because Hearthstone is so cerebral, everything's in your head, you've practiced so many hours and you know your strategy already, you might overthink it. In fact, that's what Nias just told me. He said that he thinks that he may have just overcomplicated things by taking too long on his turns, and as a result may have won the series that was his.
Well, that sounds pretty rough. I do hope the players, as they're enjoying themselves, are taking some time to watch the games today, because we did see a lot of really creative stuff from some of the players today.
Yeah, that's right. We've seen Rogue succeed. Even though it didn't win every game, it won 2 out of 3 games, enough for Ostkaka and Hotform, who did end up advancing to the winner bracket. We saw both these Rogue players go through. Another unique thing is the Shamans also have won as well. We saw players like Pingpingho yesterday was able to take his series, calling himself the Shaman God. And earlier today, we would also see Dai Meng qualify for the winner's bracket portion, playing a Mech Shaman. And these are 2 classes that people wrote off saying it's literally unplayable. And then here's also another wild card, is that Tice is the only player to bring Priest. And no one plays Priest at all, and he's also in the winner's bracket. So something different is working, and that's what makes it really exciting.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how these next matches pan out. We have the start of our lower bracket coming up very soon. Don't go anywhere. It's going to be up next.
Jam versus No Tomorrow.
well, the first elimination matches of the tournament are underway. This is, I guess, not the best thing to say, but it's my favorite part of the tournament. It's where you really see people bring their everything, bring their emotions to the table, and there's more of a dynamic than just the Hearthstone play at work.
Yeah, I mean, while neither of these players want to go home, both these players also really want to go and play on the BlizzCon stage. It is, you know, the pinnacle of Hearthstone, and neither of these players want to see that dream cut short here.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, here we got Amaz, Kibler, and myself. I'm Crip, and we will lead the elimination rounds for you guys. Of course, these players will all still be at BlizzCon if you do want to hang out with them, if you guys want to meet them, get a signature, get your mouse pad signed. They will all be there, so you BlizzCon fans, you guys won't be missing out on the players, even if unfortunate things happen to them. And unfortunate things will have to happen to at least half of them.
You made it sound so much more terrible than it actually is.
Okay. I mean, depending on your perspective, it could be you know, fate worse than death. Well, probably not death, but
okay. Well, it definitely does. It's not that pleasant if you have to go to an event and you can't play in it, but so that's why they have to give it all the best right now.
That's
right. Do or die moment.
I mean, these players took their losses. No Tomorrow was yesterday. He lost the first match against Tice.
He lost.
And then Jab lost a very close match earlier today.
Indeed,
so
he did.
I have to imagine that Jab's coming into this really hungry for you know, the win that he may have felt like just slipped through his fingers.
One aspect that I kind of talked to Hoffman about yesterday is it feels like if you're going to lose a game, you want to lose it on the first day, because if you play on the second day, you have to factor in a little bit of the fatigue element. Now, Hearthstone is, you know, it's a fun game. It doesn't. When you play it at home, it doesn't require you to be fully 100% in the zone and awake. But when it comes to very important high-level tournament play, you know, players are getting like 10, 12 hours rest. You know, they're really being as rested and as calm as possible. So having to play your second match after losing one on the same day can have an element of stress.
I mean, Hearthstone is a game that it is not, you know, physically exhausting, but it's certainly mentally exhausting. And even just sitting and playing, you know, a match and being sort of tensed and stressed out and in the zone, in focus, you can start to have even just your back hurting at the end of the day. It can sound kind of ridiculous to say, but you know, Jab had the very first match of the day today, and he had to wait since then to sort of think through all of his turns and everything. And it's possible that he is sort of in that spot where he maybe experience a little bit of fatigue.
Well, so here's the match. No Tomorrow is going to coin out the redemption here just to pump up the Secret Keeper to crank up the pressure a little bit. And also his turn 4 play was, you know, it wasn't really existent, right? You're not going to consecrate nothing. So I do like that play. Yeah,
I mean, it's a case where your hand is bad enough that you have to go all in, and it's not usually something you see on turn 2. But if you're going to see it, this deck is one that does bring it to the table.
And this, the Redemption will bring back the Secret Keeper here. Not necessarily the best thing to get that Redemption triggered on, but not terrible either. Minibot, probably the best thing.
Yeah, that actually makes that second Redemption much better.
Yeah, it now gives No Tomorrow a play on curve here using all of his mana.
This is a pretty interesting aspect. I feel like double redemption, it wasn't that popular. It wasn't unheard of, but it wasn't that popular. And now we're actually seeing another player from the Asia region bring this. Maybe over there it is in fact very popular.
Yeah, it was deemed one of the weaker secrets compared to Avenge and like Noble Sacrifice. They usually affect the board a little bit more, but then if you bring 2, it does make it so that if you draw one of them and you draw for perhaps Mysterious Challenger in the late game, that it does pull that out and has more, you know, effect.
You might have to equality here.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a spot where that redemption, I think No Tomorrow would have been much happier if it were Repentance. He was able to reduce the health of that bear to 1. A lot as you get through here, he may be forced to use that equality just to get any damage in.
Reporting for duty.
Wow, okay, so a bit conservative with it.
He's already seen 1 copy of Swipe. So he's not necessarily in a position where he's afraid of kind of getting a bunch of things out in the board here. But Jab looks to be...
A bunch of things will hit the board.
Yeah.
Well, Jab's game plan is to remove all the minions off of No Tomorrow's hand, right? I mean, it seems like No Tomorrow's kind of running out of options. His turn 4 play wasn't really that good. You know, you would expect the Shredder to be the best, but instead it's going to be Noble Sacrifice into Redemption. So Jab is going to have a good time clearing all these little minions.
Yeah, the redemption on the get down, as it's known.
That's the defender. Yeah, that is the proper name.
Yeah, it's going to allow. Yeah, it's not a particularly powerful effect, and we were mentioning this a little bit earlier. This is one of the weaknesses of the Mysterious Challenger deck. When you do draw so many of those secrets by themselves, they're individually not particularly powerful cards. And now, if No Tomorrow does draw his Mysterious Challenger, it's going to be a bit weaker because he has no copies of Redemption to get.
It's also considerably bad when not only do you draw quite a few secrets, but when you draw quite a few of the same secrets. Right. So Mysterious Challenger pulls out fewer things that you don't want to top deck from.
And we see a shake of the head from No Tomorrow here as he recognized this game is getting kind of out of reach. Jab's still at 24 health.
6 damage.
Yeah.
Right.
And look at his hand. I mean, he has a quality in Consecration, but he's playing a very proactive Paladin deck, not really a reactive Paladin deck. He doesn't have as many of the late-game power cards like Lay on Hands or Kel'Thuzad that you might see in the more controlling Paladin decks.
And against Jab's 8-card hand, I think Jab is in a very good position right now.
Yeah, Jab's hand, on the other hand, is a hand that he really struggles to play more than one thing each turn. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Emperor come down, even though it's not the highest tempo play. I think it probably results in the highest tempo over 3 turns.
It does. Immediate tempo would be the Dr. Broom, and it seems like that's what he's going to go for. Just like stick to the strategy of clearing minions as they come, right? The Emperor does allow Jab to play more cards. It could counter stuff like Divine Favor, perhaps. But, you know, maybe the pressure right now on the board just, you know, gets to him. 6 damage every turn is a lot of damage.
I think it might be enough to Equality Consecrate. I mean, you're not getting rid of that board without Equality.
I wonder if you need the Consecration here.
You mean just the Equality?
You could possibly just play Equality, because if Equality Consecration, you can't make another Silverhand recruit.
Okay.
And if
you can Coghammer in this case?
Yeah, you could play your Coghammer, and if you do Equality Consecration, you're very likely to lose at least a couple of your minions to those boombots.
Anyway. I think you're absolutely right.
Let me
I think I like the Equality, attack into the 2 big minions with the recruits, and then attack the boombots with your spiders. Maybe he's just going to try and save his Equality here.
Oh, interesting. Oh wow, he's actually going to use the Consecration.
Oh, but yeah, he's going to use Consecration
and save the Equality.
But save Equality. Okay. All right.
Interesting.
I think he's looking at the fact that he can get some value from this Consecration right now. Consecration
is double 4.
thankfully they did hit things that didn't take too much to die anyway.
Exactly.
But the Flame Strike bots
here, innervate the Emperor.
Yeah, the Coghammer being seriously punished by that Harrison
So
Jones.
many cards.
That is pretty. That's a 6-card Emperor. That's Freeze Mage status.
That is, and Jab actually sets up lethal with this play as well. Well, No Tomorrow does have an Equality, and wow, the best 6 drop.
That is about the best turn you can hope for.
Yeah.
Is clear your board, play Mysterious Challenger.
Yeah, as bad as his last few draws have been, this one really brings him back in the game.
He's still in a pretty rough spot here.
He is, but he's one Divine Favor away from winning.
It's true. If he does, if he does find that.
Well, luckily for Jab, he does have the BGH available.
More importantly, he has the Wrath, which guarantees the Avenge on the 6/6.
That's true.
Otherwise, it would be a 50-50.
Right. So you Wrath the 1/1. The Mysterious Challenger is going to get buffed by Avenge, and your Big Game Hunter can clear the off pretty easily.
Yeah, Big Game Hunter is a card that, in many cases, people typically play because Handlock was popular, thanks to the Molten and Mountain Giants. But this combination of Mysterious Challenger plus Avenge generates creatures of 7 or more power almost as frequently.
Yeah, we have seen Paladin, particularly the Secret Paladin, be considerably more popular in today's matches than in yesterday's. So it's representing about half the field. It's just funny how it worked out in the tournament.
Yeah, and here, Jab picking up a couple more extra cards.
Yeah.
Yeah, 17 is not a comfortable life spot, but with 0 cards from your opponent, it doesn't seem that bad.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
And Muster, normally pretty powerful, but we know that there's that swipe in Jab's hand. And we have to imagine those secrets from No Tomorrow.
Lethal, right?
Well, there might be another
there's a
Noble Sacrifice.
Noble Sacrifice, I believe, is one of those.
But
I think it still is lethal
it's
damage.
14 plus 7 minus 2, so it's 19 even if it's Noble Sacrifice.
Yes, I believe you're correct. I believe he can play Force of Nature, Savage Roar, Hero Power Attack, or not even necessarily Hero Power Attack, attack with his hero,
right?
And just go for lethal damage.
Sure, makes sense.
As long as the sequencing is correct here,
and
it will be
No Tomorrow just
it
concedes. So Jab takes the first game in this elimination match with his Druid deck.
Yeah, pretty good stuff. Oh, that's a face of confidence. You don't see that too frequently on Jab, but I'm glad to see it. I like to
He
see
looks
people
intense.
when they're like in the zone, you know. there's a special kind of look that people have when they're like in the zone.
The glare in the eyes.
Yeah.
And Jab is a player he's pretty reserved. You know, we hear his interviews, and he's never like, I'm going to win. He's just like, I feel pretty confident. I've prepared well. And, you know, he definitely here, though, you see that look of resolve there. He doesn't want to go home.
Right. There is a lot on the line. It is double elimination, so the first game is maybe a little bit less pressure. But when it comes to the end, you know, not today.
Yeah. Oh, no tomorrow, I mean.
Oh, maybe it is no tomorrow.
Oh, man.
And here it is no tomorrow who is at risk of not having a tomorrow in this tournament. He, you know, down a game here. Jab, what do you think about how these lineups, Jabs against no tomorrows, they really pan out?
Well, the Druid from Jab being, you know, checked off is actually really, really decent because No Tomorrow does run Hunter, does run Paladin. It seems like, you know, Jab kind of stole that win away. So I would definitely give the advantage to Jab because sometimes, even when you're up a game, you might not be a big favorite because of how the matchups work. That's kind of how Conquest is kind of interesting.
I think that Jab's two decks here both have pretty good matchups down the line against No Tomorrow. I really like his Tempo Mage deck here. It's very strong against Druid, also quite strong against Paladin, thanks to Flamewaker being able to wipe out all of the muster for battle tokens.
I just really like his Tempo
Oh yeah,
deck.
I've
just
been really
without
impressed.
any words after it.
No, absolutely. I of the decks in this event, that's the one that has probably impressed me the most. We watched it a couple weeks ago at the Americas Championship as well, where Jab finished in the top 4, obviously, to make his way here. And that was, I think, his strongest deck at that event as well.
Well, of course, Jab is not much of a stranger when it comes to tournaments, and in fact, he has had a little bit of history in regards to missing a final in the past. Let's hear about that.
I think the moment I qualified for this tournament was the happiest point of my Hearthstone career so far, because last year I made it to regionals as well and just fell short, so it's good to be able to finally achieve this. Since I was so close last year, I knew for sure that I could improve and then finally get to where I wanted to be as a player.
All right, well, yeah, this time he made it, but oh man, it's getting close to exiting again. But
well, good
I mean,
start.
Yeah, he's made it one step further, and I think more than anything, just being on this world stage, showing people that you're playing really cool decks, you're playing really well. Often, even if you don't end up winning, even if that happens to be the case, I think you win the heart of some of the people watching. And I think things like he's done with some of his decks, especially his mage deck, has done a lot to accomplish that goal at least.
But you still want to win.
You still want to win.
At the end of the day, it's about winning.
Yes.
Yeah, all these players here definitely want to go to BlizzCon, play on that stage, and come home with the trophy. Jab's certainly among them. And now he's going to be playing the deck that, well, it might not be the one that we've been most excited to see, the one he's most known for, which is his Hunter deck.
Right. Now, he didn't have much luck with his Hunter deck. It seems like he outpaced his opponents in the first few turns, but being a mid-range Hunter, he really just has to win the mid-range. And it just so happened that he kept facing other decks with better mid-range, even though that seems unlikely. It kept on happening against his opening game today. And, well, that's why he's here, unfortunately, in the first elimination match.
Yeah, this is a pretty good start from Jab here, getting the Mad Scientist killed by the Noble Sacrifice, allowing him to set up this freezing trap, which can protect Knife Juggler, which is a very strong card in this matchup.
Right,
Yeah.
and with the interesting thing is the Secret Paladin, it's like all in on turn 2 or 3, right? So here, if you're No Tomorrow, it's like, okay, yeah, I saw a couple freeze traps earlier, but maybe there was another trap, and I think I have to hope that it's something else right now.
Yeah.
I think he has to play the Juggler and go for the kill in the unlikely scenario that's the case.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's also not like the freeze trap's getting worse. There is the possibility that it's not freeze trap, which we know it is.
Yeah, unfortunately. And there is no Eagle Horn to buff up the durability of it, so it's better to proc the trap right now anyways.
And the Competitive Spirit, one of the weaker secrets that No Tomorrow could play onto this board. And Jab has to be thinking about exactly what this secret could be, though. We know that it's Competitive Spirit, but if this is, for instance, Noble Sacrifice, Jab would be much less inclined to attack his Knife Juggler into his opponent's Knife Juggler.
I think at this stage in the game, you're really just going through... Oh, that's pretty cool. I think you're really just going through the cards to try to guarantee a good curve. This is a rare case. Like, you often think of like 1 or 2 turns ahead, but this is one of those cases where you think really, really far ahead because you need to play the Hymen on 6, you need to play the Dr. Boom on 7. So any card that's less mana than that, you need to be able to play on curve before it, or it comes down on turn 8 or later, which is usually a stage where the game has already finished.
Yeah, and here Jab must be kind of wishing he had traded. He just got both those minions consecrated away and left No Tomorrow with this buffed up Knife Juggler.
Yeah, and forced to play the Hellmaster without a beast to get buffed, just so he can play something. I think that was pretty important, but not the best play, of course.
Had you traded the Knife Jugglers for one another, it would have been a different case where the Huffer would have likely survived.
Yeah.
I mean, why would you consecrate just one Huffer? I mean, you might, because he didn't have many options.
But I mean, even if you did, at least the Juggler would be gone.
Exactly. But in that case, you would have had even a candidate for your Houndmaster, which would have been a pretty big deal.
Yeah, though it's also possible that rather than being competitive spirit, that secret was redemption. And in that case, Jab really would have been very happy to have attacked, attacked the way he did. So the way that it played out exactly ended up just not working out for Jab.
I think we see another example of just using a card because you need to play on curve. Like, you just use Unleash for 2 Hounds against a Secret Paladin, which floods the board every other turn. But it's still the best play, like, pretty clearly, because if you're not doing it now, you're doing it on turn 8, and turn 8 is just too late for anything.
Actually, effectively utilizing your mana is very important, particularly in games between decks that are both pretty aggressive, and that if you just try and maximize the value you get out of each of your cards, you can just end up dying with them in your hand.
Right. You basically always die with them, actually, with that strategy. That's absolutely cool. Well, Redemption, an interesting choice here. He has the bigger board. He's probably hoping that Jab doesn't have a huge power play this turn so he can continue going for face damage. But as so happens, Jab has a pretty good card on turn 6.
I will point that at your face.
That was like that was the fastest attack I've ever seen.
Well, No Tomorrow has the King's Divine Favor play, which is pretty good, but I mean, do you really want to keep going face at this stage?
The thing is, even if he goes face, he's gonna be dead to that.
Do you have anything like NSCIs that does everything automatically, so I don't have to do my job?
Right? Yeah.
Well, no, he can deal with it. He can prevent lethal by double attacking, then consecrating, then divine favoring.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
That is.
But that doesn't seem like something I would do from his side.
It's like the dumbest question ever. Why?
Where yes.
It's getting like daily now, isn't it? Like every day now.
Something else down the line. You're not getting enough damage, and your opponent still has a minion that is on the board, and you could get that.
Or you could get a Cobalt Geomancer for the spell damage buff.
Or Thalnos.
Thalnos, yeah, exactly.
Looks like he's going for it, though. He's gonna.
Oh, that's good.
That actually is not bad.
That's interesting.
There is some synergy there. It's true.
Well, if Jab cannot close out this game, we're going to see a similar situation as some of the games he's had in the last few rounds, where he has such a dominating performance in the first few turns, but he starts kind of being edged out in the late game. I don't think that's going to be the case. It's still looking really well for him, but he cannot end the game right away, can he?
That Eaglehorn Bow is a really important draw for Jab. It lets him get in damage right now. Because right now, Jab has the ability to do 6 damage on board plus his hero power. Adding the bow, that becomes 9 damage, which puts No Tomorrow down within kill command hero power range. So if he just played Dr. Boom this turn and No Tomorrow played something like Mysterious Challenger, it's possible that he's able to clear things off and not lose. But Jab can put No Tomorrow in a situation where he is under a ton of pressure to have to win next turn.
Oh, wow.
Looks like he is choosing to go with Dr. Boom, though.
Yeah, I do like the Eaglehorn bow that you said, Kibler, because it does guarantee that you have lethal. But seems like that Jab is going to go the more safer route and do a little bit of more board control-ish play.
It is pretty safe. Actually, with that play, a true silver draw would not end up in being lethal.
That's true. That is true. So here, this is a little bit of an awkward spot for No Tomorrow as well. He can play the Mysterious Challenger. I mean, I guess he wants to trade it to the Boombox here.
Yeah, if you have a Noble Sacrifice still up, definitely, right?
You want the higher tempo than the guy, and this game is over very soon.
The Eaglehorn Bow may actually still just close things out.
I'm gonna CC you on this Philips app in case they don't get back to me by the time. leave today. They finally just responded to me on shipping. And there's no point in CCing it to sales because we all know that Joe and Joe don't know how to do that.
This is lethal, right?
Well,
now it
definitely.
Yeah. I think it was already lethal though. Eagle Horn Bow triggers the
wasn't exactly
mysterious
lethal. It was
challenger.
actually 1 damage off.
Was it?
Was it?
Yeah.
Yo, you might be right.
Yeah.
So
the quick shot.
Yeah, the quick shot was actually a key draw. Right? No, you're absolutely right.
Quick shot draw was actually lethal. Very good for jab. He gets lucky.
Yeah. I mean, we did just see Mal'Ganis off the top, you know, pretty much knock him out of his last game. So one good draw deserves another.
In Jab's world.
In the long run, right?
Yeah. In the longer run.
Yeah, he needed that. He needed that quick shot to actually close things out for sure.
There we go.
And it is exactly lethal. Jab takes a 2-0 lead.
And that
against
was really quite a close game. It was going to the wire. It really did feel like Dr. Room was a little bit of a risky play, but hey, if you win, you win, right?
Well, it was a play that prevented his opponent from potentially presenting lethal next turn by eliminating his opponent's minion rather than attacking his opponent's face and using his resources to play that bow as well.
Right. Well, No Tomorrow is quite behind here. I think out of the dominant performances we've seen in the tournament, Jab's Casino Mage has actually done just that.
It is.
And No Tomorrow, he has to beat it 3 times.
Pretty hard to beat, like, you know, Unstable Portals 3 times.
Yep.
You know, it has to get something good eventually.
With as much fun as it is to see that deck play, I'm hoping that if Jab does take it, that No Tomorrow at least grabs a couple games before it, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, just so for entertainment value, we want to see some cool stuff happen.
For your entertainment, not for theirs.
Well,
I imagine the Jab.
The way
just win the
tournaments
next
work
one.
is often the entertainment value comes at a price of the players.
Okay,
Just in the general sense, right? Yeah.
You see them sweating.
Exactly.
And, oh dear, what's happening now?
That does make Crip happy.
Yeah.
He did say that, you know, this is his favorite part, the elimination, and someone has to go home.
All right. Well, No Tomorrow is certainly not eliminated yet. It is absolutely possible that in Hearthstone, winning 3 games in a row against anything, there's always that chance. There's always the chance that No Tomorrow goes all the way. And he had a few thoughts to share with us about what he would do if he would end up winning.
如果我得的比赛赢得了夺了冠军，然后有很多奖金的话，我会选择请大家吃个饭呀，然后留着存着找媳妇儿娶老婆。
That was a fun little comment.
As a recently married man, I can appreciate that.
I like food, so I think I'm cheering a little bit for No
He sold you with the
Tomorrow.
first one.
yeah,
parts of that. Both
Second
parts of
one,
that.
whatever.
All right. Well, he does have to have quite a comeback here to be in contention to win. To save himself from elimination, he has to go through Jab's fairly dominant Casino Mage with Hunter, with Druid, and with Paladin. It's kind of fun. I mean, it's something that we analyzed in the first moments of the tournament is how a lot of players are just bringing what they think the 3 best decks are, and other players are just bringing 3 decks that I wouldn't even say are not necessarily the best, are literally not the best, but they specifically target a type of archetype, and they just deny the win. Now, as a tournament player yourself, I was like, well, I mean, I asked Kilbert a little bit, what do you think about this aspect? Which one would you go with if you were in their shoes?
Well, you do have to predict a little bit of what players are going to think. You do want to be the odd one out, right? If everybody's playing the field, the best 3 decks, then countering all the best 3 decks is just natural, right? But then if everybody's trying to counter, then you just want to, you know, just go natural because they're just going to have less of a power curve. So always going the other way seems to be, you know, a champion's way to victory.
So it's just predicting whether more people will play the strong ones or more people will do the counters?
Exactly. If you're going there. Or you can just play your best classes. That always works out well.
It is also important to keep in mind that you need to play what you're familiar with. You need to play what you're comfortable with. In many cases, players will say, oh, this is the best deck, I'll play the best deck. But if you're not familiar with it, you don't recognize the different lines of play and what's important in any given game, you're giving up a lot of value right there.
All right, well, not playing any spells there. turns out is going to be a bit punished here. It's going to be much slower to dish out this hand as it otherwise would have been with the Sorcerer Apprentice in play.
Yeah, this is a tough start from Jab here.
It's a horrible start.
Oh my!
And this is the downside of the spell heavy mage deck here. It can definitely get hands where you need to. Here he's using multiple spells to deal with just a 2-drop.
Yeah.
But he obviously wants to pair these with something like Flame Waker that gives it a lot more value to each of them. But when you are playing a synergy-based deck, sometimes those synergies just don't manifest.
Yeah, well, Sorcerer Apprentice was a pretty good synergy. It's just that usually Sorcerer Apprentice with a barrage of spells is usually strong in order to protect the smaller minion before it.
And here is synergy, Huffer and Face.
Oh, wow.
He found it.
Vanish versus Flame Strike.
Flame Strike, that's a pretty strong one. Though No Tomorrow is playing a very aggressive Hunter deck, against which a card like Flame Strike isn't nearly as effective.
Actually, Vanish is actually pretty decent.
Yeah, it could actually
Save
be
your
pretty
minions
good later
and then
on.
charge again later.
Yeah. I mean, if your opponent has minions that wouldn't otherwise die to Flame Strike, if you Vanish, you can do an extra turn.
Oh, it's a better conceal.
Yeah.
It costs 6 times more.
Well,
that's the difference.
There's downsides and upsides to certain cards in Hearthstone.
Okay.
Huffer gets to charge again.
That's not Huffer.
Yeah, a smaller one.
We've seen sort of split on the charge minions that different players have chosen to use in their Hunter decks. We've actually seen all 3 of the different 3 cost ones: Argent Horse Rider, Wolf Rider, and Arcane Golem. Here, that Wolf Rider did get in for 3 damage, but it immediately died to a hero power. So that's one of the situations where maybe the Argent Horse Rider would have been a little stronger.
Yeah, dealt that extra 1.
Yeah.
All right, well, he plays the Abusive Sergeant in order to attempt to play around Mirror Entity. Goes with the Trap to follow, and Counterspell is revealed.
It ends up working out pretty well for No Tomorrow there. Explosive Trap, certainly the least effective of the spells in his hand at what he's looking to do this game, which is just get his opponent dead.
Right.
Now, the funny thing about the Vanish is because it costs so much and does so little, it nullifies the effect of the Quick Shot.
It is a little awkward.
Spell Slinger counters Quick Shot, guys.
We did see Hot Form get the Tree of Life earlier.
Right.
I have to imagine that Jab wouldn't have been unhappy to get one of those in this game.
All right, we'll see an Effigy draw. Effigy is another just very fun card to see. I mean, people always talk about how there's this RNG element that some people in the Hearthstone community really dislike, especially about tournaments. But while I kind of understand from the competitive level, sometimes you don't want to see the outcome of a match based on like a boom bot. But as a viewer, I think generally it's kind of an entertaining experience, as long as it doesn't happen too often. And I think where we're at right now is a pretty reasonable spot.
Effigy is probably the most fun I have with any card in Hearthstone. Whether it's getting, Aviana off of Malagos along with the Duplicate, just nuking my opponent's entire board and their face. It's glorious. The card's just glorious.
All right, well, it seems that there really isn't much to be done from the mage here.
Look at what might just happen. He can play Dr. Boom. No Tomorrow can vanish it and just hero power him to death over 2 turns. This may very well be the clutch vanish to get Dr. Boom off the board.
Or he can just kill his opponent.
I wanted to see, I wanted to create a moment with vanish here, but sadly, Jab just died.
Just died.
Well, fortunately, we will get to see some more of this deck.
Oh, that's exactly what you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jab still has 2 chances to win with the mage deck, so he's absolutely favored here. I don't think there's any doubt about that.
It was kind of a problem that Jab didn't really draw his Flame Wakers and just drew like 5 spells at one point.
It feels like the Hunter, especially the Face Hunter, can do pretty well against the Mage, specifically if the Mage has trouble drawing enough minions, which is exactly what we saw there. Like, the more steamrolling, the more, like, the win more type of Mage deck, it seems that more and more spells are being added to the deck at the price of creatures, but in the end, if you can't get those creatures for repetitive damage, you're not really able to accomplish anything in the game.
It's very difficult to win with Arcane Blast and Arcane Missiles alone.
Yeah, certainly.
Unless you have Malagos. I was going to say the exact same thing. You beat me to it.
All right. Well, here is there really any preference if you're No Tomorrow? You've kind of struggled with Paladin twice already. Maybe it's a fresh start with the Druid, even though that maybe is a slightly worse matchup against Mage.
It does depend on your perspective and your mentality. If you're looking to try and build up momentum, if you want to play your, I think his Paladin deck is probably the one that has the better chance of winning. I think Druid is the class that is punished the most by the Tempo Mage deck with things like Mirror Entity and just the fast start that's capable of. If he wants to try and just get a game with the Paladin and then have Jab maybe sort of mentally reeling from being down from up 2-0 to an even series, that would be the direction he would go. He might just want to just get this over with, and if I lose, I lose.
Well, I absolutely agree with that aggressive mentality, and Notamura has talked about that a little bit. He's talked about how he definitely likes to play the aggressive style. So let's hear a little bit about that before we get into our next game.
大家就认为我是一个比较特别以及侵略性的选手，因为我比赛，通常我最开始打比赛的时候，那时候我第一次参加流失比赛，然后夺得冠军，在那场比赛中。 我打的就是非常的比较有侵略性以及打法很快，而且我喜欢那时候并不知道规则，我喜欢发一些抱歉啊，抱歉的之类的话语，然后的话
，My apologies。
比赛的时候动作也很摇摆，就是喜欢到处乱动，喜欢在那动来动去这样的，像听得有 DJ 一样，音乐一样。
Well, that's just an awesome, awesome statement there. Now, speaking about sorry emotes, it is something that sometimes can be aggravating to see your opponent use, especially repeatedly in some cases, as is the case. But I'm kind of curious. Do you guys have like a favorite character? Do you guys have a favorite sorry?
My favorite emotes by far are all in Magni.
Yeah.
Oh, so sorry, friend.
You took that
all
from
of them
me.
are so good. I love them.
I have to agree with that. I'm so sorry, friend.
Yeah, he sounds really legitimate too. Right?
Yeah,
he's really sorry.
Yeah. So many of them they sound kind of sarcastic.
Yeah.
I think that's why people sort of perceive, oh, you said sorry, you're a big jerk. But with Magni, it's like, oh no, he sounds so sincere. How could I possibly be mad at him?
What about you, Amaz? Do you have any dissent to Magni being king of the emotes?
Yeah, he's okay.
But Gul'dan and
Gul'dan's sorry is definitely the best one.
Okay.
Yeah, he sounds so wicked when he says it.
All right, well, speaking of Wicked, the Mana Worm here with the coin and a bunch of one-drop spells and Flame Waker. Holy cow, this looks bad, but it's true.
That is a very powerful draw from Jab. We were saying earlier, the difference between having Mana Worm and not is enormous. And really maximize that.
This is really scary. What decides to play this turn?
This is so scary, I think, actually.
ったことを後悔させてあげますわ。
よし、やってやろうぜ。
未来のために戦う。
どんな試練も乗り越えてみせる。
行くわよ。集中なさい。
So that's really, really powerful.
Actually, if you play an Ancient Lore, you would not trade.
Yeah, you just go phase.
Oh, you just go phase.
So the damage is relevant, actually.
Oh, that's
You
true.
like,
Okay.
Arcane Blast, and then Arcane Missiles would be more aggressive, at least.
Okay, okay, I see. You're just pushing that one extra damage.
No, it's 2 from the Arcane Missiles plus 1 buff from the Mana Worm.
Oh yeah, yeah, you're right, because the Arcane Missiles would have hit
and
the
the Mana Worm
minions.
attacks twice, so it's actually 4 extra damage.
Okay. We'll see if that matters in the end.
It's possible you don't actually get the additional attack with the Mana Worm if there's a removal effect, but...
Well, the only removal Savage Roar, which counts as attacking twice.
Well, in this particular hand, yes.
Oh, Keeper of the Grove is still not drawn yet,
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, Notomaro did just play both his copies of Wrath last turn, so there aren't that many efficient ways he could deal with that. So this is a really rough spot for Notomaro.
Do you have a heal?
No,
I think
you have to draw cards.
His hand is too bad to not draw cards.
Keeper was just 1 card away. So now
But
he's
this
to deal
is-
with a Dr. Broom.
Ooh, Mirror Entity.
Face.
Not really exactly what he's looking for here.
Face the place?
If he just tried Fireball, the game would have been over. But yeah, I think if you're in this position, you just... Well, maybe not.
Well, you could trade. I mean, Savage Roar would kill the Dr. Boom if he does leave the Keeper to grow. The lore up, I mean.
Yeah, but if he does that, he's basically dead. Because the Druid takes another 5. He'll be at 2. And then there's 2 Boombots.
Oh, so you're assuming the Boombots do a lot of damage?
No, they do 1 damage.
Do they ever not do a lot of damage? Oh, big game
pretty
hunter.
good, though.
And this is a pretty great turn for Notomaro here. He's still under a ton of pressure though. The Keeper clears off the Mana Worm. Big game hunter takes out Dr. Boom. But even these
Boombots can still be lethal.
Yeah. So do you clear Boombot here? Oh wow, just go. Does he have lethal next turn with the Drive the Claw and Savage Roar?
I believe he might if
That's really scary.
Jab is not able to close up this game here.
Oh, Shredder.
Well, how do you want to utilize this Arcane Blast? Well,
That
that one
didn't do
seems
it.
pretty good now.
You could use an Arcane Blast right now and guarantee more damage on the face, maybe? Oh, it goes to the face anyways.
Play everything out.
So how much damage is this? Oh, he does use the Arcane Blast.
Yeah,
now.
it's not close to lethal
No.
here.
Yeah, now he's
9
he
plus
lost a lot of
6.
resources.
Yeah, 9 plus 6 only. And there's a Mirror Entity, and that's gonna help a lot.
Actually, it seems like he's in big trouble if he actually just plays a creature.
Right. Well, you have to play the Shade before, because Shade is the weaker creature.
No, I don't know if it is. I think the charging Druid of the Claw is the weaker creature because the Shade can't be attacked, so you have to attack the Shredder and hope bad things come out.
Well, you want the
need
taunt
the taunt,
creature,
though.
right? You want the taunt creatures so the Shredder doesn't hit your face.
Right. Yeah, I think what he wants to do is play the Shade, give Jab a Shade, make it a taunted bear.
This game is really close.
Yeah,
You'd have to go face here.
Yep. Yeah, Notomaro needs to...
If Jab gets a good draw here, he can seal out the game.
Yep. Something like a spell would do, and...
That's
no.
not it. So right now, the Savage Roar is not quite lethal if the Bear dies, I believe. What do you have? 8 plus 4, it's 14.
Well, Pink's still going to the face because if Jab top decks a Fireball, for example, it's pretty lethal.
Yep. I think he still
He would still have lethal otherwise, right?
No, because the hero power.
Yeah.
7.
Well, he would have the hero power too.
Right, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Oh,
that's
dear.
really clutch.
That heal here is huge. And he's just able to trade off the board. And No Tomorrow is looking like he's trying to stick around for tomorrow.
Yeah, I don't see a one-card solution here that Jab would draw.
Right, even Power Blast wouldn't do.
Yeah, he goes to 11.
Could he already intellect into something?
Unstable Portal would be a good card here.
Unstable Portal into Deathwing.
Oh.
Counterspell.
That does save him.
It saves him for a turn.
Yeah. Unless No Tomorrow draws a spell.
And
ooh, that's not quite enough.
I think you would just play Savage Roar first to see what the secret is.
Yeah.
Oh,
because
that makes sense.
Yeah, you don't actually need to play Druid of the Claw. You can play Druid of the Claw and Taunt or something.
That makes sense.
You can
bad news.
Cast Savage Roar and just attack face and then play Sylvanas in case your opponent unstable portals into Deathwing.
Deathwing, wow.
I'm on it, guys.
Oh,
I'm on
you
it.
play around those edge cases too. You guys are both very good Hearthstone players.
Unstable portal to Deathwing. I want to see it.
Well, that was a bit of a misplay if that was going to happen. So where's the
Where
Deathwing
is it?
now?
Oh, no, it wasn't effigy. That was too
we didn't even get to see what it was.
No Deathwing
that was
from
effigy.
Unstable
Oh, you saw it?
Yeah. Saw the
Never
little
lucky.
But I haven't seen Unstable Portal in Jab's list this whole game.
And we actually knew that Hot Form was running only one, so perhaps that is a little bit of the tech choices. I mean, it seems weird. They have all these new spells in the deck.
Sure.
And the creatures are all still there. So like something's going somewhere.
Okay.
Right? Maybe it is.
Maybe
it's a one of Unstable Portal. I think we have seen Unstable Portal played from Jab's deck.
Okay.
But I don't think we've seen two. And I'm thinking that maybe that's one of the things that drop. Usually, players who practice decks so much will often individually make the same meta decisions for their decks. And this might just be an example of that.
I just want to see Deathwing, really.
I really want to see
That's all I want
Deathwing.
to see.
It's a dragon, right?
You got it, man.
Yeah, we're
You're
really
onto me.
missing. Like we haven't had an Unstable Portal highlight for this tournament yet. We really need one by the end.
Yeah. Oh, for
Do
sure.
we have an effigy highlight yet?
No.
Not yet. I don't know. Okay,
All right, well, maybe we'll produce one here.
All right, well, going into Game 5, the winner of this will advance to play tomorrow, and the loser is, unfortunately for them, out of the BlizzCon Hearthstone World Championship.
All right, well, I mean, Jab has a pretty good opener again, and being able to just drop the first minion on the board is a really big deal. Oh man, we've seen players in this situation coin out a Knife Juggler and lose the game instantly.
Yeah.
Looks like that's not going to be the case this time.
No Tomorrow does recognize that a possibility of a clear with Arcane Blast or Frostbolt is pretty easy to have. And now Jab's turn is actually not as good. So that was good play on No Tomorrow's side.
That's a bit interesting.
A lot of secrets from the Secret Paladin here.
Yeah, again, not what you want.
Yeah, you're hoping to maybe play one of those in the early turns, maybe two. But here in No Tomorrow with 4 different secrets, he's able to, if he wants, play that Knife Juggler with Redemption up protected.
I just like the Knife Juggler here because Frostbolt doesn't cut it. He really needs exactly Arcane Blast or the better half of the RNG on Arcane Missiles.
Sure.
So even though we know it's going to get pretty wrecked here, I think it's absolutely the correct play.
Yeah, unfortunately for No Tomorrow, Jab does have the Arcane Blast. We've seen this card come up really big in a lot of Jab's games. Exactly this reason, that just the sheer efficiency of the one-cost removal effect. Here, allowing him to take out the Knife Juggler and preserve his Mana Worm on the board.
Yeah, it's not just playing like...
Oh, we see like a shake of the head from No Tomorrow, who is really not happy with this situation.
I mean, if you could pick, like, the worst cards to draw, you would have picked quite a few of these.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Even Consecrate's not doing anything.
No.
So Jab is, I imagine attacking here, he's looking to potentially play around a Redemption, another Redemption.
I think he just wants to play a secret. And unfortunately here, he may commit to a ping to keep his Mana Worm alive, which just seems kind of bad. You don't want to play Effigy. you don't really want to play Counterspell because he has so many secrets. You want to play Counterspell kind of when he's spent a lot of his hand.
Right.
So maybe you could hit like a Divine Favor or a King's, like the more clunky cards that usually are at the end of a hand rather than the start.
He certainly doesn't want to get an effigy onto this board at the moment either. Like effigy on a 1-drop is just not very powerful.
Right.
He'd love to play Flamewaker, but Flamewaker, when his opponent has a minion up, is very vulnerable to a possibility of Blessing of Kings.
Right. I think that might still be the best play, though. I think you kind of just have to say, you know, if he has this, I'll lose, but if I play too passively, I'll lose anyway.
Well, the thing is that you kind of want to balance between minions and spells, just in case, you know, one of them gets removed. So I would actually prefer, you know, just pinging off the creature here, or even playing a secret, for example, and keep the Flamewaker when you actually cast a spell along with it for guaranteed value.
And there's Muster for Battle, which is going to be pretty strong for No Tomorrow here. Allows him to play Avenge as well. So that's
a terrific Avenge as well.
Yeah, no, this is a good spot for that Avenge because the Flamewaker will be able to take down some of these.
Oh, the Avenge will proc before the Flamewaker shoots the missiles. So this is not a clear board.
Yeah, it does. It will buff the guy. Now this will be able to potentially take out that Flamewaker.
That's still good though.
Yeah.
Tyrion, wow. Actually, if he draws Mysterious Challenger next turn, it's going to be Mysterious Challenger into Tyrion.
Yeah, for a 5 secret starting hand, No Tomorrow is actually doing alright.
Well, this is true. Jab is having the same problem we saw him have in the previous game, where he just didn't have any minions. He has a bunch of spells in his hand. The secrets in your deck are about the last things you want to draw. You really want to just get those off of your mad scientists. And now, Jab really, he is getting to the mid-game without anything in play. And it's called Tempo Mage for a reason. You want to have a presence in the board.
Earth Shock.
Oh no! Demon Fuse!
Jab with the actual unplayable Demon Fuse.
No, he's got Effigy up. What are you talking about?
There's
a demon in there.
He can also Unstable Portal into a demon.
Oh.
Right.
These are the
And
possibilities.
that's why you run Unstable Portal along with Spellslinger, because you might get Totemic Might, but Totem Golems can save the day.
Wow.
Yeah.
We actually did see
We did
Totemic.
see Totemic Might, yeah.
The synergy.
Okay, well, no great draw for turn 6 for No Tomorrow, but it definitely could be worse. Muster for Battle isn't a horrible play. It just seems like because you can't tackle the board well enough, you just have to go for face, hope for the best, and maybe consecrate to clear a later time.
That makes sense.
No Tomorrow's got to be afraid of a couple of things. One being, he'd love to be able to play a minion this turn in case that's Mirror Entity on Jab's side of the board. Because he really wants to coin that Tyrion out. But it's a super scary proposition. Go with Earth Shock.
Oh, no, it's
trying
not
to play around Counterspell. Not Counterspell. So now, he has the opportunity to use his Muster for Battle, knowing that it's going to resolve and give him his minions.
It's such an aggressive attack.
Yeah.
I feel like you kind of have to expect that the mage is running out of stuff constantly. So giving him a little bit of an easier time to burn you down is something that could go wrong. Really wrong.
Yeah, sure, but you do have the Noble Sacrifice up, so that attack does kind of make sense in a way.
I see. You're right, you're right.
Okay, Frostbow does clear the Avenged recruit. And
you still don't want to counterspell because the coin hasn't been played yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, generally you want to hold the counterspell until after your opponent has played the coin when they are the second player. Here, though, we know that countering the coin could be a pretty big deal. It could stop Tyrion from coming down next day.
Yeah.
So this...
It's also the fact that there's 2 secrets up, so No Tomorrow might just not play Tyrion.
Right, it's a very good chance he just casts this Haunted Creeper right now.
Nope.
Oh.
All right.
Did not work.
Well, if he does choose to clear off this...
This is the best case here. 2-drop demon that stays alive.
2-drop demon.
Succubus.
Succubus. Or
Number 1 in the game.
Pain.
Mistress of Pain is the second one?
Mistress of Pain with Demon Fuse would be great.
Oh.
Yeah, it would.
And giving your opponent 1 mana crystal here doesn't really matter too much, right?
I think it has to be Succubus, though, because you have...
You need to be able to get
Tyrion,
Tyrion,
a lot of
too.
issues with Tyrion.
Yeah.
So you just want to deal as much damage as you possibly can.
Alright.
Rather than heal up.
So No Tomorrow, I have to wonder if he's debating, okay, do I want to clear this off? Do I want to just go for face damage here?
Reporting for duty.
Yeah, Arcane Elect would punish leaving the Sorcerer's Apprentice up, but no, he's just going to take the risk of that.
I'm a little surprised by this choice.
Yeah, that is a pretty dangerous card, but when you see just 2 cards, you might not be as threatened.
But now we are getting to the late stages of the game where here is Tyrion Fordring. Or as the golden version, Tyrion Morbling, I'm told.
Wow. I have not been told that, but I'm glad I've been passed on
now you know.
information.
Now you know. That's his official title.
Wow. Blizzard is making great things happen.
Oh,
Mana Worm, not what you want here. Great card in your opening hand, not a great card to draw on turn 9.
It's also a card you really don't want to effigy, but it seems that your opponent's just ignoring your effigy play regardless. So
Yeah.
you kind of just have to go for it.
It's kind of like a snake trap, right? You'd never want to block it.
Right.
So he's able to take down Tyrion, but that weapon is still a big threat, especially with how much damage Tomorrow actually hasn't played.
But now is Tomorrow scared of lethal, perhaps, from Jab's side?
He knows there's one card from Spellslinger. It's pretty unlikely that it is a burn effect.
It could be Moonfire.
It could be Starfire.
What do you like here? I feel like
I do think
the weapon into the 2/3 and then just dumping your hand with Consecrate.
Which of the
interesting?
Yeah, I like actually potentially just consecrating, attacking the 1/2 into the 4/3. And then casting Consecration, or
But
maybe
then you effigy a 2-drop rather
you're right.
than 1
Well,
drop.
you're gonna effigy a 2-drop anyway because you're effigying the.
No, if you effigy the
Oh,
Mana Worm.
if you attack with your weapon, sure.
Yeah,
And I think the 5 damage is worth keeping around. Like you want to go 5 with haste this turn.
Oh, no demon.
Nope.
Never lucky.
Not a demon.
So let's see if Tomorrow wants to kill more creatures here, because there is 7 damage on the board, which is 8 damage on the board with the Hero Fire.
Yeah, I feel like you have to get these minions off the board. It's just so much safer. You want to send the weapon at face. And even though you do have this competitive spirit, which is extremely attractive, you don't want to let Jab draw a Fireball and beat you.
Nope, this still does Fireball though.
He left the Shredder up.
Yeah.
If Jab draws Fireball, he wins the game.
And
There's
is it
only
going to
one
be
left,
Fireball?
right?
It's Fireball! It's Fireball!
Oh!
That was the only one left.
Oh my god!
He Fireball Tyrion.
This game is over. Jab, the top deck Fireball, it got Jab past Trump, and no Tomorrow. Oh my god, it is down.
Did it
is
clear
over.
the Shredder?
That does it.
That was incredible. That, wow.
No Tomorrow is our first player to be eliminated, and Jab continues on. Jab's dream is alive.
That was
so surprising.
Yeah, Jab in the Americas Championship was 1 turn away from elimination at the hands of Trump. He drew Spellslinger into tracking into Fireball. Now, he is 1 game away from elimination here, and he just draws the Miracle Fireball when his opponent leaves the 4-power minion on the board.
Very similar situation, I believe, where lethal could have been prevented.
Yeah.
In this case, it wouldn't have been
It's not guaranteed. It's not guaranteed. It could have been Millhouse.
Any demon would have done it.
Yeah, it's true. Any demon would have still won the game,
Right.
but
a couple.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty surprising. All right, well, Jab is ready for his winner's interview, and I'm sure he is really glad that he's in that room right now. So let's hear from that and Rachel.
Hey, Jab, that was a heck of a last turn there. What did it feel like to get Fireball in your hand there?
I wasn't really expecting to win that game, so that was very surprising. Feels good, I guess.
Now, you were ahead too early on, and No Tomorrow almost was able to take it back. What would you do a little differently now that you had some time to think about it?
I think I played as well as I could have. Not much I'm going to change up for my coming matches. I just need to keep focusing, and hopefully I get lucky. Like, my spell slingers were pretty bad, but I got rewarded in the end with a fireball draw, so that felt good.
Well, you have a lot of NA fans cheering for you, a lot of USA fans in chat. I want to know, you're working really hard on building your stream audience. You have a lot of viewers out there. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Thanks for cheering me on. Hopefully I can make it to BlizzCon and hopefully win the whole thing as well. That'd be awesome.
Well, good luck to you, Jab, and good luck to you, Jab boys in chat as well. I'm going to give it back to our casters.
Well, winning BlizzCon is definitely awesome, as he puts it.
I'm serious. My heart is still actually kind of racing. And I'm just sitting here on the desk. You know,
it seems so unlikely, like 5 seconds before
we were
he
just
ended up closing the game.
Looks like Jab's done, and then it's, nope, leave the 4-1 up, fireball. Crazy stuff.
Yeah, crazy stuff indeed. And again, guys, that was the first of our elimination rounds. We have 3 more super exciting, super tense matches. That so much is on the line for 6 of these players. Before we get into those, though, just like to thank our sponsors for making the event happen, making everything work so you guys can have this awesome viewing experience. And before we get into our next match, let's have a quick look at some of the stuff we just saw, some of the highlights from our last few games, and of course, brought to you by Windows 10 Game DVR.
The 2015 World Championship Series Global Finals is brought to you in part by Intel, Windows 10, MasterCard, and T-Mobile.
Not half as salty as no tomorrow.
Hey everyone, I'm here with the Dragon Master himself, Mr. Brian Kibler, and you've enjoyed some really special games on the desk this week, so I want to know what stood out to you most so far.
That moment just now from Jab, closet defeat. That's wrong, right? And yeah, he was able to pull out what looked to be an unwinnable game with that fireball draw, which is just deja vu from the America's Championship.
Right, we saw some, I don't want to call them greedy plays, but they're plays that put a lot on the line in the name of victory, and sometimes pay off, not so often here at the BlizzCon World Championship.
Yeah, it was pretty clear that No Tomorrow was living for today, and Jab was one who was rewarded from that.
Well, we have Life Coach coming up next, and his opponent is a little less known than Life Coach. Life Coach is a player that puts a lot of his plays out there, a lot of his strategies, a lot of his thought processes. How do you think this is going to affect his opponent?
I mean, Life Coach is a player who he really appreciates the community around Hearthstone. He likes to educate everyone else with his stream and walking everyone through his thought processes. But he is just such a strong player that really hasn't affected his results.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see how his results play out in this next match. I'm going to hand it back to our casters.
Life Coach versus Nias.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Hearthstone World Championships Day number 2. It's time to find out who will be going home between Life Coach and Nias, and who will stay alive to fight for a runner-up spot in Group B. My name is Frodan. I'm joined by Savitz from Team Liquid and Robert Wing, community manager from the Blizzard Entertainment of over Hearthstone. We are getting ready for our second person. We're going to be packing their bags and returning them back to where they came from. This is kind of a sad moment, but also a really intense moment if you think about it, because these guys specifically have trained very hard to get here, but there's also players here that we don't necessarily expect to be in that spot so early. Life Coach losing in the first match, is that something that you anticipated, Savitz?
No, not at all. Life Coach is definitely one of the European fan favorites, and I don't think many of the viewers back at home expected to see him on the ropes so early in the tournament.
Well, I mean, maybe they expected him on the rope in some capacities, but maybe not in certainly this one. Robert, what do you have to say about that pun?
7 out of 10.
Okay.
I feel like if you'd had more time, could have been 8 out of 10.
You're anticipating about the follow-up on the pinion, but I would like to get your commentary on that comedy as well. But, you know, again, this is a very tense situation. Whoever loses his best of 5 does have to stop here, and another handshake between these two players. You know, it's a moment of respect. You can certainly know that Nias, he feels like Life Coach is both, you know, the more honorable and more accomplished player, but that doesn't make him back down at all. I got a chance to talk with him right before the series, and he's feeling pretty good.
Yeah, Nias, obviously, as we mentioned over the course of today, you know, he really kind of showed his stuff at the Americas Regional Championship, and he's not intimidated. He just doesn't really feel intimidated by anybody. I think he comes into this with a little bit of a different attitude than most players. He's not even sure that, you know, competitive Hearthstone is what he wants to do in the long term. He kind of found his way here. He played really hard. He's played very intelligently, and, you know, he's made the name for himself already. So for him, this is just kind of another day at the office. Life Coach is very similar. They're two very zen individuals. They don't really seem to get very ragey at all. So I'm very excited to see this kind of clash of the titans.
Yeah, Life Coach, on the other hand, is known for really preparing for every single tournament. Before the European finals, he said that they practice with Thais something like 10 hours every day for a week.
Yeah, and Life Coach's house in Venice, it was very nice. In fact, I was a little jealous when they told me that. Life Coach has put a lot of preparation into this event, you know, for sure, and I really don't know if it's ended up paying off, because his strategy, if you look at it, you know, we can look at the classes right here. He's got Warrior, Warlock, and Druid. And a lot of people, even though we haven't seen the Warlock being played, we can anticipate it being Handlock, because that's something that Life Coach has said that he doesn't really play Zoo. And if so, is that strategy going to work out? Because I think he would be the only player to bring that Warlock deck specifically to this tournament.
I think it's a huge liability if it is a Handlock, like it most likely will be. Looking at Nias' lineup, Druid, Hunter, and Tempo Mage? No, Freeze Mage. Well, Freeze Mage still. All of those are quite good against the Handlock.
Unless you specifically tech against that Freeze Mage, which also could be a dangerous thing as well. And that's what Nias has been targeting. He says, you know what? He has Control Warrior. He has Druid, things that are good against my Freeze Mage. But if I can take care of that Handlock, I'll be in a good spot. And this will be potentially one matchup that will be huge for Life Coach if he can win. If he gets his Handlock past the Hunter, then he would be in a good spot. We're going to begin things off. Nias going first. Life Coach on the coin, having a couple of early game threats as well as a mixture of heals to bounce back from any pressure of the Hunter.
Yeah, that's quite a bit of healing, but is it something that you want this early on? I'm not sure, at least a heal, but he might throw it back because Nias is playing the high main version of Hunter.
One thing to note too is that since he's on coin, Erdary Farseer can come out on curve as well.
Yeah, not too bad. Getting that life back that you probably have lost on turn 2 by the life tap and potential attack from the early minions of the Hunter.
I like the inclusion of Earthen Ring Farseer too, because I think that was a lot more common in older versions of Handlock, but it's something we really haven't seen much in kind of the age of the Demon Handlock, which obviously relies on kind of those big swing turns off of Void Caller. And while one's 4 and the other's 3 mana respectively, it is something that appears to have been cut to make room for all the demons. So Earthen Ring Farseer obviously gives you not only a 3/3 body on the board to contest early minions, gives you that little bit of healing, and honestly for face decks or more aggressive decks in general, stuff like Zoo and Face Hunter, it comes down to just points of damage deciding the game, so that could end up being huge.
Yeah, but we see the Mal'Ganis here, so Life Coach is playing that Demon variant of the Handlock, so there should be some Void Callers in there as well, and if he can pick up the Void Caller, get the Mal'Ganis out early, that should be huge.
Yeah, because the immunity basically renders the hero power completely useless, and all damage has to go through it. We do see that Nias did have an Ironbeak Owl in that deck. He's going to be relying upon it in order to get some opportunity to go past things like the Mal'Ganis, but if you bait it out early, then there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we saw Nias' Hunter deck earlier. It has the double Arcane Golem. It does obviously have Savannah High Main, so it's like a hybrid Hunter deck with a couple of differences based on his personal preferences. I would have to imagine, now mid-range Hunter has traditionally been very favored against Handlock for a long time now. Face Hunter also, it either gets to the point where it gets to the Molten Giant walls and kind of crumbles, or it just obviously runs them over. Hybrid Hunter, in my experience, is a little bit more, it can go either way, depending on, you know, again, the Molten Giants are huge, and then whether or not you have to play the Arcane Golems early on curve as opposed to use them as finishers, because Handlock is another deck you just don't want to give mana to.
Right. Based on this matchup, Nias definitely with the edge, but that hero power on turn 3, not what he wants to do.
Weak.
Extremely weak. And looking at his hand, he doesn't even have a play for turn 4.
Yeah. I mean, he does have
maybe the quick shot
to usually answer whatever comes out. Like if Farseer came out, for example, then he'd be able to use quick shot effectively. But Life Coach is also, thinking about what's the merits of coining out a Twilight Drake, because my opponent did just miss a spot. Like, can I use Twilight Drake to kill minions ahead of the curve, right, and have an advantage there?
But yeah, the quick shot, like, it doesn't feel all that great to use it on anything else but the face, because when you know that once the Molten Giants come down and get taunted, you would love to have a lot of direct damage in your hand to be able to close out the game.
Yeah, I mentioned the Arcane Golem, and he chose obviously to skip playing that because mana is so important to the handlock player. And Live Coach's hand is actually pretty stacked with threats.
Oh, that's a huge draw.
That
for
is,
Live Coach.
yeah, exactly what he'd want. I mean, he can play the Mountain Giant. Is there any merit at all to possibly just playing down the Mountain Giant? Obviously, the Mad Scientist is down there, so you'd expect a Freezing Trap to come up, but you have the Farseer.
Well, there's two things about it. The first is, I believe, he doesn't have any taunt minions in his hand. So Mountain Giant effectively is no different than just like 8 damage pressure, which is not going to win you the game immediately. Usually you want to put Mountain Giant and then taunt it and then hit the deal with it. So that's one argument against it. The second is, the Void Caller is better now than later, because then you can pull out demons that have higher impact as the game goes, and you don't want to be caught in a situation where like you draw other demons that you don't want to go out.
Personally, I would lean towards the Void Caller, just because even if it gets silenced, you'll still have a decent body on the board, but certainly Mountain Giant, pretty damn strong. Having that 8/8 out so early, if there's no Hunter's Mark, it's going to deal a lot of damage. Eventually you have to kill the Hunter anyway.
It's funny because of the handlock player, you usually just want to have one 4-drop threat you can rely on. He had so many, the Void Caller, he had the Twilight Drake, he had the Mountain Giant. He kind of had a wealth of options there. And handlock, we mentioned this is not a deck that's being brought a lot to this tournament because it primarily existed in most players' rosters as a means to counter the Grim Patron Warrior archetype, and since that's less common, handlock really doesn't line up well against a lot of the other aggressive decks. Hunters, a lot of times it's mid-range Hunter, the handlock can struggle. Seeker Paladin just struggles enormously. And then if you put up against like Freeze Mage or Control Warrior, yes, it can win, but it doesn't necessarily have like the really impressive matchup that you want in your roster.
Alright, Life Coach still looking for that taunt-giving minion. Either Sunfury Protector or Defender of Argus, and he wants to find it fast. He has some options here. He could just go for the heal bot. That kind of forces Nayas to deal with that so that it does not get freezing trapped.
Right, the problem with the heal bot is that if it bounces back, you get that heal again, so Nayas would want to kill it, unless he felt comfortable leaving it, but then you isolate the Mountain Giant again. The other option for Life Coach is to develop yet other minions on the board. I don't even know how much merit there is to Doomguard to try to activate
I was just thinking of that. I don't think it would be horrible, but I mean, you might discard something that's very important to you, like the Malganis.
Right. I think Malganis and Healbot are the two ones that you would... I mean, Molten Giant does kind of stink, but you already do have Giants out anyways.
Yep. So he opts for the Twilight Drake here. He's building up a pretty impressive board. He does not put the Mountain Giant into the Freezing Trap. He's just going to hold for now. This is going to let Nayas continue to put the pressure on, and he can just put down a High Mane here if he wants to. Although, it's not as if Life Coach is without a board. He's just without taunts at the moment.
Right. Exactly. Still needs to find that way to deal with the Freezing Trap, and it's not easy at all.
The interesting thing is that the High Mane is supposed to represent the most damage possible, which is ultimately what Hunter wants, because as the game progresses, handlock becomes increasingly favored. The other additional problem is that he can't actually isolate threats this turn, so no matter what, that Freezing Trap will get activated.
I like this play from Nayas, though. He realizes at least one of those minions is probably going to end up back in Life Coach's hand, but there's the taunt!
And it's on curve for the mana. He has access to the coin, which gives him availability of playing, whatever he wants and being able to access Sunfury.
That is exactly the card that Life Coach wanted to see. With that Sunfury, he will also be able to drop the Void Caller in there, which would have not been possible if the taunt was Defender of Argus instead.
So that's an interesting point out. So you could Void Caller and then taunt that up, or you could play as like a Molten Giant, which is just technically a bigger wall. I personally like the Void Caller because it's a quicker way to get to your Doomguard or Malganis, but I also respect the merit of the Molten Giant. Again, 8 toughness. It's so hard to get through, and we look at Nayas' board, he's a 5/5 and a 6/5 respectively, so what are you guys thinking?
It's really tricky because of that Freezing Trap. If the Freezing Trap wasn't existing, you could tap into the Lothab Mortal Coil and then, go for this Void Caller play. But I just think Void Caller and Sunfury is fine.
Chooses not to taunt the Void Caller here. He wants to have the biggest possible taunts, not that 3/4.
Right. He can get rid of the Void Caller on his turn if he wants to and sacrifice it for something like a Doomguard or Malganis, so.
I think this was a pretty important draw. The Abusive Sergeant allows a really easy trade on whatever he wants, most likely on the Mountain Giant to reduce the most damage. But he also could keep the high main alive.
Helps a lot with the trades.
Is there a way he can get rid of everything except one minion off the board, or let's see?
Yeah, I'm trying to calculate a way of like if he attack with Glaive Zuka, reattach another Glaive Zuka, and then like abusive whatever doesn't and gets the right trades. But I think it's a little messy if he does it.
But he can do it. He can abusive unleash quick shot and only leaving up the Void Caller. So it is doable.
Four Hounds off Unleash the Hounds is pretty good value in this matchup too. So that's,
sure.
It's worth noting. Usually you're not going to get anything more than like 1 or 2.
Definitely happy with 4, but no Hunter's Mark, no Iron Beak Owl. He has to deal a lot of damage to take out this taunt minions.
Right, we actually, I don't think we've seen any Hunter's Marks in his deck, which I think is the first Hunter deck we've seen in this tournament that isn't running Hunter's Mark. So a lot of other players have made that read.
Right, considering the type of deck that he is, he wants to be flexible to be more aggressive, so that ends up being the case where he doesn't want to necessarily spend time or cards. He wants to be able to either control the board or like with some early minion curves or do damage.
The second Mortal Coil is huge, especially in light of the fact that Life Coach doesn't have a Hellfire. He doesn't have a Shadow Flame.
Yeah, another great draw. Shadow Flame obviously would have also been incredible. He could have just Shadow Flame off the Void Caller, getting either Doom Guard or Malaganis, but with those double Mortal Coils and the heal, but he's going to have quite a good board state.
Oh wow, a Siphon Soul too. So that's another card. Life Coach's handlock is a little bit of retro fitted.
Jaraxxus, it's kind of double-edged sword here.
I think it's okay because Jaraxxus, you're getting to the point where you can play it from the hand and then play whatever Void Caller benefits off of. And also Jaraxxus is a heal. In fact, Life Coach has 3 heals. He's got Jaraxxus, Siphon, and the far left card, which is the antique heal bot. Not to mention, you still has Mal'Ganis as an opportunity just to play on turn 9.
And he has a coin, so realistically, he can just do all this next turn. But think about playing down heal bot just now, just passing, waiting until you get to that turn 8, or use the coin to go to turn 9.
Yeah, well, he has to do it. If he plays the Molten Giant, he actually loses the game because there's already 6 power. Arcane Column, Quick Shot, Hero Power would finish the game.
He knows too. Plus, this is, again, another incentive like, look, I have a heal bot, and this is a freezing trap, right? So kill the heal bot. So it's gaining 11 life, maybe even more, because he has to overkill the heal bot by a little bit of damage.
Right.
12 heal on a 5-mana minion that puts a 3/3 out. That's not bad.
And I mean, this is the strength of Handlock, is the ability to just keep fluctuating health, draw a bunch of cards, look for the tools you need, and you know what's impressive to me is that Life Coach hasn't really been dependent on a Shadow Flame or a Hellfire thus far. He's been able to navigate the board, get rid of the minions, without ever dealing with this freezing trap.
Yep. So he's strong. He got that taunt kind of late, but it was still good enough.
Earthen Ring Farseer, the more I think about the beginning of the game, I think Earthen Ring Farseer was a really huge draw. And, and a huge inclusion in his deck, because like I said, most people aren't running that these days.
It makes sense given how aggressive some decks have curved these days. It's not even necessarily the deck itself is super aggressive, it's just the mid-range threat of outpacing Handlock because you're spending your early turns tapping. And the best plays that you often have before the turn 4 is always like, you know, either pass with nothing or like you play Ancient Watcher. So the Earthen Ring Farseer fills out that curve.
Speaking of which, I don't think we've actually seen any Ancient Watchers. Have to assume they're in here.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same. How do you cut those? They seem so good for the handlock.
It actually really doesn't even seem feasible, right? You just wouldn't cut Ancient Watcher when you're like looking at it.
I wouldn't.
Yeah, it just seems so ridiculous, but if he has, obviously it's panning up from this game. It's also important to note that the Earthen Ring Farseer came out to where, since Life Coach was on the coin, he could just play it organically on turn 3 and then still had the perfect turn 4 Mountain Giant. So he didn't have to just play something down to play something down. He got a good body, he got the heal, and he got to continue just basically surviving, draw more cards.
Rope is burning. Life Coach is known for his careful decision making. Yeah.
That's the most diplomatic way I've ever heard that put.
You know, one thing that I also didn't think about is not just Siphon Souling a threat, but Siphon Souling a Void Caller to pull out Doom Guard or something if you need to do damage.
That's interesting.
That's something that I didn't really consider.
See, Nice is down to draw some cards.
That's a lot of
draw
damage on board. Yeah.
Wow, that's the dream!
That is absolutely the dream. That said, even though it's the dream, it's not as if Nias is in like a particularly good spot right now.
No.
He's about to enter the Molten Giant zone.
Yep.
Molten and Jaraxxus.
Yeah. 0 mana Molten Giant.
Oof.
Plus, Life Coach is still yet to draw some of his taunt minions. So that is very good Well, sorry.
Yes,
Life
Dan.
Coach.
What have you done, Dan?
Had yet to draw his taunt minions outside of that first Sun Fury, but that second Sun Fury is a very big deal.
That's incredible, and this is probably the Siphon Soul turn, because he does want to heal up, but if he goes for the Jaraxxus, he cannot taunt, because it would require 11 mana, and obviously he doesn't have that. So, Multi-Giant, Sun Fury, maybe the Owl if he wants to do that as well, to get rid of the second secret.
Be very curious to see this list after this series is over. Go take a look at like what he's cut, because it's actually just bothering me now, because I'm like, what would you actually cut for some of these cards?
Yeah, he had to cut something. Siphon Soul is usually not there.
Right. Earth Ring Farseer.
Earth Ring Farseer is usually not there, so
I wonder if he cut just what mana cost for mana cost. Instead of Emperor Thorson, he said, you know, I'm just going to use Siphon Soul because Emperor is too slow, given if I expect a lot of Druids. I think Life Coach would not bring Handlock if he anticipated a lot of Druids.
A double kill command would have been game.
Yeah, it would have done it, but instead he draws the last freezing trap.
Which, the original one is still there.
Yeah, quite possibly the worst thing he could have drawn, because he has the Mad Scientist out there as well, so he would have been able to get it with the Mad Scientist Death Rattle anyway.
Yeah, this is, Life Coach has navigated this one extremely well.
Yeah.
We see Nice really doesn't have anything to do at this point. He can kill command phase.
It's not over yet, because if the Lord Jaraxxus gets pulled from the Void Caller, and
that's true. That's not a heal.
Yeah, then Life Coach will be unable to heal, but Nias has to take out the Void Caller here and hope for the Jaraxxus. I mean, he doesn't know it, but
he's probably. I mean, he's probably considering like what heals up the.
This has to be a.
Oh wow! Okay, so that changes everything.
Yeah, it does. It can get bounced from the freezing trap, but again, the mana cost is going to be 11, which is no good.
15. Wait, no. Does he have an opportunity to lethal? No, he does not.
Freezing trap.
Man, if only Jaraxxus was 8 mana and you attack with Jaraxxus, bounce it back and play Jaraxxus.
It's 2 damage off lethal right now.
Jaraxxus is part of an elite club of minions that once they get bounced by a freezing trap are actually just unplayable, because they become 11 mana. So unless you have like Emperor Thorsan or some kind of loophole like that, you know, Jaraxxus, Alexstrasza, those cards will just sit in your hand.
Yep. And Life Coach here, he knows that it's a freezing trap, or yeah, he knows, because Nias played the Hunter before and had no other trap. So yep, Sun Fury, I guess, is the one that he wants to return to hand. Maybe kill some more minions at taunt.
Yeah, when he attacks the Sun Fury, it actually makes Twilight Drake a little bit stronger, so you can have it slightly more resilient.
Yeah. He could just go for the Doom God as well, just to make sure to have the lethal on the following turn. He doesn't really need the Drake or the Watcher, so why not Doom God?
He does have 1 ancient Watcher. We were talking about that.
Yeah.
Real quick note.
Yeah.
So he didn't cut Watcher.
And Nias needs.
And second quick shot, kill command. That's not it.
That is not going to do it.
Yeah, that's going to be. It's going to be game 1 for Life Coach.
Wow, an important win for Life Coach, as his handlock escapes the grasp of Hunter, which means that handlock is no longer vulnerable to that freeze mage, which means in the long term, can Nias hold off against the lineup of Life Coach?
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. If going up 1-0 is always great, but that was then an important one. The handlock was the liability in his lineup, and now he got the win with it. Doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Good times.
Yeah, it's worth noting too that Life Coach is running Control Warrior, which we've already seen, and Nice is running Freeze Mage, and we talked about earlier that that's one of those really bad matchups for Freeze Mage because of the armor generation of Warrior and the Mage's finite ability to deal damage. Obviously, Archmage Antonice withstanding, but yeah.
Well, I mean, it's not impossible. Definitely one of the matchups that got better with Blackrock Routen, but suffered a lot from the Grand Tournament. Not just Justicar Trueheart and tank up, but also Bash being able to help gain a little bit of life and then stop the little flow of damage. Freeze Mage in general just struggles against Control Warrior. It's definitely gotten pretty bad. Against Druid these days, though, is it better or worse? Do you think Druids just curve that much more aggressively? So with the Darnassus Aspirin, so is that struggling as well, Savitz? Freeze Mage against Druid.
Freeze Mage against Druid. Well, Druid has always been very strong against Freeze Mage. Probably a little bit. Just the consistency brought by Darnassus Aspirant helps in, well, every single matchup.
Yeah, well, I guess that's a really good point. You always want those mana crystals.
Yeah.
Then the Warrior, I'm trying to imagine a world where Nias can be able to defeat something with the Freeze Mage, but then we look past it and look at Druid and Hunter versus, you know, Druid and Warrior, for example. And I feel like that's definitely winnable. It's definitely winnable. So the big question mark that exists in this matchup specifically is how that Freeze Mage interacts. And it's surprising because, you know, we haven't seen Freeze Mage in a while. Is it just because of the Patron Warrior and how its state in the metagame has brought back Freeze Mage?
Mostly that, because it is horrible against the Warrior. Freeze Mage has limited amount of damage. Yes, sometimes with Antonidas you can get some extra, but all those armor ups, all the removal, it's just you can't really deal that 50 damage so easily. So but Patrons used to be a thing. There's a little bit less armoring up in the Patrons than there is in console, but still the hero power lines up poorly for the Freeze Mage. And now with the Patron nerf, I think that's one of the reasons why we are seeing all these Freeze Mages make a comeback, because the players are expecting to see less Warrior.
That, and at the same time, you know, when you're looking for a deck that's very good against a lot of aggro decks, I actually think Freeze Mage is just bar none better against aggro decks than Handlock in most situations, at least with the popular aggro decks that are floating around right now. So I think that's kind of the deck you want to bring if you're expecting to see those heavy aggro decks. So yeah. I think that in the combination with, as you said, the Grim Patron change, it's a lot friendlier.
Yesterday we saw both Ostkaka and Thais win their matches, and in their interviews they were talking about how they were targeting aggressive decks with their Patron and Freeze Mage lineup. Both of those decks are some of the best against aggressive strategies.
Yeah, you know, that Patron deck is very surprising because it used to be very good against aggro based off of the whirlwinds, right? Dealing damage to every single minion. By doing so, you'd be able to clear the board constantly, and Patron still has that. They just lose their 72 damage possibilities as the game drags on. But as a result, they played more board-centric, so they're still very dynamic. They can still rebound in health with Armor Smiths, get those whirlwinds. I personally kind of like the Patron still, but I'm always very hesitant to say that I think it's back. I think it's definitely something that you have to be careful of. I don't know what you think, Robert. Do you think Patron is back at all?
I think it depends on who you ask. I think it has obviously good matchups. Having cards like Unstable Ghoul, having cards like Whirlwind, very great against aggro and a lot of these kind of weenie rush decks that have like 1 health minions. I know if you ask Zixo...
Weenie 1 health minions.
If you ask Zixo, I'm pretty sure Zixo...
too, Rob?
I was trying to get past that, but yeah. No, I'm sorry.
Even Magma Rager has feelings, Rob.
I apologize to Magma Rager and to other 1 health minions, but
not Ice Rager. He's just sitting pretty.
He has 2. He's fine.
He's cool and pretty.
Right, but if you ask, you know, certain players, obviously Ostkaka feels very strongly as well. Zixo continues to say that this is like a #1 deck. I don't know how serious he's being, Zixo. It's hard to tell. But yeah, there are players who still believe it's a top-tier deck. I don't think it is. But I haven't honestly seen it enough, and I haven't played it enough as well. So it's hard to evaluate kind of until we see. It'll be interesting to see Ostkaka and Taij's next matchup since they're both running it. We've only obviously seen it twice in this tournament thus far.
So you're not convinced?
I remain unconvinced.
Okay, and you're not alone. You know, I talked to a few other players. You know, Purple, for example, was watching and he's just like, no, I don't think it's any good. But of course, the results speak for themselves. Maybe the Warriors, with the win, can be the one with the final say. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. Life Coach is not going to go with Warrior. He's going to save it, go with Druid instead, try to get that win because he knows it's more susceptible to the Freeze Mage than Warrior is. And that is a pretty interesting set of opening hands from both players here.
Both players, excellent hands. Oh, that innervate on top of everything. Life Coach has, Wildcrow has the Aspirant. He might leave him towards the Wildcrow just to make sure to get the Shredder on turn 3.
Yeah, very balanced hands actually in terms of mana ramp. I think Life Coach having the Shredder is generally a little bit better to start out. Shade, very good in its own right. I think Shredder, when you're going right to turn 4 generally, is a little better.
Quite powerful. Nias, on the other hand, he has the option to innervate the Shade of Naxxramas on turn 1, and the opponent Druid has no way to clear it off early on. One of the ways to deal with it would be something like Sylvanas Windrunner, but it's not even that common. We only seen 1 player in the tournament play that card.
Yeah, it was mentioned that Shade, for a long time, was kind of just the default 3-drop you had as a Druid. And it's kind of fallen off a little bit lately, but Nias, being the kind of innovator he is always down. So always down to kind of bring the cards he feels works best. And he's obviously very high on Shade of Naxxramas. And in this matchup, it can be huge because the Druid has no inherent way to just deal with a stealth minion that's getting bigger and bigger. And they can just sit on the board until you're ready to Savage Roar, until you're ready to bring up the full combo.
Life Coach instead of roping on turn 1 and ends up innervating and Darnassus Aspirant.
That is so interesting.
Yeah, it is.
It's because I think he wants to be able to answer his opponent's Darnassus Aspirant ahead of time.
Yep.
Because I was thinking about, like, would you innervate Shredder if you see the Darnassus Aspirant but you play, but he says, you know what, I want to get ahead of that Aspirant.
Yeah, the Shade is going to work out pretty well for him here, though.
Yeah, this shade absolutely amazing for Nias.
Oh,
swipe
the
from
swipe
the
off the top.
That's a pretty good draw.
Yeah.
That's a huge deal because now Nias doesn't have a minion to play unless
He has,
he misses
nothing.
it.
Yeah, he can hero power or savage throw phase. Going out to swipe, but
I feel like he'll hold the
hero
Savage
power.
Roar, yeah.
Not only that, he killed the Shade too, so he's not even getting that excessive damage. And Life Coach takes initiative on the board. He is down on the resource count, but you know, with Savage Roar in both players' hands, if they find an opportunity to become aggressive, they will.
Druid of the Claw is a really good response to this. It's one of the few minions that I think Shredder at this point in the game kind of has trouble dealing with.
Yeah, certainly. Life Coach can extend the trade with the Keeper of the Grove.
There's that Ragnaros we saw yesterday.
Yeah, not the greatest keeper in the world, but it gets the job done. That Ragnaros, if Life Coach gets to play it and Nias does not pick up a big game hunter, the Rag might just win the game alone.
Yeah, the Ragnaros is an extremely powerful card. Obviously, one we saw more kind of in prior metas, but in its own right, you just put it in there and it does a lot of stuff.
Yeah, so Ragnaros, just because there's so many other... Oh my goodness, Emperor throws it off the top. That's really nice because, again, it's a 5/5 minion that gets answered, but it's like he had a minion to play on curve. He had nothing to do that turn
he had
otherwise.
absolutely nothing. If he draw a spell there, he cannot play anything. He could have Wrath for 7 mana, I suppose, but you'd rather play the Emperor for sure.
He's thinking about, nice thing about the Drake. He would be able to play a spell-powered Living Roots.
That's not too bad. You can take out that Drog. It's quite annoying, so I would expect him to go for that.
Say no to Trogs.
Trog knows stupid things.
Stay in school, kids.
I kind of feel like the Trog sometimes when I'm up here doing math. I'm like, Trog knows stupid. I sympathize with the Trog.
Definitely not as stupid as that joke I just made.
No, that was good. I mean, you guys can't see it, but Savi's just cracking up over here.
Oh my goodness, say no to Trogs. There you have it. There you have it, and down it goes. Also trading for that low tap. And now Life Coach with that Ragnaros is going to take control of this game.
Oh, by fire be purged. It is time.
He can kill it, assuming the Drake survives.
No,
Okay.
it does survive.
But it puts him at sub 14 health now, so he will spend the rest of his game living in fear.
Yep, and that's why, while it helps clearing the Ragnaros, he can't really play things wrong. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Nias' list is very interesting. We saw the double living roots. Oh, that's a miss.
Yeah, he missed 1 damage on everything. Uh-oh.
He certainly should have swiped before trading off the Azure Drake for that extra spell power to deal 1 more damage to the Keeper and to his opponent's face.
Yeah, you can tell Nias is rushing a little bit based off of frustration. And the second Wrath is awkward. You'd rather just have something to play.
It's worth noting, earlier today, we saw Nias has 2 copies of Living Roots, he has Druid of the Saber, and now we see Leper Gnome.
Yeah.
Obviously, terrible board state here for Nias to be in.
I wouldn't be surprised if he had, you know, just ripped a Fel Reaver off the top, but it's almost too little too late. Like, at this point, he's just stemming bleeding, and he needs more than that. He just concedes. Life Coach is up 2-0 with his Warrior remaining as his last deck.
Yeah, Nias a little bit rushing it there. It didn't matter in the end whether he swipes first or second, but it might signal something about the mindset that he's in right now. He might be a little bit... He's 1 game off from getting eliminated from the World Championships, and it might be playing a role in his in this match right now. He needs to calm himself down and really focus. He can still do it.
Well, Life Coach looks definitely better than Nias did. Yesterday, there were some comments made. I don't remember if we were casting it together or I was with Amaz, or maybe I think Rob, you were there too, but Life Coach definitely looked uncomfortable during some of his games. He was more stressed. He was... definitely more tense, but now he looks more relaxed. He even smiled a little bit when the camera got really close in, and Life Coach noticed that he was like, "Oh yeah, that's right. I'm on camera a little bit." So.
We simply must smile.
Yeah.
For Nias, though, I mean, we've talked about this has been a really hectic past week for him. He just had a daughter. It's obviously taking care of a kid, very full-time activity. So
that's right.
Maybe getting a little less sleep, but yeah, I agree that he needs to just take this game, try to kind of calm down, get back into his game, which is very high-level plays. Don't rush the plays. He takes about as much time as Life Coach in a lot of these turns, but that's fine. That's what it's there for. Just, kind of calm down and get back into his game.
It's never over till it's over.
And Druid versus Warrior is a great way for Nias to get back into the series.
Yep. Some players have been saying that the new version of the Warrior does a lot better than the old ones did, because now you have you have Bash, especially. Bash helps a lot. You can deal with an Aspirant. you can deal with the Piloted Shredder even if you don't happen to draw a weapon.
And it does help you just pair things much better with removal, right? Shield Slam has more activators to help make it relevant, and then you just have an ability to fight back. The longer the game goes for the Warrior side, generally speaking, it does better than the Druid, but there are ways for Druid to really push in the pressure as well. And it usually requires early game ramp, which has no sight. Like, I don't see it at all in Nias' hand.
Yeah, that's a really rough hand from Nias. He might still be able to pick up something like an Aspirant or a Wild Growth to help out, but he certainly does need some help with this. And if he ends up hero powering on turn 2 and 3, he's going to be playing from behind for a long time.
And that's okay for Life Coach that he doesn't have a play either. It's one of these things where, you know, as the Warrior, if the Druid passes, you're okay with passing. Versus if they're playing minions, that's when you're worried about passing a lot.
Yeah. Oh, that Shade helps a little bit. This turn, still only hero power available. Not that great, but the Shade, very important.
Yeah, Shade, you know, not necessarily as powerful in the against Warrior as it is as against Druid, because Brawl will ultimately, probably at some point, get rid of that Shade. So as the Druid player, you kind of have to walk this tightrope of when is the right time to attack with the Shade? Do I want to really play into Brawl? Is that something I'm concerned about? Do I just want to try to get like 3 or 4 damage in early? Obviously, you don't want it to get removed too easily, but Warrior's single target removal suite is probably the best in the game. So when you actually unveil that Shade, it's probably just going to get removed.
Yeah, quite often you want to hide it behind something like Druid of the Claw in taunt form or a Sludge Belcher, and then that might be the time to strike. You can maybe take out your opponent's Belcher's front half and still keep the Shade around. If it gets executed after that, sure, it already got its job done.
Right, and obviously it's just there against the Warrior to press in some damage, get you closer to combo range, and you know, Nias' hand is a little bit slower, obviously, but I think it's worth pointing out that Druid is not working from the same win condition that something like maybe Zoo or Face Hunter is. It has a longer window to where it can start doing more. That said, Nias has a couple of early game cards in hand, or in his deck, so he had to cut other stuff, and I don't know if we've seen like Emperor Thorsan, which is usually very big for Druids. I don't know. That could ultimately hurt him here.
Life Coach again there, carefully considering all of his options. Just pre-equipping the Fiery War Axe there also could have been viable, but I believe because of the Cruel Task Master to follow the Acolyte, he chooses to play this first.
He knows his opponent doesn't have access to the coin, so he says there's no way for him to silence it outside of a surprise Ironbeak Owl. And, you know, so he takes this opportunity to draw a card, and that's extremely valuable. It's basically trading a coin for drawing a card. And in this case, he's also even to load up the power on board, so that way he can answer other minions with the Fiery War Axe. All of a sudden, Fiery War Axe, a card that normally doesn't see too much value outside of those minions you mentioned, the Shredder and the Aspirant, will, because there's 5 power and you can distribute it accordingly.
Yep, even though those 2 minions might not look all that threatening, they are still not something that the Druid player could ignore.
He has to make a weaker play.
Yeah.
Like, Shredder is the better play most of the time. Imagine if he didn't do anything and he was just playing Acolyte the previous turn and then he plays Shredder. It would have been a thing where he developed more power on the board and had more ability to leverage that as Leap drops, Loatheb, etc.
Life Coach picking up an Armor Smith here. That's actually fairly decent because he wanted to play the Fiery War Axe anyway, so now he gets good use out of the remaining 2 mana.
Yeah, I kind of wonder if there was a world where Nias just wanted to actually do the 2 damage to the Acolyte and just get it off the board. Obviously, it's very weak as a 1/2 that doesn't draw cards, but it's still a minion on the board. Obviously, electing to value the Warrior card draw more and respect it.
Yeah, I think it's a really close call. I wouldn't have blamed him for doing that.
Well, this is a time where I think you can unveil the Shade, because you just played Loatheb, so removal options are harder for your opponent, but then the drawback is that there's a Fiery War Axe waiting. However, I mean, Loatheb will also be dealt with at the same time too, so...
Yep. So, kind of with this play, with this attack, the Fiery War Axe has to make a decision here. Whether he wants to kill the Loatheb or
the Fiery War Axe has decided to kill the Shade.
Yes.
Mind of its own, that Fiery War Axe.
Absolutely.
Man.
Off the top, Acolyte of Pain for Life Coach, which is the only thing he could play because of Loatheb and then the 2 6-drops. I like seeing both Sylvanas and Justicar Trueheart. You know, they both very powerful 6-drops, and generally in decks you tend to see one or the other, I feel like.
Yes.
Yeah, to see them both is good, and although it feels a little bit greedier, maybe letting you know this is kind of a even slower Control Warrior.
Yeah, I think it's fine, ultimately, because both are extremely flexible. As the game develops, in slower matchups, holding on to Sylvanas is okay. In faster matchups, Sylvanas forces your opponent to trade onto the board. And then Justicar, as everyone knows, you can definitely play on curve, or you can choose to hero power, play Justicar, and hero power again and gain 6 life in one turn, while developing the 6-3 with long-term implications of how the game turns out from that point on.
Yeah, that's quite powerful, but for now it seems a bit slow. It can get a little bit punished by some cheap removal.
Oh man!
Life Coach is actually just drawing straight into his legendary minions. He's drawn like 4 of them in a row now.
Yes.
When obviously he would like to see something maybe like a Death Bite, a Shield Slam. He has the Execute, but he had no Activator. So on that turn, if he'd played down Sylvanas, Lotheb would have just traded and he wouldn't have gotten a very good Sylvanas.
Yeah.
He just ultimately decides to put down the Justicar Trueheart, activate the better hero power.
Yep. As nice as it is for Life Coach to upgrade the hero power here, because of how easy it is to remove that 3 toughness minion, Nias will pull further ahead on the board.
Yeah, and it might not be too far off before we see a brawl coming in here. Obviously, you want to do it right now with only 2 minions on the board, but I mean, he's at 16 health right now, right? And Nias will be on 8 mana, so it's not 9, so it's not necessarily that dire. Maybe in the next turn we start seeing that brawl.
It kind of is, though, because Druid of the Claw plus Savage Roar
is a lot of damage.
It's like a double Savage Roar, if you think about it, because all these minions already start at the Savage Roar damage.
On the plus side, Life Coach just gained 9 health. Just shield block tank up.
Well, it's enough for now,
21,
I believe. 8
damage,
21, yes.
Yeah. And Nice has to wonder if he's possibly playing into a brawl. That said, he may not have much of a choice because that.
Do you care? Like, you don't just don't draw here. Just play the Druid of the Claw, Judge Phase, play the Leper Gnome, hero power. Even if there's a brawl,
right? You have the combo coming
yeah,
up.
the Warrior will only have 3 mana remaining after that, and I don't think that's gonna be enough to save him.
I'd probably drop the Leper Gnome too.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just drop the Leper Gnome. Maybe throw the hero power in. I don't know that you need to play down the Aspirant.
Yeah. There could be a case made in favor of keeping the Leper Gnome as well, because the Brawl is something that the Warrior just has to have. And by playing the Leper Gnome, it's possible you have an additional bad result out of that.
Yeah, that's true. You see that sometimes as a Paladin player where you just don't hero power because you don't want to run the risk of the 1/1 surviving. But he figures, as you said, it has to be Brawl.
The combo still, I mean, even if there is a Brawl, the combo will still be enough to end the game.
Right, and the Shredder
should be to do it.
Shredder being sticky, and I think for Life Coach, drawing into all those really powerful legendary minions, he needed more answers than he needed more legendary minions.
Yep, Life Coach hoping for a nice result from the Brawl, but
well, I mean,
it doesn't really matter. We know better.
Right.
There is 14 damage waiting in Nias's hand.
Yeah, so Nias is going to be able to, well.
Oh, no, that's a lot of damage coming out the other
sweet
direction.
Pirate Justice.
Yar. Right. So game number 3, Nias picks his best matchup by a mile, but it's going to be tough. The road to coming back here begins with Druid, but it ends on Freeze Mage. That's a train stop that I don't want to ever get to if I'm in Nias' position.
No, you wish you could go somewhere else.
Yeah, a detour, if you will.
Right.
Yes.
I wonder what the statistics are, and I feel like I should have access to this, of how many times the One-Eyed Cheat has been the deciding card. Obviously, it was the combo, but One-Eyed Cheat did actually get to do damage.
One time, and it was not that time we just witnessed. It was one time in a tournament where it was like someone played Blackwing Corruptor, and it's like they would barely survive, and then the One-Eyed Cheat came out, and then just had enough damage to kill and stuff like that. So it was really, really intense.
Have you seen it with the Rogue when it pops out of the Shredder? Then you just Southsea deck attack for 4, Southsea deck, stealth it again. Yeah,
that's sick. Yeah, I haven't actually seen that happen, but that's really amusing. That could happen.
It's kind of rare though. That's pretty much the only pirate that we see in competitive play.
Is that when we see Shady Dealer come out as a 5/4? Is that what happens?
Yeah, I mean 1 out of 72 or how many 2-drops there are, you might get some use out of it. Sure. And Nias is going to go.
He says, you know what, let's get it over with.
Yeah.
This has to happen. Freeze Mage versus Control Warrior. But if he wins this one, I mean, he must be feeling like Cloud9 after that, because he's like, I definitely can win this series.
Which is awkward, because he just joined Team Heartlytics.
Yeah. Touche.
There we go.
Touche.
That was a bad pun, too. Now we're even on bad puns.
Ribbit, ribbit.
Yeah. So let's actually discuss ways in which the Freeze Mage can win this matchup. I think the big card is probably Emperor Thorsan, to get the discounted spells and try to get a lot of burn in hand.
Antonidas and the Emperor Thorism.
Well, free Ice Lances with the Archmage Antonidas.
Yep.
So you can approximate and just bump up percentages up and down based off of what the cards you see in hand. So first of all, the fact that Nias has his Archmage Antonidas early on is great. Now if he picks up Emperor Thorsan, he actually has stuff to do. The second thing is he actually has a coin. And that's also beneficial too. Coin means an extra card and extra fireball if he can hold on to it and convert that.
Yeah, what you really want to do is, or what you have to do is that when you play the Ember, it's just like Archmage Antonidas and as many Frostbolts and Ice Lances as possible.
That's right, that's right. Now there's also another school of thought for the Warrior. Instead of being really defensive, there are opportunities, or sorry, instead of being really aggressive, you can just simply press armor up as much as possible. And then hypothetically, Freeze Mage should just run out of damage because you have infinite amount of life gain, and they have a certain amount that they can only do. And there's usually a magic number, like 55 to 60. If you can get to that amount of effective health throughout the entire game process, you should win.
Right, and obviously the win condition for Freeze Mage, generally speaking, in a situation like this, is you want the Alexstrasza to come down, you want to be able to target it on the opponent's face, which we actually haven't seen at all this tournament. It's all been Alexstraszaing themselves back up to 15, I feel like.
Yeah.
So you want to do that, and then you want to just burst them down with something like Blood Mage Thalanos into discounted Fireballs and Ice Lances and Frostbolts.
Yeah. From the Warrior's point of view, sometimes you want to take more an aggressive approach and not go for the fatigue. When you have a nice curve, maybe if your version of Warrior is playing Pilot Destroyer, you can play that out early, play as many minions as you can, try to force the mage into using single target removal on your minions. But with this type of hand, I would expect Life Coach just to go for pretty much fatigue and run Mias out of damage.
So I like the fact that if we look at Nias' hand right now, he could do something like turn 7, coin, Ice Lance, and then he does immediately get 2 Fireballs. Obviously that Ice Lance is not going to do damage, but wow.
Oh,
this is very important.
Those are actually good cards. I mean, they don't look that spectacular, but with that Archmage Antonidas after the Emperor, so it might be exactly what Nias wants to have.
This is also very important that Nias has these minions out to just keep dealing chip damage. You just can't let the armor get out of hand. You just keep doing a little bit of damage, and it's even better for Nias if Life Coach has to start using weapons to remove them. Because again, you're just taking little bits of damage, but they add up really quickly.
Right. Yeah. Arcane Intellect,
that's good.
Potentially the best possible draw for Nias.
Nias really needed that the last time he played Freeze Mage to have the Arcane Intellects in the top half of his deck. Obviously, they were like the bottom 3 cards.
Yeah.
Would you be willing? Would you want to cash in the Mad Scientist at all, just because you want to reduce the chance of drawing a secret? Because it feels like right now you're desperate to get to Emperor Thorson. That's like the big key here.
Well, thankfully Life Coach made the decision for him.
Yeah, so that kind of worked out, and he didn't draw a secret with that Arcane Intellect, but it definitely was an option. And now, right now, Nias is one Emperor off from having quite an amazing...
yeah, it's gonna be insane. He has a Frostbolt, 2 Ice Lances, coin.
I remember the only time I've seen this matchup go in the favor of the Mage was at the Legendary Legendary Series. Oh my gosh, a Brawl and a Doomsayer.
No! Life Coach figures that there's probably not going to be any
The end is still coming.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
He'd rather hold on to his shield slams for other threats like the Antonidas.
So
this is an interesting play because with those, like, he has 2 shield slams, 2 executes. I don't know if he really needed to risk that because he has so much removal, but
yeah,
if it worked out, that would have been a very well-used Brawl considering the matchup.
He's really scared about the Acolyte forcing him to overdraw.
Right, and he's at a point where realistically, if Alexstrasza or Emperor Thorson get overdrawn, he is in a really bad way.
He instantly loses because he can't actually deal enough damage or pressure otherwise.
Might just be worth throwing away a Blizzard.
Yeah, I don't think that would be a bad play, but the Acolyte, while risky, it might be a tiny bit stronger.
He doesn't even ping it, which is fine. I mean,
but there are ways for him to, like, generally speaking, if the Warrior had like Cruel Taskmaster again and did something, then unfortunately.
Having already seen the one Cruel Taskmaster though, and I feel like it's okay. It's a reasonably safe play to make. It's not like Whirlwind's being running Control Warrior anymore these days, so you're not expecting that. You're not expecting Revenge. So you probably feel a little bit safe about this. And I don't know, if he doesn't draw anything useful next turn, it might be time to start throwing out those Blizzards.
Yeah, I think he has to. And if he doesn't pick up Emperor, he can still go for the Antonidas, coin, Frostbolt, Ice Lance on turn 10 to get those precious Fireballs.
Yeah. And Life Coach has a bunch of removal, but it really doesn't do him all that much good.
No, not really.
The Sludge Belcher could come down, and I think Life Coach basically understands that any minions he plays down are just going to get frozen for a certain number of turns or just get removed by Flame Strike. So he still has to play them.
That Belcher is not gonna really get any better.
Can't Arcane Intellect though.
Yeah, it's a huge problem that he has so many cards right now.
He's gotta start dumping the cards.
Yep, 9 cards in his hand right now. After the Acolyte dice, he will have a full hand.
Right here, but just nothing.
Yeah.
What
so
a chess
Blizzard.
match.
Well, you know, the fact that he still hasn't had the Thorson, that was a good turn to drop it again.
Surprised he pinged the Sludge Belcher there.
I think for him, is he wants to ping it again and play something like maybe second Blizzard if he needs to stall. This Ysera, by the way, is probably not going to die for a long time. And almost any card that comes out from Ysera is generally pretty good.
Okay. Have to expect a shield block.
Yeah.
You don't really expect Doomsayer to survive. Like,
Yeah.
surely by now, it's just
yeah.
gonna, it's just in case his opponent didn't have it, but
A little bit of a check just to make sure, keep him honest.
But it's still definitely the play in this spot, like, even if
Well,
it
you had to
doesn't
dump
go.
it anyway.
Oh
that
my
Joss
goodness.
sticker.
That's bad.
That could be Life Coach's
huge.
ticket to the runner-up match. I mean, the Justicar Trueheart is so powerful. Not to mention, by the way, like Life Coach also has ridiculous opportunities to gain life if he gets Dream, because then you can Shield Maiden Dream it, Shield Maiden Dream.
Yeah.
That actually, my
Shield
eyes
Maiden
started
Dream.
twitching just thinking about like, no, too much HP.
Welcome to the Grand Tournament.
Here we go.
10 mana.
He can't really afford to wait any longer.
No, he cannot.
All right, so Frostbolt, Icelands, Coin Icelands. He's gotten 24 damage, meanwhile dealing 11.
Yep, effectively getting rid of all that armor. It took him a little bit longer than he would have preferred to because he did not draw. Oh, he didn't remove all the armor,
Yeah.
but almost all the armor. But it took him a little bit longer than he would have liked to because he would have preferred to find that Emperor.
Makes sense.
And Life Coach is just on the gain a bunch of armor every turn plan.
Do you think there's any room for Freeze Mage just to run Duplicate, or is that just way too greedy?
Well, some players have done it in the past, and Stan Sivka especially has had a lot of success with his double duplicate freeze mage list.
Double duplicate?
Yeah,
Oh my
no
goodness.
Alexstrasza. He actually won a tournament.
Look at all these Laughing Sisters. Life
Yeah,
Coach is
that's
3 for 3 on Laughing Sisters.
One for each caster.
Right?
Well, you might as well get started with your fireballs.
Yeah.
No time like the present. And the thing is, it shaves off the armor perfectly, which is great, because if you draw Alexstrasza, that is enough time for you to, or enough room for you to go extra damage there and not waste it. But is he going to be in danger of dying?
I feel like he kind of is. He's taking enough
Yeah,
damage.
that's
Next
a
turn,
lot of
the block's going to get popped.
He does want to armor up and also set up weapons, so that way it's like he's used all of his freezes, so most likely weapon will generate 6 damage.
Yeah, there probably isn't any reason not to play one of those Laughing Sisters. Oh, the Belcher.
He could even both Laughing
Yeah, he could even
Sisters.
play both. There's still going to be room for another Shield Maiden if he draws that.
Maybe in his opinion, he needs space on the board for something.
Oh, Nightmare.
Yeah.
Right, so his second ice block, which is good. Really needs, I feel like he needed Thorsan, though.
Yeah, he still can hit it if he goes into the Arcane Intellect. I think he's calculating, like, can I survive if I play Ice Barrier? I probably need Frost Nova.
Yeah, he has to go for the Arcane Intellect here. That burn is not going to be enough because of the Justicar. He has to find the Alexstrasza.
He's also just kind of losing the race right now.
Yeah.
I mean, he has 34 damage right here.
And that's it. Nias is officially done, and Life Coach is going to take the series 3-1.
That's right. A moment of relief for Life Coach, but a moment of sadness for our American player. He has not been able to win a series, but what a journey it's been for Nias. Moments before he was able to come up, he told me he felt pretty good about it, and ultimately he just played his heart out. There were a couple of missteps here and there, but he told me like he was just happy to be here, and that's something that you can't deny him of.
Yeah, his whole storyline in 2015, he kind of came up as a player who just barely qualified for last call, made it in, made it to the round of 40, and then came all the way to the America's Championship, finished top 4, got to the Hearthstone World Championship, which is an incredible story for someone who is absolutely under the radar, relatively unknown, and had, kind of interest and a lot of his time put into other things, and this was just a hobby. It ended up really paying out for him.
Yeah, Nias had a grand total of 2 points for the Hearthstone World Championship, about equivalent to my IQ. So it's very impressive for him to be able to climb all the way here to BlizzCon for a round of 16 in the entire world. So this is a fantastic achievement, and he should definitely be proud of it.
Yeah, really cool to see him make it this far. Even though it's unfortunate for him that he's now out, but still, he had a good run. He brought his own unique decks. He put a little bit of twist into his Druid deck, and it kind of was working out in some parts, but eventually didn't work out.
All right, definitely. But, you know, we don't want to talk too much about Nias because in the end, the victor is Life Coach, and he stays alive in the tournament to live another day. Let's go over to Rachel. She's waiting with Life Coach. Let's hear what he had to say.
Thank you so much, Dan. I am here with Life Coach, and Life Coach, I feel like everyone can tune into the game at any point during the game and tell how well you're doing just based on how much your face is covered.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's like I'm really like, I mean, the games are intense, and I'm really like, it's also emotional for me, of course. Yeah. So.
What emotion are you feeling right now?
Yeah, well, actually, that was a very good victory, but yeah, it's like I think the very difficult part will come like in 2 days, like for the decision matches. I mean, not saying that Nias was not a strong opponent, but it's like his lineup was not really suitable for mine, so I thought I would probably win that. Yeah.
Well, tell me a little bit about the thought process that goes into picking your lineup. It's not just choosing 3 decks, but it's also choosing what order to play them in.